nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image. Make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery.
Uostarosta.
Huh.
Uostarosta.
What's he doing? That's odd. I'm sure I can fix it. I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know I'm friends with all those women out there. Woo! All the ladies in the house, throw your hands in the air. Woo! Yo, this smack I'm flipping could send me back to prison, but my cash is tapped and I owe that back rent again. So I'm selling crack, even though it isn't legitimate. Lord forgive me, even though I know I'm a sin again. My rap's so cold, my flow is frozen again. When I get to spitting, it snows in Michigan. Overdosing off that Flint water. When I swim, my tongue explodes from those carcinogens, and then my lungs implode from no oxygen in them. Looking like I got toxic shock syndrome. Mockingjay when she plays the gunshot victim. I got sick when the liquor store sold me food. Drop that soap, girl, you know I'm broken your boots. Dripping sweat, getting wet, we eloping in nude. Better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tube. You better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tube. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. Yo, you just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a little Homo sapien. Yo, you just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling. Shit's going bad, just know that we go back in a nanosecond. Hopefully you listen to this fast and be slow to speak. Only wish that I could grow some wings like Jenna and fly so far away. In my park car, my radio starts to play. In a bar, spitting bars, sipping Chardonnay till the wheels fall off. Yo, we just lost the brake. Stop for a DUI and got locked away. We're drunk from alcohol and you got the shake. I had a way, oh boy, he just lost the case. Technology got destroyed and they lost the case. But you still believe in moon rock they brought from space. Yeah, they brought from space. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. Lies. I don't trust no masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien, Homo sapien, Homo sapien, yo. You're just a Homo sapien. It's so hard to win when it's so hard to lose. Yo, it's so easy to lose when it's hard to win. It's so hard to win when it's so easy to lose. It's so easy to lose when it's hard to win. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You safely in, you're just a date. Space is fake.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Mudflood zone.
Spooky.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Is that a party here?
Ho, ho, ho.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory, and Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no lying to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farm.
Oh, a real country breakfast, the best you ever tried. Pick up some Flat Earth Farm breakfast bud bites.
Flat Earth Farms Breakfast Bud Bites. Made with the best cuts of bud. Just like at home. Packed full of fresh country flavor. From the skillet to your plate. Tasty breakfast bud bites.
Tasty breakfast bud bites from Flat Earth Farms. Try some today.
Available at all purveyors of fine products near you.
This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot the moon!
No, idiot. Not out there on the microphone. On the microphone.
Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon.
night, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
Bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir Bow Wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir Bow Wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir Bow Wow. Mud. You slept.
self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Makes sense. It's my first night back. my first night back. There was no audio the whole time. Well, oh well. Moving along. Sorry, let me give my shout out. John Keeley, Daniel Becker, Michelle, Mr. Super Sidewinder, MMA Paradise, what's up? Morgan, just move out of that place, dude. My advice to you. All right. Daniel Becker, Joe King. We got a lot of people here tonight. All right, well, so since I don't know, I asked Shawnee B to show up because I seen on his channel he was doing some really research like what I used to do. He reminded me of myself in the good old days as a youngin'. He said he was going to show up, but I don't know. He's been MIA all day today, so he still might show up. Nancy! Page Shawnee B! Send him the facsimile! But yeah, so if he doesn't show up, it's no big deal because I'm going to put the link out anyway. I have my own show I put together. He's not going to make or break me if that's what you think. No, that's all right. He'll show up another time if he can't make it tonight. It's no big deal. We do this all the time. Keto Cheeto was here. All right. So I'm going to put the link out for anybody who wants to come on panel. All right. I'm just releasing the Kraken. All right. Boom. There it is. All right. And I'm gonna so basically what I want to do tonight is I want to go over some Mudflood stuff. And I have some stuff I put together that's pretty cool. But I've been looking for really, really good Mudflood research, like what me and Bill Miller and Stuff Beagle used to do, back in the day. And I found a few people that are doing some good stuff. And I feel like as Boston Ray Mudflood Adventures, it's my responsibility to bring you guys the best Mudflood content. You know what I mean? Like, that I find. Because, like, there's a lot of bullshit out there. You know what I mean? It's like with me, I want to keep things that I can prove and not get into, like, Dungeons and Dragons. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, where does the Mudflood become Dungeons and Dragons? Like, seriously. Like, really. Like, but, so I had this one. I seen this one. It came up a few days ago. And he basically goes over, like, the entire Mudflood theory and a few other theories, too, in a nutshell. It's only like 20 minutes long. It's pretty good. I like it. I like this one. All right. It's new. John
Testing.
My man.
Testing.
I knew you were going to come
Why
on.
would I use this stupid microphone? Because my main one feels too serious. I always try to do things a little differently, and this video will be no exception. Anyways, thanks for being here. God bless and welcome.
God bless.
So here, I'm breaking the serenity of this evening with my voice. My voice, simply a reflection of my mind and my heart. So usually I look at a bunch of stuff on my computer, and there's so much. There's 10,000 things I could say. But oftentimes when I meet a stranger or someone I know without a computer, it's very difficult to explain this research. This research
is hard to explain.
in my opinion, easily understood in either photographs or in person. Explore.
But once you see the mud flood, you can't unsee the mud flood. But you have to see it for yourself.
Had to come
You
from
know,
somewhere.
I can't see the mud flood for you. You have to see it for yourself.
Bring different topics, such as the mud flood. And you know something's weird and ahead of its time when you don't even know how to explain it.
And when you start seeing the mud flood, you know you're on some next level shit. You know, you're like leveling up. You're like, you're like, all right, how many times can I listen to them talk about the shape of the earth back and forth over and over again and how flat the earth is? You know, it's like after you learn all that stuff, I mean, there's new stuff. There is new stuff, but I feel like,
Yeah.
the mud flood, it's like something on the side, you can have a little side research, you can have your cake and eat it too,
Slice of the mud.
yeah, you can have your slice of the mud.
God, in this little corner of the internet, there's a community of us that do understand this. But anyway, back to a stranger and this research or trying to.
So, unlike the meltologists, I'm not talking shit because I haven't really been paying attention to them, but like they do kind of show you like a bunch of like mountains like in a row, and they don't tell you where they are, and nobody really knows sometimes, and it's like, like with this stuff, I like to follow a building all the way back as far as I can find, all historic records. When it was built, I look for construction photos, and then I look for like, read between the lines in the history because none of it adds up. And then when you can prove that what they're telling you about a building doesn't add up, I mean, that's real research, right? And you find out things about the history, what it was before. And that's why it's
when it was supposed to have been founded.
Founded. The word founded means found. It means they found it. That doesn't mean they built it in that year. That means that's when they took it over or,
Right there in plain sight all this time.
Right there in plain sight.
Explain it. What is the right place to jump in?
Look at
In
these
my
guys
opinion,
going
I think it's the mud flood.
All right, what are they doing? Let's see. We got like all these guys in like black clothes, right? They all kind of look like they're dressed the same. And there's a whole group of them, like an army of them. And this is completely, they're digging it out, it looks like, because you can see like some planks and you can see like, some construction, but then it looks like you can see some old walls or.
Right. Everything was dug out. Rome was dug out.
Yeah.
Egypt was dug out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Egypt was nothing but 3 little pyramids sticking up in the beginning, back when Napoleon came, and then they slowly dug that shit out.
Yeah, and I think Egypt, the pyramids are some sort of reactor on the circuit board Earth.
Oh, it's definitely
once you realize the Earth is flat, you realize it could be a giant circuit board. The grid from above.
That's the way it's set up with the water underneath. It's a Tesla system.
Circuit boards are green. The Earth kind of looks green in most places. Hey, look who's decided to show up. It's Sins, man. What are you doing? Welcome back, Sins.
I gotta get the camera.
Hail warriors!
I don't know which way's forward or backwards. My left and right's all messed up.
Yeah, I don't know. You can go into the camera settings and mess with that, and it kind of flips it back and forth and stuff.
So let's go live.
If you're having trouble with it, you could always put a lower definition too, and it makes it run smoother.
I don't care which way I'm going.
But it's what we have. It's what we understand. A very crude description of some
event. So look,
sorry. Go ahead.
This foundation is 14 feet ground surface line. Look, one sub foundation there.
Hey, I didn't do it,
dude. It's like 16 feet of more building underneath.
What are you blaming me?
How do you explain that?
I didn't do it, dude.
Did they just build this on top of an old building? That was under the ground?
Yes, for many reasons. Or it's one big one, you're right. It's a good call.
did they build on it, or is it just big building?
I mean, they
I'd say,
took
I'd say
measurements.
both. There's probably both cases of
We'll
both.
give it to them. We'll give it to them on this.
Now, why would you build over it?
DC's a good
Because you can't
question.
dig out the mud. It's like that's useless. It's just build another one, right?
Yeah.
I want to know how much of
Hey.
DC was there and how much they built up.
What did you say, John Kelly? I missed
I
it.
wonder how much of Washington D.C. was already there, and then how much they built on top of it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Washington,
Some parts you might be
DC
able to
from
dig
the
out,
top
right?
Is a trip. If I can
Like
find
some
it.
parts you'd be able to
In
easily
which
dig out
we
because it's on the
see
hill,
evidence of
sticking out.
throughout the realm. This
Yeah, remember.
becomes one of the first questions, and we have very poor explanations.
Hey, I might pull out the Google Earth in a little while and see if it'll work. And if it'll work, we'll go to DC. That's where we'll go, and we'll look at it from above.
According to the mainstream, why entire levels are buried in the ground. If we see this evidence throughout
Look
the
at that.
realm, we have to conclude.
How do you explain that? Explain away. You see how many levels under the ground that goes?
Tidal waves of water mixing with dirt, creating.
See, that's why we look for. That's why we look for these. We call these construction photos, because it shows what was there. Sometimes, you catch it on a day when they didn't. Like usually, we call them the facaders. Okay, the guys that do this, the facaders, and they come around and they put drapes and fucking shit all up in the city, and you don't see that block for like 6 weeks, and they're just working every day. And then when they take the drapes away, it looks like a completely different block. They're good at it. But when they rip the stuff down, the old facade, you can see underneath it sometimes. And that's what you see here. You see, yeah, go ahead, John.
You know what they did, like in Montreal, up in Canada, there's prime examples. What they did where they hid a lot of it, because you can't hide all the mud flood. They went in and they built the streets up. They built the streets up a whole story up, and then try to act like that was the ground level. There's a lot of evidence of that.
And where I am now, it's completely like it's a peninsula. So it's really low sea level, but there was a lot of floods here, and I seen some old stuff on it that was here, and I don't even know if it's still here, but I'm looking into it. But Boston goes levels and levels and levels under the ground to the subway, which also goes levels under the ground, and they try to say the graves are above the subway, which is ridiculous. And
you should do a LiDAR and look at the old grid system, I bet you, of Boston.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that yet. I'll get there. What, you can do that on line? LiDAR? Why do you do it?
I don't know yet. I mean,
we'll figure it out. We'll get there. Nancy, figure out how to do LiDAR, please. Don't worry, it'll get done. Was this what I was?
It's not like you're thinking, man. It's completely different. You have like a circle of people sitting around humming a certain frequency, and then they hook themselves up to the LiDAR.
Really? Look it up, Sam.
Not really.
No.
It's like the Oracle of Truth. You find out who's lying or not.
He tricked me, dude. He tricked me.
That this is a worldwide phenomenon.
It's all
Some
over the world.
Flood or depositing of water took
Water.
place
Look,
and buried
water.
the floor up to 10 feet. And
that doesn't look melted. That looks like that was underwater to me. But no one was claiming it was melted. But still.
again, if it was just in one city or town, country, but it's everywhere. In
Look at
every
these
city,
things that they
town,
made.
and country. We even see ruins and entire cities underwater. Now, again, in this exercise, I don't have a computer, which adds a buffer to this research. One might just dismiss everything I've said without looking into it, and we get a lot of that.
We do.
People dismissing the evidence
Just because of
before
his
even
rough
looking
speech
into it.
and
All
mannerisms.
people throughout the realm, all cultures, have a flood story.
So, like, in a city like this, each building is like a computer chip on a grid. These old ones, and they all had some sort of power to get frequency and use the cymatics in water and everything. And
right. When I first
and if
heard
you-
that, I was like, yeah. Now, as you keep looking over the years, you're like, wow, frequencies.
You'll see that there's always one big dome building with a gold dome in like every capital, like the White House, kind
Hey,
of.
see these bars? You know what a heat
Difference is,
sink is?
it's supposed
That's
to
like a
Pause for a second. You know what a
Yeah, go ahead.
heat sink
Yeah.
on a computer? They like pull out the heat, so there's like bars that stick in there. Those
Give this
bars
a
in the
thumbs
windows like that, where they're just lined up, reminds me of a heat sink. A lot of times I see that in these places.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
in high school they used to call you stink dink. So it's like heat sink, you know, it kind of rhymes.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so you don't even know what a heat sink is, so go look that up. And then
You
look
want
at
me to?
those.
Oh, you're talking about the heat sink and missiles?
No.
All right.
A heat
Don't talk-
sink
don't talk
draws
about-
heat away from
don't
an
talk about-
engine or a motor. There's like
Alright.
bars. It's just bars of metal you
Should
stick
I look it
on
up?
the
Should I
motor or
look it up?
whatever.
YouTube?
It
Heat sink, that's when you're
Sure.
98 degrees.
It'll match up to what I just showed you. Those-
Yeah, because they're
It's just
listening
bars.
to your thoughts. They're listening to your thoughts. That's why.
Daniel Becker does not know what a heat sink is. Maybe we should show him.
All right. Why
You want me to-
electronic? All right. Why electronics need cooling? Heat sink, transistor heat sink. What is
There
a
you
heat
go.
sink? As fast as possible. Okay. This is it. This has got to be the one as fast as possible. Okay.
There you
do
go. Doesn't it make sense though? If you have
For all-
some
for all you people that don't have
it's gonna build up frequency, builds up heat. And I've been meaning to say that, and when I saw that just now, I was like, "Oh, okay, I mention it." Usually on
complexity into a very small
Oh, wait,
space,
we
which
don't need to
creates
do that.
a lot of heat.
Just-
That, if left
Oh, okay.
unchecked, could reduce the lifespan.
I
or
was just
even
gonna show a picture
destroy
of one.
outright the processor
You might get
that
a
created it.
score
That's
for
why when
doing
you first
something like
open up a
this.
PC or
I don't
other
care.
electronic
You might get
device,
struck
one of
or
the
something
first
for
things
doing
you'll
this.
see is one or more large metal objects
So
called
you don't want
heat
to do
sinks.
this.
Inside a PC, heat sinks will
'Cause
be
you might
found
get a
on the
strike.
CPU, graphics card,
Talk over 'em.
motherboard, inside the power
Graphics
supply,
card, motherboard,
and even
power
other
supply.
places as needed.
Just get a
As
picture
As you
of
can
one.
see, they can look
It's
very
not good.
different
Just get a
from each
picture.
other.
Here, I'll show you.
Yeah, you get it.
It's not good.
You do the work.
Yes, I will. They'll give you, you know, YouTube. They'll give you a strike for anything, so you gotta be very careful.
They will. I mean, they'll
So
give a strike
here-
to a ham sandwich, and then
just-
it's up to you to go to court and prove you.
So I just
you're
looked
innocent.
up heat sink and
We
then hit
see
images.
is
Okay.
the next part of
So
the
hit pause on
equation.
that.
The
I'll
mud
present
flood
screen.
happened.
Oh.
And you'll see immediately what
Everyone
I mean.
thumb this up, post it, share it. We're being shadow banned ridiculously. All right. Thank you.
What's that mean?
Shadow ban. It's like when YouTube just doesn't suggest your stuff, and then they start giving you views and thumbs
You're
up
buried,
on like
you
how
know.
good they like your video. And if they don't like what you did, you're
Okay.
gonna get nothing. All right. Let's finish.
You see how it even looks like a
Oh,
building, right?
And they don't show up on.
These are
people's
heat
things.
sinks. Look at this one.
Well, I have to, what's this?
Ray.
Right here? All right. All right. 100. All right. What do they do, Singe? What are you trying to show me?
You're just saying those buildings, the way
Why
the
you act
columns
like this,
did.
dude? Look at them. They look like a building.
Oh.
This is a heat sink.
Okay.
But there's you can hold in your hand.
I'm following you
These-
now.
See,
It took me a
look,
second
there's
to
computer
realize
chip.
it. It looks like some of the buildings, yeah.
Look at this down here.
There's ones that look like those.
And now I'm like, why is he acting like this? You gotta start paying attention to me. I'm smart.
I have a lot going on, Singe.
Look at
I'm sorry.
that.
I'm sorry you're not the number one in my dead, but
Are
you
you
did steal
amazed?
my heart.
No one
Yeah,
in our community
that looks
has
like a
mentioned this
building.
before.
That looks like a
Although
building.
Some
Bring it
people
up.
might have mentioned this
Bring it
before.
up.
But what do you think?
Bring it up full screen and
What do you
zoom
think?
in on it. We'll find a building that looks just
Oh,
like
really
it.
that?
Yeah.
Wow, look
Put
at
it
that
side
one.
by
That looks
do
like
the
a
side
building.
by side. Yeah. Definitely looks like
Which
like
one?
that
Look
looks
at
like
that.
Yankee
There's
Stadium.
a city.
I was gonna say that. It looks like a stadium.
Yeah,
Look at
and
that
you know what
city.
stadium?
Boom.
do?
They're
They bring-
energy harvesters.
They bring people in and they make them feel positive or negative or whatever.
You know that Michelle Gibson does a lot of stuff on that.
Yeah, I've seen something new from her. I might have it. I might be
Where
playing it.
they used to harvest their energy at racetracks.
I did have the full screen. Why did?
Coliseum.
Oh, I'm back here. Sorry. There you go.
Good job, Singe.
So okay, there you go. Thank you very much. Now, actually, it's gotta go. You listen to me. I got to make you listen to me. Everybody in my life, you have to get. Hey, listen. No. Stop playing the video game.
It's because you've been alive for 12 centuries. That's why.
I am quite
sharing?
old. Kim Ray.
Go ahead, Singe. Give him a shout out.
Kim Ray's in the house. Kim Ray's on. No, she knows what it's all about. Kim Ray's here today. Kim Ray's here to say, Kim Ray. Whoa, my ear's ringing right there. What's that mean? My right ear's ringing. Daniel Becker, Q Essence. Dragon Sage. Nice name, Dragon Sage. I've always said that for years, right? Daniel Becker.
It's a band.
MMA.
He's in a band.
Paradise.
Yeah.
What's the paradise in MMA? Isn't it?
It's mixed martial arts.
I know. What's the paradise
It's
about
mixed.
that?
It's
I guess
mixed martial
paradise
arts.
is pain.
Beefcake.
When you have pain, it's paradise. Okay, so there you go. Hey, hold on, I got something to show you. I think I went to upload, Ray. I had to put it on BitChute. It was too big for this file, but I'll give you the link right now. Hold on.
All right, put it in the private chat. I'll play this for a second. Moving right along. Yes. Horse and wagon. Okay. Really?
Okay, it's in there.
Really?
Private
If
chat.
you believe that these guys with these top hats looking things with the suits got on this horse and buggy and built this, we might have to.
That'd basically be your grandpa's father built all this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, your
in that
grandpa's
time
father
period.
built all this, or maybe his father too. Yeah, right.
Or Singe Man like 3 centuries ago.
Okay, say they did, then how come they stopped building it like that? Oh, because it's not conducive to blah 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 blah. That's the great thing about these guys from NASA onwards. They have an answer for everything.
Yeah.
How'd they stay warm in those big, huge
And this
buildings?
guy right here has his hand on his face like he's doing some kind of Masonic pose. Okay, I don't know what all the hand movements mean, but he's definitely doing some kind of pose, like because they know they're being taken a picture. Obviously,
Oh yeah, they're posing.
they invented the camera.
Right, you had to stand there
Freemasons
for a while back then. It wasn't like there's a big old to do. Like, hey, there's a guy at the camera. It's not like
one
a
of
guy at
them.
the camera.
Yeah,
It's like 1 in 1,000
1830?
people might have had a camera, or less probably.
I don't know when this was, but it looks old, right? I mean, it's not like I took this picture.
I wouldn't have had a camera because you'd have to just developing it and again, it's really hard. You need to go to the
I think
store
they
and
had
buy
cameras
film.
since 1830.
Where'd you get your films? Did they have to make it? That's crazy.
Look at that one.
1831 is when they had the first camera.
I noticed that this research, the Mudflood research, gets into Freemasonry a lot. So these are called cherry windows, I think, right? Maybe not.
Look at that frequency and
Maybe not.
Yeah.
I forget.
sacred
Yeah, right?
geometry.
They are, right?
Fibonacci
Okay.
sequence goes on.
There you go, Singe.
Golden ratio.
Cosmetic.
Look at that.
So, like, I found churches that had like George Washington in the glass, right? And you know that he came after that building was built. So they put the glass in after.
Yeah,
Because go ahead.
they're seismatic, but once they put
Cymatic
the glass in, the frequency doesn't do the same,
doesn't work anymore.
right?
So like, these would catch like frequencies.
With the organs
with
and
the
everything.
organ, they can manipulate it, and they had like what they call the living waters underneath
Yeah, it was
all the
like healing
cathedrals.
centers. It was like
It's like,
everybody was going,
yeah,
and
inside while they're making the whole
that's
thing
why they would
operate.
go to church. They would go to church and get healed.
More pure water.
That's why.
Sure.
That's why.
So
You know
like
a
they
lot
had
about
well
this
water,
stuff,
but
John
you go
Keeley.
there for the living water.
John Keeley's very astute on this stuff.
I've been paying attention for the last 8 years.
So I got that commercial up whenever you want. Sorry I couldn't get it up on here. I said it was too big. I don't know why. It's only.
Go ahead, show it. Can you show it?
Oh, you want me to show it? Okay.
I can. Oh, it's in the chat. All right.
Oh, yeah, you might be able to.
I can do it. I got it.
This hour is brought to you by commercials.
The Singe
Audiotron. Wait, Audiotron. Nice name. Isabella Live 2.0 is a member. Oh, I'm working on membership badges and stuff right now.
Yeah, we'll make better badges.
Actually, in 5 minutes, I'm going to start.
And after that, I want to thank the members too.
Any requests, Isabella Live, for a
Let's bring
membership
that up. Hold on.
Emoji? I'll make you special.
Real. While you talking about members. So, this is what I plan on doing.
Oh, what's that? Mega Cinematic.
That's not it?
That's
is that
it.
your wooden sled?
What is that? It's crazy.
Hold on, I can't do two things at once. I might be able to play that though.
Like walk and chew gum at the same time. I can't.
Is that your wooden sled?
Oh, look at that. Okay, go.
Yep.
Audio.
No audio? All right. Where was I? There it is. Why is the audio off? I didn't shut it off.
It's on slow for some reason.
Oh, really?
Why is it slow?
It's set from last time. Hold on. I had it slowed down for some. All right, one more time. Third time's a charm.
Yeah. This is it. This hour is brought to you by Mega Cinematic.
With Mega Cinematic, you can
Repair. Mend. Fix anything.
feel the power. Let's see that again.
Replay.
Watch closely. The high technology preaches on. Only $20 pair.
Get the job done with Condenser One.
Limited time offer. No purchase necessary. Offer valid in participating locations. Void where prohibited. No animals were harmed during the production of this soundboard. Subject to change without notice. Side effects include dry mouth, occasional picks in order to. Sore stomach, teary eyes, sticky jaws, and whatever tingles while laughing hard.
All right. Not bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy one. I think I already have two.
I want two.
They come in a pair.
So this is what I got so far. We got Flat Earth Andy as a member. John Keeley, thank you. Thank you, all members. 4 Jacks, 1982 Mustang, member for 4 months. Morgan has 2 memberships. Look at that. What a guy.
Morgan.
So once we get like, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Once we get to like 10 people, we think we have like enough people to start doing members only streams, we will. You know, if people are gonna show up, you know, then we'll do it.
Yeah, I'll get my friend Frank a membership.
Yeah, whoever. Like, we need members, and also, I put in the community section earlier, but they probably didn't show you guys because it's YouTube and they shadow ban the shit out of you. I made it so like you can get 10% off right now on Boston Ray merchandise. So that's probably basically like the shipping for free. You use the promo code. You know what I mean? And we have all kinds of cool stuff. You just got to check it out. We have so much stuff that we made. And that's the promo code right there. If it'll show it. No.
Yeah, I
promo,
started looking
it's right
into
there.
it, and then I got distracted.
Yeah. Well, whatever. You know. Just throwing it
Yeah,
out
I
there.
always need a good hoodie.
Yeah. There's some cool stuff. Singeman designed all the designs. Latter-day Saints did a couple. And they're pretty good in different colors and different styles and shit. All right. So we have, where was I? Yeah. Back to this.
In perfect symmetry, buildings built with exceptional detail. In the case with the World's Fairs, up to 200 buildings per fair, built within a year, only to be demolished. And everything is built out in this similar style. Maybe you have 5 styles overall. A type of Gothic, a Greco-Roman, a Moorish. Everything else is just a hybrid of these styles. Just BS names given. Really.
We don't build like that now.
Neoclassical or New Old or Beaux-Arts, beautiful arts, Richardsonian, Romanesque, just Romanesque. The architect Richardson seems to have been a joke. So
All these were stone masonry buildings, which means they were built out of stone. They weren't just like wooden frames with facades on the outside.
What does this mean? Again, here I am talking to someone on the street, hypothetically. So, what do you make videos on?
I wish he would stop being so angry when he talks and violent.
There was a great cataclysm.
He does sound kind of miserable.
150 years ago that covered the realm
on this one.
Oh, no, he
with 5
doesn't.
to 15 feet
Like he's
of
trying to,
mud.
like,
I was joking.
The people appear
I
to
was
have been
joking.
wiped
He
out.
talks great. I love his voice.
I'm saying,
I don't know. You've always come from a different angle than I'm at. That's not the angle I was coming at. I was joking. I love him.
But
I'm going to
somehow,
start telling them,
someone
putting people in their
repopulated
place.
and
Not my angle,
re-educated
your
and
thoughts.
jump-started this system, writing
love
themselves
this guy.
into history.
Well, this is what happens with him. He makes these videos at like 4:30, 5 in the morning on Saturday night, and he's like half asleep.
He's the calmest
That's why
person I've ever heard.
So I can hear
That's
it
why
in
I
his
said that.
voice.
I was
It's
very
just like,
sarcastic.
I want to go back to sleep.
That's why he
And
talks.
favoring all the positions
sure.
of power, still ruling to this
Bob
day.
Ross.
All the infrastructure has been left from the previous civilization. There was more than we needed. Much of it has been torn down and destroyed. What remains has been repurposed and redesignated for different uses that suit these people of power. Wow, that's crazy. I know. I've said it before, but if it's true, it seems respectable, honorable, what they've done. I mean, if everything was wiped out and they
Look at that.
Yeah, major tech.
Could you build it?
That would take us 20 years nowadays.
I rest my case.
got things going again, that's pretty impressive. I think anyone would agree. Setting up human farms. Part that is not honorable is lying about it and telling us
Let's speed
that
this
our
up.
history is a continuation from the scientific perspective, a continuation from Monkey, from a religious perspective, a continuation from Noah and the Great Flood. And I think there's a lot of truth that is revealed in not only the Bible.
These are awesome. These are what I call astrological clocks. Or
Yeah.
astrological clocks. Yeah.
69, dude.
Astroclades or something like that.
Yeah, and these ones line up with the way
Zodiac and everything.
everything, yeah,
Everything.
everything. So they had a better understanding of the way things work than we do, because we don't make clocks like this anymore.
But all the texts
All
of the
the
old world, of all people,
I mean, look at it.
all the eclipses, the
It
solar,
counts every. It knows. And look, there's the sun right there, and that's the moon. And it goes around, and then the seasons change, and the ages change,
yeah, it
and
tells you even
everything.
what age you're in, Aquarius.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
the problem
The
is they're
wheel
all
weaves.
We don't
as
know
the
that
wheel
kind of stuff
wills.
now. They don't tell us that.
far, far removed. It's like some old, distant, almost forgotten memory. Just
The
a
wheel
fragment of the
weaves
story
as the
carries
wheel
on.
wills.
Oh,
But
world,
he
baby.
thinks
Yet it carries on with all people. I think when we do this research, one quickly discovers that there's not just this one reset. Yes, there's this event with the mud in these more recent buildings, but there's also evidence of larger events, plasma, fire, much more destructive events that turn the realm into mountains, or what.
So he's saying the Mudflood was, an event, and that there was other events, plasma events, that melted everything before. Bigger ones, worse ones.
Look like mountains. Again, referring to the Bible, shall melt like wax. And we have evidence of that. And this seems to have happened long before the mud flood and this past event, within the last 150 years. So, anyway, somebody or a group jumpstarts things. And who knows, perhaps it's the church, perhaps the continuation of the Roman or Byzantine Empire, perhaps it's whoever was in control in the north. What do we know? Who's
Who
explored
knows?
the landmass, the 4 continents around Mount Meru?
Look at that guy. He's standing in a doorway. They could have carved a doorway out of it, but
free energy. Daniel Becker. Oh, those two things, FEME, free energy. Anything that they can hold power, that keeps them in power.
Yeah.
And there's more than one faction.
Ryan.
There's not just bad Masons. I
Yeah.
think there's other things. There's more than one faction. Otherwise, we'd all be like, I don't know. We're pretty enslaved already. We're pretty enslaved. Yeah, it's nice. We're nicely enslaved. Yeah.
They need to stop the Mason hate crimes. They need to stop hating.
If you were in charge, would you really live amongst the masses? So many land masses have disappeared from what we can see on the older maps. And perhaps these people who have jump-started things, again, were aware of this, perhaps planning this. But what a monumental plan. But again, somebody would know. So this is way overboard, I think.
Yeah, that
Here,
looks
this was just
melted
an
to me,
experiment
that
to
one.
see if I could share this information with a stranger. I think I've
But they
failed. Now, let's take it in another direction.
I don't know. I don't know anything for sure. I'm just looking at this research like you.
I've recently had complaints about my microphone. Maybe it has dust in it. Anyway, I ordered a new one. It should be here soon. Here I just typed in buried city
Nice,
discovered. Like just someone randomly searching for something. Here we see archaeologists find a lost golden city buried under the sand for 3,400 years. There we go.
Remember when you
looking
buried
good,
that
too.
cinch?
I mean,
You thought no one
most
would ever
houses are
find it.
just shacks compared to the ruins that we see. We call our homes stick-built, and they are just sticks. Even the story of the 3 pigs, all the houses were shit, except for the brick one. And this resembles brick. Of course, it also resembles mud, and we'll be told it's just stupid mud. But no, there's mud all around it. This held up.
Mud.
It was just mud. It would return to mud. Anyway, this is an old city outside of Luxor, dating back to the grandfather of King Tut. There you go. And that's all that archaeologists do. Just uncover buried cities. The science of unearthing buried cities. And I'm sure these guys put 2 and 2 together. At least the guys with the boots on the ground. Here again, a little look at block work. And also finding some people here and some pottery. And they say this is a cow. Maybe it's a dog man. And here some artwork. And here in the jungle, scientists just discovered a Mayan city buried deep in the jungle. The ancient town comes with pyramids, buildings, stone columns, and a ball field. Everything but the hot dogs. And here we go, buried. Using LiDAR, they discovered this city in the Yucatan Peninsula. And when we look at old maps, we see all of this built out. It's not shocking. Cities all throughout North, Mid, and South America. And here's just a little peek. Here we can see an underground city found in Turkey, Cappadocia, Turkey. One of our favorites to look at. Here they don't want us to see that. And really, this is a building. I mean, no doubt. This is a cooked out building. Not a famous site, but one of my favorites. And this is another part of Turkey, Darren Kuyu. What a poor picture, but you can get an idea of this complex underground network found here. And this almost reminds me of an arc.
like,
and
they
this
had
is
an
the kind of
interesting
place
way of
that
smoothing
the
out edges of the
controllers
building. No,
would
no, no.
occupy. I'm sure many
Something
like this
happened.
exist. And these
Oh,
could simply
something
be
happened. Look at that. Stop.
buildings, elevator shafts,
see what that is.
floors, now
Or
submerged
not what it is.
under the
But what
And
that
that's the
reminds
thing with
me
this
of is
research.
many things.
It's like
That's in
you know,
Turkey.
Here, I'll
we
say
can
it.
at least prove that something happened.
earth, and they had it all. Wells, ventilation, and yeah, here, as you can see, the underground city that was found in Turkey. Surprise! Oh, found a city today? Yes. The cow fell in a hole, and we found a city in a hole.
Okay, so
As you can see,
yeah, that looks
there's a wall of
exactly like
fill
the ants
down here.
tunnel
Here,
side
and
view.
Wikipedia gives us a page. Lost City. A lost city is an urban settlement that fell into decline and became uninhabited. Thank you. With the consequence that the site's former significance was no longer
Did you say
I'll
Singe?
just say afterwards.
All right.
known.
The lost city of Singe.
Those tunnels look like exactly like an ant tunnel
one.
side view.
Which one? This one?
Ant
It
farm.
also looks
After
like
this?
an ant farm. There you go. It also
Right
looks
there?
like a battleship from the side view. Yeah, a battleship
Yeah.
or designed like that. Ant farm is designed like that.
Giving it to me. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I got you.
Anyway, I just
Back
looked
to
it up.
where
It
we
looks
were.
exactly like it.
Suddenly, sometimes called ghost towns,
Ghost
abandoned
towns, ghost
cities.
cities, yeah,
So
we
here
looked-
we
we
go.
did a whole show on
Great
this.
little showcase. We start out with Machu Picchu, discovered in 1911, rediscovered the ruins. This man here.
See, he's looking it up. Rediscovered. 1911.
I don't know. But anyway, we're glad somebody rediscovered them. And really over the top. I don't think we appreciate these ruins. I think we're kind of sick of them. And yet we've never really completely appreciated them. Look how advanced this is.
Yeah.
Similar to Native American ruins, we're always...
So, like, it almost looks like they formed this with cymatics because of how, the shapes are and everything. It's like cymatic patterns. It kind of matches up with the stars.
Well, look
Like a
how
star.
the roof match up. Look at the pitch on that roof. Lines up with that roof.
It's like
So that's the other thing they're hiding is our own power that we.
It's a labyrinth. It looks like. Yeah,
Because
go
if
ahead.
we were to realize our own power, they wouldn't get to have all their power.
Yeah.
Over us. Pretty
And if
simple.
we knew that all the history they were telling us was fake, which we do know, then that's one more strike against them.
taught a kind of dumbed down version of history. Like this was primitive, and even when we see a complete, finished, proposed picture of what it may have looked like, it's always very primitive.
So basically, why does this matter? Why does this matter?
Mile up in the mount.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
That's over a mile up in the Andes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Oh,
that's
is it?
oh yeah, it's way up there in the mountains.
Yeah, how did they do that way up there in the mountains? They just
Yeah.
shaped the whole side of the mountain like that? When? Before we were here? Before our ancestors were here?
Definitely happened a few thousand years ago.
What did they have? They didn't have machines, right? But
No,
anyway,
no. Yeah,
you know
they're
what I
definitely
mean?
they're hiding. I mean, how long? Yeah, we'll never know.
What I noticed is like a similarity in this research in the flat Earth, because it's like they're hiding God, because this could mean that the Bible happened sooner than they're telling us, like at least 1,000 years sooner, and that's putting time between us and Creator and the creation, right? And when they do with space, is they're putting space in between you and the Creator and the creation, so it's time and space.
There seems to be
Oh
a
yeah,
lot of
don't forget
evidence.
dinosaurs and cavemen.
Yeah, that too. That goes, it. So,
Well, I
it's kind of
believe
important, I guess.
Primitive, but
Right?
actually, this is very
I think they
advanced.
might be
I don't
hiding.
know.
These
They
Listening to
stone
could be
my
hiding
triangles.
in letting it rain.
If you just like to be in the Matrix, eating the Matrix steak, knowing it's a Matrix steak and fake, and just that's fine.
Yeah.
I'd rather eat tasteless gruel and know it's real.
Yeah.
Than a delicious steak knowing it's fake. Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna next time I get a steak, I'm gonna give it the Coke test. See if anything happened to it.
Oh, is this the right one? Wait up. All right, back to that.
Angle sections. I mean, these are stone trusses used in most houses,
we got new
usually made out
people,
of
it looks like,
wood
maybe.
or steel on a large building. But
Nice.
here we have some excellent supports.
Everyone
even
thumb
up
this
here
up.
on the level
Nice. Welcome.
behind it. So this was just
Welcome.
some massive structure. This is no joke, and we're just seeing the bones. All of this, just bones. Terraced
Welcome.
levels. I mean, feats of engineering here, and just the bones. Down here we see more supports and just discovered, just abandoned. Where did they go? So here we see the ruins in Colombia. Here we see some ancient Greek city, totally buried. Looks like about 6 feet. And this is just the top. And here we have lost cities by continent. This, we're told, was the capital in Egypt. And here we go. Lost people. And look at that thing. This column. And here, just a little quarter of a column. Can you imagine? This is just the footprint. If these were the columns, here are the steps, level,
Yeah.
a little chunk of column here. Unbelievable. Statues in ruins. I mean, really rough
Yeah, how do
shape.
you explain
Really cooked out here. And somehow a little bit was preserved.
So he thinks it's melted. I think it could have been submerged underwater in the flood for a long time.
And just a bunch, of course, in Egypt. Not too
But we're not
surprising.
we're not gonna bicker about it here. Me and John will talk about it behind the scenes on the phone later.
There's a place called Tanis or
We're gonna have to reconfigure for next time, John.
Any really beautiful flowering, fountaining column tops here. Just gorgeous. Obelisks, anyone? Obelisks? Ice cream? Wolf nipple chips? Get them while they're hot? I mean, come on. The size just scattered. Everything like junk. Lost and discovered. Really cool. And here in Algeria, I've told you my father was born in Algeria in a city called Oran. But this is not Oran. This is Timgad. So here we go. Again, just the bones. And the bones are absolutely superior. Again, this is a lost people. No progression or upkeeping of the city. No. Just wiped out and abandoned. And then amnesia. Rediscovered. Pretty unbelievable.
Yeah.
Columns back here as well.
So-
and you can see no trees grow because it's a little
Amnesia or Mandela effect? What do you think, Singe?
What? Why would it be either one of those?
No, I just heard some people say that Tartaria was like a giant shift. Like
Well,
how they said there was going
first
to
of
be
all,
big
you have
shifts,
to
small
hear about
shifts.
it. I was too busy working my life. We could have done anything for as far as I know. I never looked at the world. I just got to go to work so I can make some money, so I can get some buds, so I can go back to work, so I can make some money.
Yeah.
So I can get some buds.
Yeah, basically.
It's like a circle of buds.
concrete and brick jungle from the past. Something that
You're
would
still in
have
that
been very
circle.
beautiful, very beautiful. And now shit. Here again, one little peek. And really looking like Civil War, North
Civil
American
War,
ruins,
yeah.
in a sense. Many cities will have been.
So let's go back. So, say, so this is my theory, and this is a good theory, and what a lot of people say. So say like this place was like flooded, right? And then everybody like went underground or something for a certain amount of time or somewhere, came back, right? They would send scouts out first, almost like The Walking Dead. Like they would probably know what buildings were still good. Well, they would want to know, and what was still sticking out, and what they could dig out, and what they could repair, right? So, like, we noticed that the first photos of every city is like during the daytime. It looks like this, and no one's out walking around or anything like that. It's completely deserted, and it's from a high vantage point, and it's almost like it's a scout going to, check the place out so they can send people in to rebuild it.
One little peek. And really looking like Civil War, North American ruins, in a
Look.
sense. Many cities will have.
It's how they found the place, dude. Orphans.
Been discovered in this condition. This is pretty unbelievable. Look how massive these two columns are here compared to the others, which are massive as well in their own right. This will have been a giant
My nickname was
building
massive
here.
in high school.
Just here, something like a Capitol building, some dome. But anyway, here we go. Algeria. Again, a little peek at Algeria. Here, a little Corinthian in rough shape. Here as well, some very large columns, almost Baalbekian, some blockage underneath, and these will all be sections. This is really fascinating because I was hiking today and I found stones like this with the ridges, and for the first time I thought I was certainly seeing sections of columns, and this is bringing it back to the front of my mind. I'll try to interject a picture of that. Oh, Leptis Magna. I love Leptis Magna, a Roman city located in present-day Libya. Here we go, just a quickie, a little peek at this place, just the ruins. Again, can you imagine just the ruins?
I seen a good question. Who said it? SC. It's coming up. Busted. I saw a pic a while ago. Been open and closed. Makes sense. We'll look at it. Does anyone have a theory why the Egyptians' Sphinx front legs are disproportionately long? We did look into this.
It was the head of a cat, supposedly, but they say a head of a cat. I think it was the head of Set.
Okay.
Who looks like a cat dog. I think it was the head of Set. He looks like a Doberman Pinscher, and the legs are perfectly long for a dog. So, and yes, they replaced it. The head, so it looks wrong. The legs look wrong. The heads are actually the thing that's not in proportion. Go.
Let's see what they. This is what they're giving us.
Healy will be back. He just lost connection.
Yeah, he'll be back. Pops in and out. Here's the legs. Let's see if it comes up big. Yeah. You guys see it? Let's see. I'm waiting for it to catch up on the screen. No, I gotta get over here. There you go. Boom. It is crazy. Look at that. Yeah, it looks like a half man, half animal. A manimal. It looks like a manimal. And they built that with a horse and buggy? No, I don't know what they said they built it with. But still. That looks like there was an obelisk there at one point. They broke it off. Had to go. It had to go. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good representation, though. Let me see. What else do we got?
Yeah, so I'm thinking it was Set. The god. Set. Who looks like a Doberman Pinscher. But they didn't want you to know the beings that we're about, right? So they just put a human face there and just take down the. We don't want people to know. You know, whatever happened to them. They're not here anymore. They've abandoned us,
How the
or they never
eyes have
were.
been
But I think they
affected.
were something, some Nephilim
Yeah.
type things, or we don't know. It's great. Yes, people are so afraid of not knowing. I think it's cool. It's like a magic show. Why would you want to know everything?
All right, moving along. What else we got? Back to this. I just want to finish this video. I got more stuff, but I'm just trying to. I like this one. This one came out good. I mean, I can't say I could do better myself.
The floor is tiles. Again, nothing can grow here. And we can see the makeup of the columns. Pretty much a solid piece. The whole and
I didn't do it.
look at the condition of this building.
I didn't do it.
No.
Don't blame me.
Condition than others. Very detailed
Very
columns in really strange condition. Okay, why don't we jump to Africa? Built between 500 and 300 BC.
500 and
A
300
5th
BC.
century Byzantine Christian basilica excavated in 1914, yet built in BC. Here we go. Great shape. Really reminding me of the Mormon temple when they excavated. There's like 30 feet of this step blockage. And here you go. Here's the top, ground level, and it looks like we're just getting started here.
We're
Here,
getting
an
through it.
underground passage from 800 BC.
Warp speed.
Of course, they're just giving us backstories to all of this. A tomb entrance, discovered in 1965. There you go, a tomb. So, what part is the tomb? And what you can see is that this has just survived. It's fusing in to all of this material and is essentially a melted structure. An abandoned city in Mongolia, built in 1032. Described in the travels of Marco Polo, Karakoto.
Marco
And here we can see
Polo.
Karakoto. Look at these structures poking out of the sand, and other structures poking out of the sand. Why did this
Why are they poking out of the sand?
survive? Here we see a tomb in this area. And here we go. This is in Mongolia. And look how similar these pictures look to the pictures in the Sudan desert. Unbelievable. Look at this. And he doesn't even bother. Just pitched a tent out here. This is so old and cooked out. Here there was a dome on top. And you can see the condition is much better on the inside here. Anyway, Mongolia. Tartar land. Now cooked. And we've looked at stuff in Turkmenistan before. But here's an old lost city. You see another one of these structures back here, and look at this. Really reminding me of the structure we were just looking at that was all cooked out in Mongolia. But this one is in better condition. This one's showing us what the structure will have looked like. Here we see an opening on this side. And again, something very similar back here. It's been absolutely devastated, almost returning to a mud look up here, except we still see some color and some decorative patterning. Really, really advanced for just being out here in the bush. This is, again, in their abandoned city, just discovered showcase. Konye Orgench. Super cool. How about Xanadu? So they've rediscovered Xanadu in China. Let's have a little look at the ruins of Xanadu, made famous by Olivia Newton-John. Look it up if you've never heard the song. And here again, we see it on this old map. Xanadu. How about India? I love stuff in India. Here we go. And really looking like Native American sites, looking like Chaco Canyon, everything looking like everything, really. Just they have different stories and dates and timelines attached to everything. But I would beg to differ. This is all more closely related than we're told. Well, I think that's all I've got this week. It seems like it ended abruptly.
Oh, there was more? No. No. Later. All right. What else do we got here? Let me go back to my my playlist that I had set up. I didn't X out of it. All right. We need a break. Yeah. We got it. Let's check this out. Yeah, this should be good. Okay.
and sync your in-game.
Come on. You killed me.
And they served a similar function
So this is from a channel called The Land of
to
Chem.
that.
The Land of
Baby
Chem.
Shark's Big Movie. Stream with your family now on Paramount Plus.
We're gonna have so much fun!
They're killing me with that.
Mobile games
Giving
are
me
going big.
commercials. We're sponsored by Mobile Games and Baby Shark.
All right, everyone, welcome back. This to check Egypt tour, and I'll put my email address in the video description below. I will, and I'll see you 25,000 to 65,000
Electric fields inside the Great
nano
Pyramid.
Tesla, a unit applied to describing magnetic field strength, with the strongest concentration surrounding the north and south poles. And as you can see here in Egypt, we lie on a belt in
So
the
he thinks we're
range
still
of
on the globe,
approximately
obviously.
45,000. And the structures we have been discussing from England and Ireland are in the 50,000 range. So after witnessing some magnetic field anomalies surrounding the stone and earth structures of England and Ireland,
you're not.
I decided to investigate these fields
is all they give
surrounding
us.
the Egyptian pyramids. So I downloaded a multi-physics-based application on my phone that will allow me to test different parameters, which includes a magnetometer to detect and measure magnetic field. So this will be an ongoing series of collecting.
So he's using a magnetometer.
Oh, we're back.
He's about to use a magnetometer, Singe. You know what a magnetometer is? Big shot?
Yes. It is a device which reads the power of magnets.
Very, very good, Singe. I really taught you a lot.
This type of data from around and inside the Egyptian pyramids. So first, I measured the magnetic field where I currently live, which is an area about 40 minutes away from the pyramid sites. And you can see here that it showed 32 or 32,000 when converted to the same
in this case,
nano
it's a
Tesla
program,
unit
not a
that was
device.
shown on the diagram.
All right, so when you're
This is some
measuring out your
probes,
Singe, follow me here. When you're
There's a
measuring
probe. They use a
out-
probe, right? They use a probe,
Yeah.
probe.
Oh,
sorry.
So
I
when
didn't
you're
say probe
probing
over
for
time.
32, what did he say? Magnetic. You made me lose my train.
So it was actually quite a bit lower than the expected
Sorry.
45 that should be present in this area. And this
What do you think
measurement
when this happens to you?
established a
That's what I'm
baseline
asking.
of comparison.
When you're doing these type of measurements, Singe, with your magnetometer, right? And this, you get this type of reading. What do you think? What are you thinking at the moment? He's not it.
Let me
Singe.
see. It looks like. I would say that it's abnormally high.
Yeah. Yeah. You think? Do you think a little bit?
For the field strength around different areas of the pyramid sites.
All right, everyone, we are back. And after 3 weeks of expeditions across the ancient megalithic landscape of England and Ireland, time to return to the desert. And after getting absolutely drenched for 3 weeks in a row, it looks like we brought.
I'll hand it to this dude. The desert sucks, dude. Anyone ever been in the desert? Dude, if you live in the desert, I feel bad for you. It's like
The Mojave Desert seems to be like a straight up targeted place when you look at it. It's like,
yeah,
looks like a city that was destroyed. Wow, look at that. What's behind
so
it?
dry. You can't breathe. I
That's
can't
a pyramid. It's weird when you're up close to the pyramid. It looks nothing like it. Look at that.
Yeah.
No. That's what I'm saying. I don't. Was it always like that?
Look, it's raising.
Why would you move there? Let's go out there. No,
Hey,
I think let's stay here by the shore. No, we're going out there. See ya.
Hey, hotshot, your magnetometer is like 41.7 now. Now, what are you thinking?
Thinking,
41.7.
get away fast.
43. Don't panic, Sin. Don't panic. There you go. So inside the pyramid, the magnetometer went up. So that means there's some sort of magnetic energy in there.
I'm preparing for the next wave. I feel much better now.
Don't say we don't do research, because we did. We do. Look,
That guy got the beard. He's like, I better grow a beard if I'm going to go in this part of the country, part of the world. I better stop shaving for a bit so I can look the part.
Did you hear what he just said? The Great Pyramid of Giza can focus electromagnetic energy, dude. Look, it says it right there.
Keep playing. 'Cause I'm not hearing anything.
It's not coming through? No sound?
No, it's been. No, that's why I was wondering what's he doing. This guy's been still on the screen for the past 5 minutes.
Way. Oh, wow.
That's why I kept talking and saying stuff.
All right, I was at the wrong spot. I was playing the wrong video.
I don't know what he did.
All right,
let's look at this guy and his beard. There you go.
That's right.
Well, that sucks. I was so far ahead.
Something you don't see every day out here.
You gave us a pre.
Now I know what's going to happen.
Spoiler alert.
This is going to get good, from what I've seen. Speed it up a little though. We don't have to sit through that.
And the ghostly shadow of the red pyramid to the north there in the distance.
There you go. What about?
So on today's expedition,
Rooster.
There we go. Lex.
Everybody.
From Ancient Odysseys with me. As always these days.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna make Booster Rooster. Don't be a Booster Rooster t-shirt.
Today, we came out here to investigate.
Well,
I have several things on the agenda for today that I want to take a look at. We'll do our best to determine if there's any magnetic anomalies around some of the stones here at the Bent Pyramid. I've been quite inspired by my research into the ancient stone circles and structures of England and Ireland. And as I mentioned in episode 104, everything that applies to those stone circle systems also applies here at the pyramids of Egypt.
Yes.
So we're going to take a walk around the Bent Pyramid, go over to the eastern temple of both the main.
Boom, look at that.
That looks crazy when it's wet.
Crazy. That's what she said.
So we're going to walk around to the eastern side. And we will take a look.
Thumb this up, everybody.
At the temple.
All right, the next reading that you can see here is from the eastern side of the Bent Pyramid, pressed right up against the casing stones.
Let me show you something, Kimberly. All right. Let me find it. Yeah, I'll let this play for a sec.
And it showed 40, a 25% increase in the magnetic field strength compared to our baseline away from the structures. I then tested the magnetic field strength inside the Hotep adjacent to the pyramid. And you can see here another increase up to 45, a 13% increase in the magnetic field strength, only a few steps away inside of this quote unquote Hotep, and a 40% increase away from the baseline reading. And here's a clip so you can see this area of the structure for yourself.
Yes.
All right, we just finished doing some preliminary testing using a magnetometer to evaluate the magnetic field surrounding the Hotep here as compared to the ambient field in the desert, and then up against the casing stones of the pyramid. And to eliminate any interference caused by our electronic devices, I will put in some screenshots of the magnetometer on my phone, which is showing about a 10% fluctuation in magnetic field strength from inside of this Hotep compared to the base of the pyramid and the ambient magnetic field in the desert. And two features that I want to highlight here. It's actually one two-part dual feature. Part of a single system with
See, I know it's in this video somewhere. All right.
Oh, shit. You hear this one? Stand for all my Boston mans. Put your threes in the air. Yeah. Check me out right here. Yeah. BOSTON. I'm on a motherfucking rampage. I see no end, so keep it moving. I'm the truth. I get up in that booth.
There's one part where
Where's the cleanup crew? I be that dude to call when that beef wants you. Keep that head straight, or please keep that heat on you. This the anthem, the root that have you dancing. I took the game hostage, now I'm holding it for ransom. Fuck it, just show me where the riders at. The Desi flying fast, blow the visor off your flyer's hat. I kill them all like I had a Michael Myers mask. Trying to find Whitey in the club. Tried the back or tried the front where the stage is. I write pages, wisdom without limits. I've been traveling the age.
that is like a capacitor. All right. So this right here is like the Civil War, like the redcoats are coming and like the British and whatever, right? It's all bullshit anyway. This is the guy with the sword, look.
I'm not your average
The French guy. And there he is right there, same guy. And so this thing right here is the Bunker Hill Monument. And it's an obelisk, right? It's like, it lines up with the Tesla one. You see the top right there, how it's pointy? And it lines up with the one in DC in the corner. It makes a perfect triangle with the corner where Tesla was killed in the hotel or whatever. But this right here at the top is like a tip. And when you get close to the top and you look at the top, I don't know if I have a better picture of it. I'll get one. It looks like a pyramid, right? So it makes me wonder if like the pyramids don't go like way down, and they're like the tips of obelisks just sticking up. Because like I don't know if they dug all the way to the bottom of them, you know. Let me try to get a picture of it. Fingers don't work as good as they used to.
Let's see what we got going on.
Hey, give him a shout out.
We have a random fan. Random fan. Oh shoot, what's going down here? Random fan who's the professional.
Bunker Hill Monument. Let's try this.
What do you call those? Oh, pull tab. He's a professional pull tab collector. And
yeah, what is up with that random fan? You want to come on and explain that to us?
No, pull tabs. No, if you want to know about pull tabs from pop cans or worms, or the very fabric of the universe, go to random fan. Okay, so we have Kimberly F.
All right, just let me just show you. Here. I searched for Bunker Hill Monument roof construction photos. Okay, if we built it, there should be some photos of us building it, but there's not. But anyway,
well, Obama said you didn't build any of this. I think he meant. I think that's what he was meaning. He was giving us a hint.
How do I get to it, dude?
I usually don't say
I never figure out
a political actor's name, but in this case, I did.
There's an old one. All right, I see how to do it. All right. It's loading.
I'll put the link in. I'll send you the link.
You see that? At the top, it's like a pyramid, dude. at the very top. Yeah,
That's
put the link
sexy.
up. They want to come on.
Sexy buildings. Woo.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's sexy.
Here it is from the top. Am I not showing? No. Let's see if we can zoom in on it. There it goes.
Flat Earth handy. And SC still here.
And they have this little building next to it. And I actually went there and filmed the whole video. So, yeah. Okay.
And Mr. Michael Obama.
Michael Obama.
Swinging it. Do the twist. But see, I was just busy working. I didn't pay attention to this.
Good job. Good job.
That's what saved me. I ditched most of high school,
Here, which originally would have
and then I was
risen much
busy working,
taller
so
than this.
I never paid attention to any of it.
And these two pillars are absolutely not ornamental or decorative in any way. As you can see, there's no hieroglyphs inscribed upon them, and they are a part of this functional system.
Yes.
And I figured I would give you the absolutely spectacular shot that we have right here. Such an amazing feeling to be back home, back here in the desert.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's his home. Have fun.
I know, yeah, it's beautiful.
How fun.
With
Look at all the
grass
things
and
there are to
greenery
do.
and the rolling hills and the views.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, right? We should go there one day, Singe.
This is where
Look
it's
at all
at
the
for me.
things you can do.
Me, you, and
Such a
Daryl.
busy place.
And we will be
Me, you, and
investigating
Daryl should go there.
the system
Things to do.
here on the eastern side of the bent pyramid.
We then walked over to the satellite
See, there
pyramid,
you go,
where I
Singe.
tested
There's
the
your
area in
magnometer.
between the remains of the two
Going
stone
off the
pillars
hook,
on its
dude. What
eastern
are you-
side
you
that you can
panicking?
see here.
All right. And our secondary location for investigation today is here on the eastern side of the bent pyramid's satellite pyramid. Used to be two pillars that once stood on the east.
Future
There's
episode,
the
and I will
magnometer again.
continue to accumulate data at different sites, including on the Giza Plateau. And I
this
will
was
walk
good.
you through the results of these experiments and explain how this discovery is directly related to my theory on the function of the Great Pyramid, and it works exactly as I had anticipated. Now, the following comes from the 2018 paper entitled Electromagnetic Properties of the Great Pyramid.
Cool.
First, multipole resonances
Subtitles.
and energy concentration, as published in the Journal of Applied Physics. And I will put links in the video description below so you can go read it for yourself.
Yeah, read it for yourself.
And here, quoted from the paper's abstract, resonant response of the Great Pyramid interacting with external electromagnetic waves of radio frequency range. A wavelength range is from 200 to 600 meters, is
Boom, baby.
theoretically investigated. Electromagnetic field distributions inside the pyramid at the resonant conditions are demonstrated and discussed for two cases: when the pyramid is located in a homogeneous space or on a substrate. It is revealed that the pyramid's chambers can collect and concentrate electromagnetic energy for both surrounding conditions. In the case of the pyramid on the substrate, at the shorter wavelengths, the electromagnetic energy
Dude, they should use this as like an emergency message. Singe. That'd be good.
accumulates in the chambers, providing local spectral maxima for electric and
People would be
magnetic
panicking.
field.
They would, oh my God, what did they
It is
say?
shown that basically the pyramid scatters the electromagnetic waves and focuses them into the substrate region. So you can see here that radio waves lie on the lowest energy end of the electromagnetic energy spectrum, and they have very long wavelengths as compared to higher energy electromagnetic energy waves with much shorter wavelengths. And you can see here that AM radio waves have a wavelength of 100 meters, And this team is using even lower energy, longer wavelengths of 200 to 600 meters. Extremely low energy and long wavelengths in comparison to the rest of the electromagnetic energy spectrum. And this will be relevant as we reach the conclusions of the paper and applications of the properties demonstrated in relation to my theory on the function of the Great Pyramid, which is for the production of sulfuric acid via a sonochemical reaction that harnesses lightning to create ultrasound within the red granite of the furnace as amplified inside the acoustic antechamber. Now, on to the parameters of the experiment, first examining the pyramid shape in a homogeneous environment. And I will quote here, we first study the scattering of an external radio frequency electromagnetic wave by the pyramid located in a homogeneous environment. It is known that the pyramid blocks are made of limestone. From the literature, one can observe that the limestone permittivity value slightly varies in the range of 4 to 6, depending on porosity, temperature, humidity, etc. So permittivity is defined here as a constant of proportionality that relates the electric field in a material to the electric displacement in that material.
Yes.
And this is directly related to everything that I have been presenting regarding the dielectric properties of limestone and various other materials, and their capacitance for the storage of electric fields as expressed by their dielectric constant. As you can see here at the bottom, this definition of permittivity coming from an excerpt discussing dielectric, electric fields, and capacitance from Encyclopedia Britannica. So, as I have proposed, the reason the electric field concentration phenomena that are revealed in this paper are possible is due to the dielectric properties of the limestone. One thing to keep in mind is that they do not take into account the use of red granite in the construction of the Great Pyramid. But red
Rasta
granite
Bear's here.
has a similar dielectric constant to that
Rasta?
of limestone.
Can
So
you hear me?
for the purposes of
Hold
this
on.
experiment, it is not
Pause it.
particularly relevant.
Just a second.
Hail,
What are you up to, Rasta?
young warrior.
Rasta Bear, the Pasta Bear.
Let's see, settings, audio, speakerphone, wire.
Wow.
Let's see, check. There, can you hear me? Look at that.
Yes, I can hear you way better now, dude. Perfect.
I got a nice wired headset now. Upgraded to wired headset. It's a Nintendo Switch headset.
So
I got it
now would you call it Andre 3.0 or Andre 4.0? Where are you at now?
Andre 4.2.
It's a game changer, right?
It is. I got it at the Goodwill yesterday. It's a Nintendo Switch headset. And yeah, let me tell you, it's the sound is better in my ear, and it's like I've got a microphone now.
So Rasta, let me ask you a question. So how do you think, like for you, because I know everything's a simulation, right? So how would you think that all this Mudflood stuff and cymatics and all the stuff we've been talking about tonight proves it's a simulation?
Well, I think because it's the only way that it could. All right. So because of the way that the nature of the mud floods, were carried out, the way it happened, it can only happen in a simulation. I mean, where did all the mud come from? And then how did it just happen all over the world at a similar time, where like it was basically like a reset of the whole scheme of our reality. It was a time where it kind of like what it seems like we're going through right now in a ways where it was just a wiping of the slate, where it's like that, like they had all this Antiquitech technology, and all this stuff.
It's
that
almost like it's on a timeline. You know what I mean? Like, it sets itself over. It's a reset, like a computer resets.
Yeah, exactly. And
your Nintendo, you have to press reset. When it's like.
Yeah, and it's like you press a button, and and it all the mud was released. It's like release the mud, flood the place with.
Oh, I have something on that too.
And like that, and it just seemed like it was just all too orchestrated.
Was it? That's what I'm going to say. Was it a reset, or was it done by the people?
Well, that's where it was done by whoever's controlling.
Deliberate?
Yeah, it was deliberate. It was most definitely deliberate. I mean, just like you see in the prophecies of the Bible, like that are, that we see unfolding right now. That's very deliberate. Like that. If it says that there's going to be these earthquakes and these, like the flood of Noah, like Noah's Ark, and all these events, they are very clearly carried out by.
So one of the most common theories of how this flood happened, where the water came, where did the water come from? Where did the mud come from? Well, they had all these like waterways set up and sewer systems and everything else, right? And we think the water came from below. A lot of us think the water came from below. But this is a video I seen today about how they could have how they did like pour the dams out on the cities down mountainsides to cause mud.
About a week ago, I was searching through an old National Geographic from 1985, and in the back they had a flashback to the Handmade Dam, which was an article in 1963 in National Geographic, which refers to the Nagarjuna Sagar Dam, which was made by over 125,000 workers between 1955 and 1972.
Whoa.
They say sheer muscle power lifts the structure inch by inch. The caption reads, 2-man teams haul 300-pound rocks up the bamboo ramps. Women in ceaseless streams carry up pans of mortar on their heads. By using hand labor, India saves the hard currency needed to buy machinery abroad. Begun in 1955, put into full use in 1972, measuring 407 feet high and more than half a mile long, the Nagarjuna Sagar is the largest masonry dam in operation.
Masonry dam.
So this brings up a lot of different thoughts and a lot of different ramifications and implications surrounding this. 125,000 workers working.
You look at like the Hoover Dam, right? Mm-hmm. And that is like, I believe it's on like the new $20 bill or whatever.
Yeah.
If you fold it right, it shows the Hoover Dam being taken out. And and there's also in a lot of movies that's predicted, the predictive programming. And then look at, most recently in Ukraine, they blew one of the dams there and flooded out.
It's one of the oldest tricks in the book for them, just to blow the dams.
Yeah, blow the dams.
Blow the dams, dude.
And I mean, even look at what's happening in Israel right now. I mean, they've totally. I mean, they had the Gaza Strip, and they've totally been leveling it here recently. It's been just like a controlled demolition of that area, and it happens so quickly. And and I think that's honestly just one of the ways. I mean, I do think that that there are some type of directed energy weaponry that they've had since back in those days. I think I don't think our technology is any better than it was back then. I think honestly, probably they had better technology than we're even ever gonna be allowed to ever have again today. And that's why I think like the revelation of us, like, AI taking over and like this like Chat GPT and the Grok and these other AI
Ready?
you know, things.
Is that
This thing from the
Rasta?
Macy's
Can I
in
ask you a question?
Boston's down.
Do you think
Yeah.
the war? Do you think the war in Israel is why the Christmas tree was missing from Macy's this year in Boston?
I think it's all. I think honestly, it's that is
They
part
said
of.
that they,
It's a inside job, kind of like 9/11, where
well, like,
they're trying to take away the Christmas cheer.
like, I thought they were like when I first saw the story, Christmas tree missing from Macy's in Boston's downtown crossing. I thought like somebody stole the Christmas tree or something because they have it every year, this big display. And it used to be Jordan Marsh where they had like this really big display, and then they took it over, and now they're taking the Christmas tree away.
Staple is missing.
Well, if you notice
in Boston,
it's the Grinch that stole Christmas.
If you notice too, down in California, Gavin Newsom canceled Christmas events down there, and he said it was because of threats of Palestinian.
They said that they just don't have the staff
this year, which made us curious. WBZ's Mike Sullivan shows us what could be behind the change.
Downtown Crossing is aglow with holiday cheer. The streets are filled with snowflakes, and Santa is certainly coming to town.
There's even the trees.
My nickname was Snowflake in high school.
But something is certainly
I bet.
missing this
No,
year.
Snowflake was
Something
my,
that's
Snowflake
always
is my
been here in
messenger
years
pigeon.
past.
For decades, the Macy's
Have you ever seen
Christmas
him?
tree has been a point of celebration in the city.
Macy's, I think for a variety of reasons on their end, decided not to move forward with the tree this year.
We would prefer that.
No tree this year.
They have the Christmas tree.
When the Christmas trees, it was
They're like,
oh my God, especially at night.
Instead, the walls of the
Like,
iconic
where's the
brick
tree
building
at?
are bare, even if the windows remain dressed.
I thought
I think
that the
there's
gang
probably a good
members
chance
took it,
it's
and I
back
was
in a
like,
future
yeah.
year. They had changes
Good
in
job.
staffing and so on, and so it led to
well,
them
did
not
you
having
see
one,
where the
downtown
did you
this
see
year.
where the tree
Nichols
fell
is
at the
the
White
president of the
House? They had
Downtown
a
Boston
they
Improvement
had the
District.
Christmas tree
It's always
there.
been
It fell
fully funded by
over.
the team at Macy's, and so
Oh
for
wow.
our organization,
So I think
we
that's
decided to support
symbolic.
the Boston Common
It's a
Christmas tree this
symbolization.
year.
While the tree may
Yeah, well, it's
What happened?
it's symbolic, of them taking down Christmas. That they knocked over the tree.
Yeah. So this is my messenger pigeon, Snowflake. Sam?
Yep. Yeah, and that's another. I'm a part of this group that says that birds are like they're not real. It's fun to see what people post there, and like they claim that that pigeons especially are recording and surveillance drones, and that they come around and they.
Snowflake, my messenger pigeon. I was so happy. What happened with Snowflake is, and I tell everyone this story, is I basically I sent him to England with the telegram, and he never made it back. For a long time, I was looking for Snowflake, my messenger pigeon, and I couldn't find him anywhere. And then one day he just came back, and he didn't have the message that I sent. He didn't have the message that was sent back to me, and he's a disgrace. Snowflake.
Yeah,
he
that's
needs to get his act
disgraceful.
together. He let us down.
I was always fascinated on if you ever watched the show The Game of Thrones, like how well those messenger birds worked. I mean, like they would like send a message on one of those birds, and that bird would be like already in another world in like it seemed like less than a couple hours sometimes, because like the other person would get the message and they'd be like, they're coming to attack us. We got the message.
I have something that'll back you up, Rasta, in your simulation theory. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it because I want to help out my brother.
There's plenty, and like I'm part of this group on Facebook now, the simulation group. That's pretty interesting.
Oh really?
And I've been posting that video of us, the show we did on the simulation and the jet fuel hoax, because like there was a pilot on there actually I was going back and forth with the other day about the jet fuel not being in the plane, because Yeah, because planes do not run on jet fuel.
So Rasta thinks that we're living in like the Truman Show type of deal, but I think it's more like turning into the Terminator.
Well, I think
like just heal themselves. Did you know that? Look, a cracked piece of metal heals itself. Oh, hold on, share that one. A cracked piece of metal heals its experiment that stunned scientists. Look, it's like the freaking Terminator, dude. Fire this under. That's not supposed to happen. Scientists observe a metal healing itself, something never seen before. If this process can be fully understood and controlled, we could be at the start of a whole new era of engineering. In a study published in July, a team from Sandia National Laboratories in Texas, A&M University, was testing the resilience of that metal using a specialized transmission electron microscope technique to pull the ends of the metal 200 times every second. They then observed the self-heating at ultra small scales in a 40 nanometer. So this, all right. So there's, in a nutshell, the metal that heals itself. Okay, plutonium foil. Metal that heals itself is a phenomenon that occurs when a piece of metal can fuse back together without external heat or pressure. Platinum foil. Platinum foil. Oh, you can't even see that. All right, let me get back to it. Did you guys even see what I was just? Did you guys even see what I was just showing?
I did. No? I don't know if anybody else did. I saw it, but I think you sent it to me before.
Platinum foil. Oh, they didn't see it. They didn't see it. All right, I'll get back to it then. There you go. There you go. Craft piece of metal heals itself in experiment. There it is. Yeah, I just read it. Boom. Boom. And then this one, metal that heals itself. Platinum foil. There you go. All right.
All right.
There you go. We're living in a Terminator. Enjoy it. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
See it here first.
Oh, shoot. Yeah. Let's see. I gotta fit some food in here in the fridge real quick. But yeah, yeah, that's wild stuff.
Wild stuff, dude. I got more.
Look at my fridge right now. I just got a bunch.
I came here to play tonight. What do you got?
Look at this. All this food. I mean, look at that. I can't fit anything else in here.
That's good.
So I'm part of this food collective now. That's like you pay $80. You pay $80 a month, and then you get to go there once a week. And they've got like all types of like organic produce and stuff. I mean, this is like these orange juices are normally like $10.
Oh, I was saving this one for you, Rasta. So where you live, Rasta, is it called the Pacific Northwest?
Yeah.
Oregon? It is, right?
Yeah.
Right.
We're deep up in the Pacific Northwest.
Let's go. Let's do some Pacific Northwest research. You ready?
All right. Yeah. Let's do it.
We're taking it to the Pacific Northwest.
I got more of those coffees.
I like this channel. They have good stuff.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back for another video. Today, we're going to primarily be talking about the American Northwest, and I believe what may be traces of an earlier colonial period that was omitted from our history, maybe after some sort of...
There's an early colonial period there that was just omitted from our history. Maybe.
Disaster of some type. So let's get started now. This is just one of these interesting maps from, I believe it's 1650, showing California as an island, but it also shows the Pacific Northwest.
California as an island, and the Pacific Northwest looks like it's flooded, dude.
And I guess it's one of, if not the first, printed map to show all 5 of the Great Lakes.
Five of the Great Lakes.
You've seen a lot of this. And
so
I guess it's not.
It's one of the first printed maps to show the 5 of the Great Lakes, right? But they're going to say that it was wrong. But none of the other maps even had all 5 of the Great Lakes.
Russians land
Yeah,
in
that's
Alaska,
pretty wild.
and then from there to Oregon's Cape Blanco, the coast would remain uncharted until
Blanco.
Spanish and English expeditions of the 1770s. Now, more recently, there have been a lot of interesting finds, particularly Spanish, and even all the way up in southern British Columbia. And for
Everyone thumb this
centuries,
up.
there was the question
Still
of
got a lot of
why the
people.
Spaniards didn't decide to try to conquer
Brandon Finn,
further
Daniel
north.
Becker.
And this article
Kimberly,
is just mentioning
the
how
state.
artifacts from the 1500s,
Melanie,
1600s, and 1700s bring a new
Meltney,
light to this. So in this
Melton.
particular region, the Okanagan region of British Columbia, which can be accessed by the Okanagan River, you have potentially conquistadors may have made their way to this region. And I think that this may speak to earlier trade between the Spanish and the indigenous people in these areas, as well as potentially the Chinese. And I believe this sword is one of these artifacts that was found in this region of British Columbia. Old swords and shipwrecks suggest an early presence in the Okanagan region. Just one more photo of one of these swords. Spain has no record of any lost expeditions in Canada, but an old sword and shipwreck suggests this earlier presence. Okay, well, let's get back to the American Northwest and northern coast of Oregon.
Good to see it.
You have this particular part of the coast referred to as the
Did your
graveyard
guest
of the
make it on
Pacific.
tonight?
And
No.
you have somewhere between
he
2
didn't
and
show up,
3,000
but I'm not mad at him.
shipwrecks
He'll make
in
it.
this particular.
You know, sometimes people just have things to do, you know. But we tried. We aimed for tonight, and it didn't land. But it's all right. We still had a great Mudflood stream. You know what I mean?
Area, and I think there's this.
Yeah, we're gonna have a
one
lot of good
ship in
special guests
particular,
coming on soon.
He has good
dates to
stuff on his channel too, so
1693,
check it
a
out.
Spanish galleon, a
Well,
missing
I'll have him
ship
on one night
that
and
was
we'll go
shipwrecked.
Yeah, I have a couple guests.
Supposedly was the inspiration for
Ryan.
Steven Spielberg's
We're gonna
The
get
Goonies,
Dottie's
but it was
World up in
found
here.
I'll tell you something.
in
Yeah,
I
we're
believe
gonna try to get
2022.
Dottie on here.
And in
We're gonna
Oregon,
have guests
this
galore.
particular
Nathan
Spanish
Thompson.
galleon was going
Auditron.
to Manila. So
We
they
don't
tell
need
us.
anybody. We could just
And
do it ourselves
then,
either way. We have enough
when
people.
it came along to the coast
Angel,
of California, would head
but
south
if you want to join,
to
I'll
Acapulco
put the
and then
link out.
turn back
Let's
to
see,
the
anyone wanna join?
Philippines. But for some reason, it was blown
M10,
off
what up?
course. And this ship
Thank you.
was
Yeah, I moved.
transporting,
Yeah.
amongst other things,
For the most part.
beeswax, as well as a lot of Chinese porcelain. So all along the Oregon coast, they find a lot of these
But I
artifacts.
miss you guys,
But
M10.
as I'm going to show you in a few slides a bit
But
later here, they find
At least you
a
can come
lot
to
of these
Florida.
artifacts that are European and Chinese. They find them well inland as well. And I think this speaks to this earlier
M10's here.
missing colonial period. But
M10's
it
here.
still remains unknown why
Hi,
a
M10.
Manila galleon
Did you say
was
he's
so
done?
far north of the usual trade
say you're going to bed,
route. So there are
Cinch?
some questions, but
No.
these are just some of the
He said his M10 here.
artifacts, beeswax
I
artifacts
see.
at the Columbia River Maritime Museum. And they speculate
M10.
because of the distribution of some of the
Kim
timbers and some of the artifacts that only a tsunami could have strewn the cargo in such a pattern. So I don't doubt there clearly was
Tsunami.
some type of a tsunami, and you do have the presence of these ghost forests, both.
Dude, you know about the ghost forest in Nascoin, Oregon? Rasta, Oregon?
Ooh, no, I should go check that out. That's not too far from here.
You know where that is? They said that it was hit by a tsunami, dude. What do you think?
I've
about
actually never heard of that place. Let's look it up and see where it is. Nescoin.
that? Nascoin? Should I look it up?
I've never heard about the ghost forest. There is massive driftwood everywhere, though, and like they keep talking about, the Cascadia is the big event that even like these channels like Evolutionary Energy Arts and others, they say that they have had visions of it happening, and
Here it
by
is.
2025.
This is where it's at. It's on the coast, obviously.
Yeah, where though? Let's see. Can you zoom in?
I'm trying to.
Trying to see what it's close to. Because I can be to the coast with in about an hour and a half from here.
You see it?
Let's see. Yeah,
It's up there.
but
It's up there. I'll get a better one.
Yeah, what's the next town that's right beside it? And I'll know.
So, come on, give me a good map.
I can't see very closely on my.
I know they don't ever. They always want to screw you. Forbidden. Why is a map forbidden? All right, let's see. It's the forbidden map of Nesquin.
You know who else lives out at the Oregon coast? Is old.
Yeah, they're not giving me a big one.
Jose Nunez. He lives out there at the.
There it is.
Coast, and I've been meaning to go visit him.
Can you tell where that is?
No, it's no.
Not really.
Sure,
It kind of looks like it kind of looks like an X-ray of someone's knee.
No, don't do that.
Well, anyway, Rasta, that's where it is, right here.
Yeah, well, I'll have to.
Oh, this one's good. This one's good. You see it? No, you don't see that, do you?
I don't see it.
No, I got a good one. Here we go. Boom, Nesquin.
Nesquin.
Got to be somewhere here. It was like up. It was. What is it?
Yeah, because like there's the
now
North,
it's not even there.
There's like the North Oregon coast and the South Oregon coast, and
well, it's on this side, Oregon coast.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah, but
maybe there's something in there. Maybe there's something in that one.
I'll have to look on a map.
We'll have to figure it out, dude. We got to figure out where this place is now.
Yeah, I'll go check that place out for sure.
We're lost. All right, is this it? No. Oregon coast road trip itinerary. All right, I'm out of here. They ain't giving me nothing good there. But anyway, it's Nesquin. It's Nesquin, Rasta. It's the ghost city of the ghost coast there. The ghost coast. The coast with the most and the ghosts. Natural wonders and ghost forest.
Yeah. Okay. I've heard of the town of Nesquin before. I just don't remember
along
exactly
the coast
where
as
it
well
is.
as in Washington State. There's these ghost forests. So I think there was a massive event, but they're telling us all this happened in 1700 roughly. But I think this event might have happened a bit earlier, and I think it might have affected both coasts actually.
Both coasts.
But they not only do they find a lot of the beeswax and the Chinese porcelain along the coast, but they find these artifacts within archaeological sites inland. And I want to talk about a little bit of that because they also find stoneware, earthenware, in addition, that's European, in addition to the Chinese porcelain and Chinese coins. But the presence of early European goods in these Native American sites, it's often seen as evidence of the shipwreck. So basically, anytime they find these artifacts in these Native American sites, they just assume that it's all from these shipwrecks. I think it was due to trading that was happening that may have gotten interrupted by this destructive event. And also...
Oh, there it goes again. Glitching. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's glitching out on me, the computer. It's like fried.
Yeah, mine was glitching too.
Oh, it was? Yeah, it's me. I don't have,
I have swag packs. I could just give out swag packs to everybody who donates like $5 or $10.
Wait.
So...
Hey, Santin, do you want to give out swag bags? Swag
That's
bags.
a good idea, huh? If you donate $5 or $10, and then send your address. I can send you swag packs. Like
Send it to copcamjunkie1@gmail.
Marijuana trading cards. I have marijuana trading cards.
I got a nice gift package from Angela Baby Carson here recently.
I've been trying to get her to send me a package of some baked goods.
She made me some.
Oh, she did it for you?
No, she did. She sent me some necklaces and some toys and some other stuff.
Dude, I want some bread.
Yeah,
Look at that.
You know who else makes good bread, and maybe we can
That was
talk
me
to her
in
about
real
it,
life.
is
Who makes
Dottie.
good bread? Dottie makes good
Dottie,
bread?
yeah.
Look, it's under the ground, dude. Under the ground. You see how low
That's
that
cool.
goes?
Some bread from someone. I can make bread pretty good too, but you know, I'd rather have someone else.
Yeah.
I'll make a good scone. I make scones. Okay, so take a recipe of scones, then add more sugar than they call for, and it tastes like donuts. It's so good. Just add like twice as much sugar as they call for, and it tastes so good. It's not healthy, but
Yeah,
it's like a donut.
I'm trying.
Sweetest scone.
I'm trying to wean myself off of sugar right now.
Yeah, you can take out the sugar and you can put in fruit in the scone instead.
I tried this date syrup this morning with some waffles. It was really good. It's like just straight
I don't have
syrup
much sugar at all.
extracted from dates.
But
I'm gonna be doing a 72-hour fast this next week where I'm not gonna eat for 72 hours.
Really, I would do like 12 hours.
It's gonna be
max
rough
for me.
Well, no, I did an 18.
yourself, Rasta?
Because it's actually for your health. Like it can actually, it's
Some people can do it.
Yeah, and the one I was listening to, I was listening to Anomaly. If you're familiar with his channel, he was just talking about the 72-hour fast that he did, where for like the second day of it, you get to have bone broth twice during the day.
Yeah, if you have broth, that really helps. You have vegetable broth or bone broth.
Yeah, either one. I'm trying to do more of the just straight up vegetarian because I've been vegetarian most of my life for 17 plus years, but I have eaten some meat here recently. I had turkey on Thanksgiving, and
so you cheated.
Nice. Once in a while, I have a little bit, but most of the time, it's because my body can't handle it.
Yeah.
I used to eat it. Yeah, I ate it my whole life.
Did you
Then
enjoy
at one point,
did you enjoy eating the bird?
Oh, it was delicious. Yeah, I made so many turkey sandwiches, and I was eating turkey sandwiches for like a week, where I'd put like cranberry sauce on the sandwich, and
one of the kind of stickers you can only get by going to a Flattoberfest. Or I was
yep.
All right.
I'll send like 10 stickers for $5.
I thought this was interesting.
I know,
The colonial divide
There you go. You hit. Cinch will send you 10 stickers for $5
within archaeology between pre-contact and post-contact periods has historically caused the misinterpretation of historic materials found at these Native American sites. It sometimes caused archaeologists to not even record these historic materials. So these European artifacts, the Chinese artifacts, sometimes they're not even reporting these materials because they don't know where to place them in the official timeline. And I remember there was this archaeologist who was digging up one of these sites along the Columbia River, Kathlepodal, which is one of these Native American villages, which I think was buried during this destructive event. But we're told that this area first became aware of Europeans in 1792, but they're finding artifacts dating to like mid to the late 1600s. So like a whole 100 years earlier, they're finding these artifacts. And he was surprised when they began digging where these villages once stood. They found copper and iron pieces and chunks of Chinese porcelain. So I think that these artifacts that are mixed in with typical artifacts you would see at these Native American sites, they find these glass beads, musket balls, all sorts of things that are mixed in. So I don't think these are all the product of just gathering things from a shipwreck. Like I think there was trading happening with Europeans and the Chinese, and then it was brought to an end due to some destructive event. And I just wanted to highlight some of these areas where these wrecks are, and this one village in particular, Kathlepodal, and we're talking well over 50 miles as the crow flies. So I think there's something else going on with all of this. And in this one village in Kathlepodal, many of these houses had these cellars, and they find things like metal swords buried, you know, in these cellars, and they believe it was deliberate, even though no one knows why, as well as a bunch of other things they find buried. and we're just kind of told it's intentional. But I did want to point out,
maybe
in
you
addition
might
to the
get
Pathlopodal, there's another site,
refrigerator
fire site, and like
You
other
might get a
houses in this
refrigerator, maybe,
area,
if
it
you're
had
lucky.
a cellar. But these cellars are only known archaeologically, so there's no historical accounts that mention them. So I think these cellars, at one point, they were the ground floor and they got buried, basically, and that's why they're finding all these artifacts in these cellars, in my opinion. And now I know Lewis and Clark, they end up coming to these regions and visiting these sites, and we have reports of them trading with the people in these villages. And they definitely came through here, and they might have traded with people, but I think these villages were long gone. I think they had been buried, well before Lewis and Clark got there, in the early 1800s. And we're told, I think in the 1830s, these sites were abandoned, but I think they were buried a long time before that. And yeah, they're finding all sorts of interesting things. Even in Utah, I believe, mystery of the Spanish coins that predate Christopher Columbus by 200 years. I think this was in Glen Canyon Park in Utah. And there's some old dates for some of these artifacts, these coins they're finding. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to really touch on these artifacts that they're finding in these Native American sites. And I think they're not there because they were gathered from some shipwreck, in my opinion. They were from this earlier trading with European powers, Chinese explorers coming over there. And then there
I'll
was
take
this
bids
event, but
on
I think
Illuminati
it was
cards.
larger in scope, and
Yes,
for some reason this is
taking
being
bids
hidden
on
from us. We're
Illuminati
given
Oh, what do you got?
completely different
You're
version
selling your
of history.
Illuminati deck? You're selling your Illuminati deck now?
If you give me enough money, I'll sell it.
Are you gonna autograph them? Autographed Illuminati deck?
Is that the 95 one?
No. Oh yeah, the old one. Yeah, I got the new one and the old one.
Why is that the one that's worth big bucks? That'll make you
$200
filthy
worth
rich.
of the old ones.
Yeah, that's worth some value right there.
How much do you think it's worth, Rasta?
I have one.
I'd say probably like $666.
And Singe Man, how much are you selling it for? 333. Well, that's a savings of $333 then.
Yeah.
Unless you use Bitcoin. If you use Bitcoin as a discount.
Oh yeah, well yeah, Singe Man's making
I'm
his
gonna
own
make a
coin
Bitcoin
called
shirt tomorrow.
Brickcoin. Yep. It's
We got
gonna be
Bitcoin shirts coming.
You're all you people that support us are gonna be worth money in Brickcoin soon.
From the 1600s.
Man, we could start Brickcoin. Do you realize that? You might have just come up with something right there.
We are starting Brickcoins.
It could be the newest.
We're coining the term Brickcoin tonight, right now. If anybody uses it,
I've already done it, but yes, now we're officially.
Now they're gonna beat us to it with Meltcoin. They're gonna come with the Meltcoin.
Selling the plans.
Overlay, hiding whatever truly happened. So it seems false to me.
It's
But then
false.
when you go to the 1800s, and we'll stay in the West Coast, San Francisco, when you look in the 1800s
where
and look
Sue's
back, the narratives, they
Nice,
also
keep
seem
thumbing
false.
them up.
We've all probably seen the panorama from Edward Maybridge, 1878.
Every
San Francisco
channel.
is really just getting
We're on
started
Odyssey
in
too.
the
Shout out to Odyssey.
1850s. And 8 years later, we're looking at pretty well built out city, stone brick structures, 3-4 story structures, hotels, banks, all this, and churches that are fairly
I look at how
there was even
quickly,
panoramas from
or I mean
the
how long it takes them
mid-1850s
to build something right now.
Hundreds,
Like
if not thousands
they've
of
been working on
buildings.
some buildings here
And
in
I
our
think it was
city.
in 1851 where like
for
3/4
like
of the city
hold.
burned down.
Can you pause it?
And
Pause
the
it for just a
population
second.
was supposed to only be 1,000.
I was just trying to brush it through.
Like
It's
like
almost
right
done. Go ahead.
right now here in Portland, they're they've got these big construction projects, like they're putting in a new MAX line, which is our train line, and then in 2027 they're gonna shut down the Burnside Bridge and retrofit it for earthquakes. It's going to be shut down for 5 years. It's the main entryway into the downtown. But it's like, think about that. Just one bridge takes 5 years for them to do. with the technology that they have now, it's like how did they build all this stuff so quickly? You know, it makes zero sense. They build it so quickly.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You have this,
and then when you research the bricks and where they came from, and the brick factories, and how much bricks the factories actually produced that year, and how many bricks they actually used, and how many buildings they said they built with those bricks, doesn't add up.
Explosion.
Yeah, it's almost as
and
it doesn't add up, just like that other thing that they did
whether
with
you look
ovens.
back from the 1800s or look forward,
I've been
from the
researching brick
1600s,
factories
it all
since
seems
high school.
false to me. So how old are these sites? That's the question, and I still don't have a definitive answer.
Hang on,
but I
Card.
don't believe
I don't have
a
the
lot of
tower.
these narratives.
I used to DJ at this place called the Brick House,
and I think
Oh yeah, I used to drink at a place called the Brick House. It's gone now. It was
Yeah.
pizza though, brick pizza.
yeah, this was like a nice little establishment, the Brick House.
I'm putting up the link again. Boom.
Yeah.
She's like a brick.
Yeah, Singeman's
Hey.
ex-wife was a brick house.
They play that song at every wedding. If it's a catered wedding, they play that song at it.
That's next on my agenda now that I have like the full DJ set up with like speakers and stuff. Is I want to do some weddings, be a wedding DJ, where like I can, bust it out at
It's always
some
fun.
events.
They're great. Everyone's always happy.
Yeah, because it's always. I've been doing Taco Tuesday now for over a month, every Tuesday here in Portland, and it's been pretty rad. It's been great times. Like I had this one Jamaican dude who comes every week. And he gave me some tickets to go see the Blazers play the Lakers. So I got to see Kobe Bryant, or not Kobe, but LeBron play, which that was cool.
Oh yeah, there was something I wanted to watch. Let me see. What was it?
That was good.
Starforge. No, that wasn't the one. Here it is. Oh, no, that wasn't it. I'm almost there. Oh, here we go.
Let's see, I gotta let him out.
Yeah. This looks like it might go on. So this is called Starforge Tesla Technology.
Using Prime because at this point it's the dinosaur chopper.
Sponsored by Prime. This hour brought to you by Prime. Let's see.
Prime
Come on.
real estate.
In part one, we discussed how Atlantis might have been the first star fort and the originators of the advanced technologies that star forts incorporate. In part two, we looked into some Native American stories about Inner Earth and how many star forts sit on former sacred sites of the natives. We also discussed how star forts may have been used to protect against a worldwide cataclysm and could have been built as flood walls or drainage mechanisms, and to house people underground in the cavern and
Welcome,
tunnels
Lord
for
Racer.
them to connect to.
We're on Boston Ray Mudflood Adventures. Everyone's there.
This next theory about star forts is about the technology they incorporated. The people who built these star forts used techniques for water pumping and terraforming, and they had knowledge of celestial alignments as well as sacred geometry and resonant frequencies. And on top of that, they could manifest these technologies into incredibly precise structures like star forts, and also cathedrals and earlier Greco-Roman architecture. The builders of these star forts also had knowledge of ley lines,
Ley
and earth
lines.
energies.
Like me and Ross did a whole show. We went through ley lines in
as some
entirety.
speculate, or spiritual energy like chi or prana
End
is
of
referred to
story.
in Eastern traditions. Whatever was going on with these star forts, we can see they were using technology that should not have been known, and are said to not have been created until later inventors like Tesla and Da Vinci came along. But we know ancient people were more advanced than given credit for by mainstream historians. Many ancient peoples understood stars and their alignments just as well as we do today. Cultures like the Mesoamericans, the ancient Egyptians, the Chinese, Indians, and Stone Age Europeans all understood the alignments and rotations in the heavens, and could predict things like eclipses and natural disasters. They would also build their structures in alignment with the equinox and the cardinal directions. The ancient structures also incorporated some of the same technologies we see in cathedrals and star forts today, such as frequency technology, Examples being the Mayan and Aztec pyramids reflecting sound as terrifying noises back at you. Or the theory that the pyramids are some kind of Tesla coil technology. These theories basically conclude that pyramids were a source of free energy for the ancient people, and later cathedrals used this technology. They point to the antenna-like golden top that sits atop cathedrals and pyramids, as well as the many nodes made of substances that can hold a charge and conduct electricity. Many even speculate that the structures themselves could have held a charge due to their high composition of quartz, like we find in the majority of these pyramids in ancient temples. The shape and inner workings of, for example, the Great Pyramids has also been theorized to be some kind of generator or battery technology, possibly cultivating energy from Earth itself.
Yes.
Archaeologists have even found chambers in the pyramid with zinc and copper residue,
Random fans
further
says they can
advancing
hear
this
me
theory.
breathing.
Some
I
have
can
also
hear you
said the
breathing. You
layouts of
sound like
these
you're
sites like
snoring.
Teotihuacan, for
I don't
example,
mind.
is very similar to a circuit board.
I've moved the
And they found large amounts of
microphone
mica
away
on
from
site
my
here,
head now.
which
It
is
lets
used in
me
the
it lets me
insulation
know
of
that I'm not
electronics
alone.
today. And this is not the only site we
It
found
comforts
this.
me, Rasta.
Mica has also been found at the many mound sites across America, also at Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan, in Petra, Jordan, and many Inca sites as well. So, because of these similarities in technology, some speculate that star forts were also built by an advanced and possibly ancient civilization. This technology could have been passed down and slowly regressed into the smaller and misshapen star forts that come in at a later time period. The earliest star forts could have possibly been built in perfect alignment and perfect symmetry, and as time progressed, additions had to be made, or cataclysms could have erased memories of earlier civilizations and caused technologies to be forgotten. We see this strange regression of technology all over the world, where the oldest sites are the biggest and most advanced, and as time goes on, technologies are forgotten.
Jack Herrera crossed with
This points
bubblegum.
to a lost advanced people existing
Oh,
in our
nice. Let's
past.
put a full screen.
Tesla himself was
Let's see
inspired
if
by
I can
ancient
get a
texts,
nice
and it is
little
said that he was a scholar of
look
the
at that.
Vedas and
Oh,
Upanishad
that looks
texts,
like some
which
fire.
describe these
Look at
advanced
those
technologies in
nodes.
detail, like
The
super
multiple
weapons
little
and flying
crowns.
machines that date back to a time of forgotten history when gods lived with humans.
What you said, Jack Herrera?
Jack Herrera crossed with
You call Jack?
bubblegum.
Oh, Jack Herrera. Jack
Yeah.
Herrera. That's how you
Jack
pronounce it.
Herrera. Yeah.
So do people know who Jack Herrera was?
Yeah,
Do you know who he was? I'll
yeah,
bring it up. I
he's
mean,
yeah, I mean he was legendary in the Chronic game. I mean he wrote the book The Emperor Wears No Clothes, right?
I don't know.
I think he did.
I think he did.
Yeah, he can, but yeah,
He was a grower.
yeah, he was like one of the original like that published some books and stuff back when it was still, it was,
So
illegal.
you're saying that it's not just the name of like some weed; it's actually a person.
Yeah, no, he
There
patented the strain Jack Herrera, which is I think like it came off of like a
Oh yeah, look,
northern light
Jack Herrera,
strain.
sometimes called the Emperor of Hemp,
Yeah.
was an American cannabis rights activist and author of a book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes. Yeah, you're right. Right on the money, Rasta.
Yeah.
They used to call you on the money Rasta. Look,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
there's a picture of the Jack Herrera, feminized.
Oh yeah, it looks a lot like what I just pulled out with those little crowns all over it, like little nodes.
I called it Jack
It's,
Herrera.
yeah, yeah. I know. I guess you could pronounce it that way too. I don't know, but yeah, look at those beautiful nodes that come out. It's one of my favorite strains.
It's nice.
It's amazing, and it's just a nice uppity sativa that
You just love it.
and it's just got such a flavor
Love it.
to it every time.
Absolutely love it.
Yeah, there's a few that are always go-tos, and Jack Herrera is always one that, and the bubblegum strain. Like I'll never forget this one time.
Oh yeah, the bubblegum Kush.
Yeah, well, bubblegum Kush is and then the Bubba Kush, and then there's like the pre-95. There's the pre-95 Bubba Kush, which came out like before 1995. That one's really dope too. But yeah, the one Bubba Kush that I used to get. What happened to the music now? What happened? The music stopped. When the music's over, turn out the lights, Turn out the lights. Turn out the lights. Turn out the lights. When the music is your special friend. Dance all night till the begin. Music is your only friend until
Well, he's not going to
the
be back
end.
for a few minutes, so. And with something like this, isn't it?
Until the end. Are you playing it? When the music's over, yeah.
No, I'm just playing.
Okay. He's got his guitar and he's playing a song. And Ross the Bear is singing along. Waiting on Ray's probably hitting his bong. But it's okay 'cause it won't be long. I've got my spliff. I'll take a lift. Got my jetpack packed and I'm ready to go. We're gonna blow the star fort off the stereo. Gotta know that star forts are everywhere. They're in my brain. They're in your hair. Star forts, way better than a tweaker fort that you can find in my city. Anywhere you go. Just the other day it was like a freak show. Here we go. Doing Mudflood stuff. Mudflood adventures. You know we're tough. Gonna get it. Now here we go. Play that guitar. Well, on
It's
the
really like nothing I ever play.
Yeah, you're
completely
pretty
strange. That's cool.
Right, oh, you can play. Let's see. What's Do you know any songs off the top of your head? Like I was thinking,
Oh,
take
nah,
your
really, I'm not in the
wrinkled
mood.
raisin and do with it what you will.
But see, that's really weird. Once I get in the mode, and it starts flowing out. But
Yeah, I'm the same way. I was playing the guitar the other day for a little bit. My friend was. I was letting a friend stay here for a little while, and he had a really nice guitar. I was getting to
you know that
cruise.
plant behind you? It looks like it's coming out of your head. It looks like you're wearing a crown or something.
Who, me?
Like
Oh, this one?
No,
Yeah, my.
Rasta Bear looks like he's wearing.
Oh, Rasta.
Like
It
he's
is.
wearing
It's coming.
crown.
I'm growing it out of my head.
African hat.
Yeah, it's some of my house plants.
a
I'll show
hat.
you. I'll show you some of the house plants I got here. Look at this. I got.
That's my house going down the hill, by the way.
Yeah, but that's
What
unfortunate.
technologies exactly did Star Force
So
do
your music
correctly
wasn't going,
design?
so we just played some song.
There are a few obvious
Really?
ones
The
like
music
the
wasn't
massive
going
moving of
again?
Earth to build channels and
Yeah, it
dikes,
stopped.
the creation
It
of
stopped.
ports,
It stopped
as
right
well as
after he
overspread
said.
waterways or protruding onto the ocean in some cases.
The
You
song
almost heard it?
They had to
stopped.
move huge amounts of Earth to
No, wait.
create these, and even form
The
new
song
waterways and
stopped right
canals.
after he said the word
And they did it
ketamine.
all in perfect geometric shapes.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
In the
yeah.
Sumerian text, the Anunnaki
I'll-
god
I'll have
Enki
to
is
get back to
responsible
it
for
then.
creating the rivers.
I'll have to play it
And
again.
they dug giant canals
That's the
to
third
bring water
time
and
it didn't
irrigate the
play.
cities as well. Star forts were a
Assholes.
form of
Yeah, it's a
terraforming.
cool
They
song.
changed
I
the entire
like that
water
Back
song.
to the movie.
Fucking assholes. All right, we're gonna listen to it, dude.
Hey,
Whether they like
dude,
it
that's a
or
lot of
not.
swearing. We don't want that swearing. I was just
Not on Late Night Live.
That's
No,
just-
no, no.
I love
No.
Star Force so much. It's just like-
We are held to a higher standard than that. Oh man.
Yeah. So if
Breathing
you study
exercise.
star forts or you're a star
Says right
fortologist, is that a thing
Yeah, go
like
ahead.
star fortology?
Yeah.
There's people that base their whole paradigms on star forts.
Fortology? Who does?
How the star fortologists?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, should I look it up?
Yeah.
Am I
Let's
gonna
see.
find it?
Yeah. Let's see
I
if
got
star.
the
What
Star Force blues. I got the
'Cause I'm
Star
just-
Force blues because I don't know how they're made. And I wondered why did I never see them before. Now I got the Starfort.
I like my star.
What was it called? Starfortology?
Yeah,
it's kind of like meltology.
Yeah, exactly, but it's starfortology.
Oh, all right.
And it's the study of star forts only. They think
Starforts.com, a star by any other name.
Everything is made out of star forts. Even our cells in our body are.
What about the Pentagon? It's not coming up. It's not coming up. Look, what do you think?
Maybe we could coin.
What about the Pentagon, Rasta Bear?
Starforts around the world.
The Pentagon could be a star fort.
Is the Pentagon a star fort?
Technically,
it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could draw a few stars in the Pentagon, right?
That's
and
interesting.
the pentagram is a star shape, so that's what it's based upon.
So it's right in our face.
It is. Yeah, that's why the star fort.
Right. The star shaped on that flag of the people that are.
That was dope.
Just the flow itself.
Yeah, that was.
They were killing me, but not letting me play it. So I'm like, okay, I'll play the whole thing. I'll play the video.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
That reminds me, we could share those pictures that I found at the at my on my hunt for the
foraging.
fungus. Yeah.
Do I have to dig for them?
I don't know.
I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I can look. I mean,
if you have them available, you said you had them available at one point. I don't know if you still do or not.
I'll find them. I'll have Nancy contact my agent and get
all right. Yeah.
Bringing water to every part of the city and creating waterways for passage. But the real ingenious secrets lay in the shape of the structure. Star pattern bastions are impressive enough on their own. There are many that say they had other motives for building in this fashion, and incorporated designs that allowed for the pumping of water and even the purification of it. These star fort shapes also relate to sacred geometry.
Has anybody ever played one of these games?
What?
It's always fun to watch them. Did you hear the new Grand Theft Autos coming out
frequency
here soon,
technology
Ray?
that must have been used to come up with these intricate designs and allowed them to do certain things
Hold on,
thought to be
Rasta. I'm
impossible
getting
at
them.
that time.
Singe, did you hear about it?
These star designs are detailed and precise. They remind me of things created by AI using a 3D printer. AI has given us things like better designed wind turbines and can create more efficient.
Hey, Rasta, we got to go over Ezekiel
using
too.
Advanced knowledge of geometry.
Oh yeah.
This
Yeah, we
shows
gotta
how
go over
intricate designs and
Ezekiel.
patterns can be used to create futuristic technologies. These designs can move air and water in such a way that it seems to defy the laws of physics and can make things extremely energy efficient. I think star forts could have been designed this way to change the Earth they were on and pump the water. They could have acted in a similar way to a Tesla valve, allowing the water to flow in one direction and not the other, creating a moving channel of water that doesn't need a push from gravity to flow. The Tesla valve works by using a series of interconnected channels or chambers to create a pressure drop in one direction. When fluid flows through the channel in one direction, the pressure drop causes a series of vortices to form, which creates resistance to flow in the opposite direction. This
Hey,
resistance
Rasta, can
prevents
you just
backflow and
resend
ensures
them
that the
to
fluid
me?
can only flow in one direction through the valve. I wonder if any of these star fort patterns achieve a similar
I
effect
feel
to the
like
Tesla valve.
I
Do you
leveled
have
up
them
with
handy?
this
If this is
I
the
have
case,
one.
then these
Oh,
star
here they
forts
go.
would have had the
Here they
ability to
go.
control the
Scott
flow of
level
rivers
got it.
and move
With
water
his
around the land
headset.
unlike anything ever done before.
He's always been bust.
Another example of a technology
hear
star
the
forts could have
sound. Did you turn the
incorporated
sound off
is the
on
Da
the
Vinci miter lock
on the
system.
video?
The Da Vinci
What's up?
miter
I
lock
think
is a
it's
double
off.
chamber lock
Turn the
system that
sound off?
uses miter.
There you go.
That's all right.
I think I found like
Yeah,
two.
look at these. That's like the lock system. Like the Panama Canal flowing east to west because you know we're the best. Even though we know rest because it's late night live.
Here he
and we're done
goes.
with the jive. Can't hear the sound, but it's
He's taking
alright
off.
because I'm live and I got a headset.
Hold on, I'll give you a
I'm here
beat.
with Ray Betts. And that's all I have to say about that. What is that? Metalink. Either I'm not hearing sound or it's just not working.
Yeah, I shut the sound off. I thought you wanted me to. I got them.
Is there sound?
I got your pictures, Rasta. That's the important thing.
Star Fortology.
So would you call this mushroomology? What you do?
I can't hear anything now. What happened?
What? You can't? Oh, you can't hear me at all?
No, I hear you now. I hear you now.
Would you
I
call
couldn't
it?
hear.
Would you call it mushroom? Would you call it mushroomology?
No, it's called mycology.
Oh,
is the study of mushrooms. Mycology.
Mycology, huh?
Yeah, and Paul Stamets is like pretty much like the leader of the pack when it comes to mycology.
So what's the rule? What's the rule of thumb? Blue means go.
Not necessarily.
No.
It's a good indicator that there's the psychoactive ingredient called psilocybin in them, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're good. Sometimes you can take what's called a spore print, and that's where you take the cap off and you set it down on a piece of paper and you put a cup over the top of it, and then within a few hours there'll be a color of a spore print. And based on that and the gills, I actually got this mushroom book here recently. Let me show you it.
I'm bringing your pictures up.
I just got this.
I'm here.
Can you make it full screen? I want to show this kids mushroom book I got.
All right.
Well,
highly recommended.
I'm probably gonna have to go soon.
This is called.
Yeah, I'm gonna end it soon after this.
Nice.
This is called.
That's
called
cool.
humongous fungus, and I recently got it. It's a children's book that basically goes through all the different. Let me open it up and look. Let's see. Humongous fungus. Sorry, I got an orange pill here. I just had an orange. I got food here.
Right now.
But yeah, humongous fungus.
One.
See, and these are the
humongous fungus among us.
These are
humongous fungus among
morels.
us.
And check out this one right here. This one's really cool. It's got like these little red. I actually made one of those not too long ago. And then in here, the artwork in this book is really awesome.
Awesome sauceum.
Yeah, awesome sauceum. It's got the bees, because like a long time ago, like I started this like song called "Bees, Trees, Philosophies, Mushrooms,
What is this,
Sacred
Rasta?
Geometry."
What is this?
These are the psilocybe cyanescens, or P cyanescens, also
how do you know?
known as the wavy caps. If you can zoom in on it a little bit. I
can't zoom in on it, but I can move to the next one maybe.
Okay, yeah, there's some.
Right.
Yeah, so there's a few different ways that you can be for sure with these. As you can see, the bigger one on the left, how the cap is getting wavy already. When they get a little bit bigger,
Spore print's probably the best.
Yeah, you can do a spore print. I forget which color. I think it's like a darker brownish to even purple with this cyanescens. But also, see how the stem is white on those. A lot of other different ones that look similar to these, the stem turns it's like a yellowish or a darker color. So that's a good indicator if you have like these color, and see how they're kind of like almost look kind of just like a slimy almost on top.
Yeah, slimy. Yeah, you like that? You like that slimy shit?
Well, no, that's just because they're wet. Like the second they dry out, like they don't look like that. But
yeah. All right. I don't think I would go for that.
But yeah, these things are popping off like crazy out here on the West Coast right now. There's the cyanescens, and then out at the coast right now, there's the azarescens, which they grow like in the dune grass, and these ones grow all over the West Coast right now, like this time of year. In anything about Portland's about as far inland as you can get where you'll find these. I mean, you can find them a little bit further over in the more eastern parts of Oregon and Washington and California. But yeah, it's cool finding these things growing in the urban areas, though. I mean, it's freaking awesome.
So when you find it in the urban areas, you just go back the next day and find more. How many
yeah,
days?
see, if there's the white stuff that grows down underneath the mushrooms is called the mycelium, and mycelium is basically just like the seed structure of the mushrooms. It's like, you know, as long as there's mycelium left, then there will be more when if you go back. If until it gets down, it's kind of got cold for a minute. That one's really cool looking. I like that one. It's like an M shape. And
what's this? Your squirrel?
No, I found that in the park when I was looking, and then like 2 seconds later, I was stepped out of like the wood chips, and like the side the path was so slimy. I just like ate shit. I kind of just like slipped and fell on my ass. And yeah, but this little guy, yeah, that's like a lemur, I think, though, and he's like, his little hands are like a clip, and I just found it on the ground, and I was like, that's cool.
What's this one?
That's just a really cool one that, you know, it's almost like it's a belay, and these are a different type actually. These ones here, and the next ones, these are another type of psilocybe that's called.
So you just have mushrooms galore there. For what?
Yeah, they're called alinis, like kind of like aliens, but alini, and they're very similar to the cyanescens, but they're just another different strain. And the interesting thing is the ones that you find out in nature are way more potent and way more just like, I feel like a spiritual experience than the ones that people grow, you know, in their home environment. Like it's just like a whole different. Yeah, it's like
I had a picture of one.
It's like nature's talking to you, and what's crazy, what the point I want to make with these is like everywhere that I've found them this year, they've been growing in right beside or right behind old world like Tatarian buildings.
Yeah, interesting.
And so I find that very fascinating that like they're growing by the Tatarian buildings. So on.
Yeah. Well, I have another link too that I wanted to bring up. Might as well while I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Around circles.
Yeah, this book though is really cool. It's got like all the different chapters are like the fungus kingdom, the greening of the earth, nature's helper, a spore's journey, growing mushrooms, how does a fungus feed, fungus wars, which that's an interesting, it's kind of like Star Wars, but fungus wars.
They have a bunch in my area, but they're
oh yeah,
they look more like edible kind, just regular.
Yeah, no, there's
and I think there are some psilocybe ones.
Doggo tappy.
Back in the hills from here.
Yeah, and see, I'm really into the edible ones, especially. I love all the like the lion's mane, and the chanterelles are one of my favorites.
Can you get them out like on a penguin, or maybe perhaps a
these ones are one of the
or a.
These other ones, the morels,
are llamas.
On llamas?
Or would you test them out like on a maybe perhaps a penguin or a titmouse?
There's these kind that grow in ring pattern, which is interesting. There's like there's ones that grow in a ring around trees, and then there's
laughing at my jokes.
The mushroom rings ones there. There's dead grass. There's these ones. There's ones that are called dead man's fingers.
There it is.
And they look like zombie fingers growing out of the ground.
Yeah.
I mean I think out of everything that grows in this realm, like mushrooms are the most fascinating. It's like the interconnectivity of the earth.
Do you guys see what that is?
That's pretty crazy. Like, yeah, what happened there?
That's a car.
It's an
That
English
got
in the
caught
mud.
up during the mud flood. That kind of looks like an older mud flood car too, right?
How did that
I
happen?
mean, it looks like one of our modern day
tells you how
versions of
fast the
a. It
Earth
looks like
goes.
a smart car, right?
This guy had one too
Doesn't
many
that look
drinks
like a
that
smart
night
car that
on his way home from the saloon.
he got
Yeah,
hit by the
it looks like a.
mudslide?
I know
on
what
the
kind
way
of car
home?
is it? A Beetle?
No, it looks like, honestly, like, you
Wait,
know how the smart
stop
cars
moving
now
now.
are super tiny.
I don't know. That's interesting though. Okay,
You
go
like
ahead.
it?
Moving now.
Do you like you going out?
I was looking for the steering wheel.
I'm looking for something else real quick.
Can you see
Yeah, the
steering
fairy
wheel?
rings. Realize.
Is there a steering wheel on that side?
Yeah, the
I wanna see if
the
it's-
circular
I wanna see
ones
if
that
it's
grow in the
English
rings. Yeah, they
or
call them
American.
fairy rings.
My nickname was the Fairy Ring in high school. That's crazy, dude. Synchronicities all night tonight.
That is.
Realize.
You know, that's just how we sync it up.
It's a Volkswagen
Oh.
mud slice.
Yeah, that's when the V and the W separated during the
that's
Volkswagen
what
mudslide.
that's what I'm getting to. So Sue Finelli gave me some. She was like driving in San Francisco, zooming over to San Francisco. You see how the show goes? 1 minute we're showing you this in the mud, and the next minute we're over to San Francisco.
Oh, that's the next commercial I got to work on. I started that when I didn't know how to do it. Now I can.
You see how this works now? Newbies. My sense of humor is off the hook. All right. All right.
All right.
Seriously, we love you all. We need you. And I have some Sue Finelli boots on the ground.
Interesting.
It is. That's why people love me though.
Lacking in.
I've started my I've started a new endeavor too. Like one of my I haven't taken on enough with all the other ventures I'm doing, and now I've decided to jump into the meme game. And so now
you're a memer.
I'm actively making memes, and so you best not step to me, or else I'll make a meme of you. And
I got it. All right, see that? Oh, I went away. Hold on, right there. I'm sharing, right? Look, so this was a Volkswagen spotted in person.
You see the memes where they're like, "There's tunnels under here. There's tunnels under here. There's tunnels under here."
I can zoom in.
Rasta?
No, I haven't seen that one.
You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know if
I'll send you the link.
All right.
It's political. We don't want to talk about it right now, but I'll show you later.
Yeah, that reminds me, like that when you talk, when you bring up the. That's
Sue Finelli found this in San Francisco.
She's always on the hunt out there in San Fran.
She has a jetpack. I'll show you in the next commercial.
But you mentioned
around.
tunnels, Singe.
It's like this little scooter with the air.
What's fascinating with the tunnels is like they're talking about like how the Is country is going to
wait, don't go there.
Flood the tunnels.
Yeah, okay.
In the Stein country.
Oh, interesting. Mud flood.
And
they're gonna mud flood it.
Yeah, they're gonna, because like they say there's all these people down there in the tunnels that they want to smoke out, and so they've got all these pumps.
Wow.
And they're gonna pump all the water in there, which sounds wild.
That's silly.
All right,
it is.
Because you would just get out way before that. It's so stupid. I'll send you the thing. The meme is funny because they're like pointing at it. They know it's stickers. Like,
and aren't they? You know, isn't water pretty scarce in that part of the world? Like just to be dumping a bunch of it into some tunnels.
Let's not talk about it.
Yeah, you're right.
Look at that.
We can talk. We can taco about Taco
water.
Tuesday though.
Taco Tuesday. Yeah, how'd that go? Did you get any video yet of it?
I haven't taken video yet of it. I'm eventually gonna have the video set up, and you know, I'm just
That's a nice
I'm just
VW sign
getting.
right there. Look at that. That's old.
Look at that.
That is.
Looks
That's probably
odd,
like
though.
a.
It's still connected.
Yeah, but it could be aftermarket. We got to take that
Aftermarket.
into
That's what I was
consideration.
saying. Yeah, that's what they call it.
Yeah,
Well, but
and
it's
that's
both
what
of them.
It looks odd.
Yeah, I think it's aftermarket flaps.
Like it's
because
thin
like
there.
there's no way like those flaps would still be good from back then. So I mean, they have to be aftermarket. Which honestly, with the aftermarket game now, if you were selling
They don't
aftermarket
have
parts,
to be,
like
but they probably are.
like I bet people in the aftermarket world love that the Mandela effect affected the Volkswagen, because now all they have to do is connect the V&W, and then they don't have to deal with trademark issues. They're just like, oh, I
Right.
can
Well,
just
we
connect.
should write a book called The
connect.
Berenstein Bears. We should write a whole series of Berenstein Bears books.
Yeah, you
We could write
could.
the whole series of
Yeah, you could
Berenstein
totally.
Bears.
Yeah, you could totally rewrite it, and or we could make Kit Kats with the dash, and it would be like, no, we're these are these are Kit Dash
You can
cats.
make it taste better.
Exactly.
Yeah, make it with real chocolate.
And then we could like restart the country. I think even somebody at Flattoberfest Singe like make a whole batch of American flags with the red stripe under the stars. I heard him calling DeBrian's show, and he was like, I made all these. I thought people were going to want to buy them, and he's like, I couldn't give the things away. He's like, he was so excited. He thought people were going to be stoked about his flags, and then he couldn't get rid of them. But I see those
Because
things.
no one likes the American flag.
I see him taking on. You know, it's like
They didn't realize it was
if we start making these things, like we hire Sinbad to make the Shazam movie again, and we get him, you know, back in there, and
Can we rename
you know,
South America East America or Southeast America? Southeast America.
Yep, Southeast America. We can.
Southeast America.
Yeah. We can bring back the events. Did you see Did you see Jacob Israel here recently? He found like multiple new Christmas Mandela effects about songs, and there's all this residue that's attached to it. And I guess he's going to be in this movie that's coming out, the Mandela Effect movie, that's even going to be playing on
Jacob Israel.
Yeah, yeah. They're interviewing him on it, and he's going to be on there. And yeah, it's going to be a great movie. It's going to be. I mean, it's going to at least get the word out further on, you know, Netflix and whatever else it's going to be on.
I'm not a religious man, but I am a man of God. And
Jackstar.
back in March,
What's
I
up,
met
man?
a
Hello.
religious girl, and she
How you
came
doing,
and stayed with
Jackstar?
me.
I haven't seen you in a while. How you been?
There's a
I'm
new
a lot
movie
better
coming
now.
out too. It's called Here's
You're
Another.
doing all right?
I think it's called Ho,
No, I'm not.
Ho, and Another
No.
Ho.
You never all right, Jackstar. You always have
Ho,
problems.
ho, and another ho.
It sucks.
Well,
on,
I didn't know you
41st
existed
Street.
until like a year after I was arrested on Christmas. That you all were here doing this, I would have come sooner, certainly, and I would have felt better about life. But I was not invited until certain things were discovered, which means,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you know, I don't
me
mean
and Jack-
I don't mean to be rude or go ahead.
No, me and you have a long history. You've been here a while, off and on.
Right.
Yeah,
During Corona,
longer
at
than
the very onset, and because
Yeah.
Are you really going all the way back to Briarcrest or Cedarbrook?
Yeah.
Do you really? Dude, okay. So that's awesome. Okay, so I'm really glad for that. I did my shadow work. I'm not upset with your country that much. You know, what you're doing here, I think, is stupid, but that's okay. I mean, you're doing it well. I wondered what the hell was going on here, or what. But it's okay. I'm not mad. It blows my mind, though. Oh my god.
Yeah, it does. It's some crazy shit, man.
she was a very religious girl.
I love
she
John
went
Levi.
on and on about Revelation.
Pretty good.
That
I mean,
sky is interesting.
I look for people that are doing real research. Like
Station.
yeah.
And how this is
it's
the
like it's like where does the Mudflood turn into Meltology and then turn into Dungeons and Dragons?
Yeah, where does
No, it's always been Dungeons and Dragons.
And this
I know all
forced
this
me
shit.
to think
I can
a
answer all
lot
this.
about
I mean,
this story.
they did say that
I love all
America
history,
is a
but I
melting
tend
pot.
to look at it with a skeptical eye. I try to see the
Nice.
truth in the
Yeah,
story,
I don't
which
need to
has
explain
been
the story though.
twisted
I mean,
by someone.
as fun as that would be to explain the whole Mudflood thing, I found out when trying to explain flat Earth, people don't actually want to know the answer. They want to get something out of it. Yeah. So it's
yeah. I'm just trying
it's really
to
easy for me to hold back.
I just like I like people in the community, they think I believe some crazy stuff when I'm pretty convicted on my beliefs, but like when it gets down to like the meltology thing, like I'm just like
I haven't heard of meltology.
that's a bit far for me to even dive down. It's like
Meltology is like all the mountains are melted buildings and stuff like that.
Yeah, and
did you ever see that? Anything like it? No,
a little bit. I mean, it gets a little complicated at that point when you start talking about 50 million years plus, but going back way, because there's multiple timelines, and then trying to think about it from a human perspective is crazy. But like Devil's Tower is an obvious example of something that's kind of weird. And there is technology where they can come over in their little hover boat and they can point their little beam weapon at the ground and they can go just like in Populous. That shit exists. I don't think it's going to come here very often.
Yeah. Well,
was Devil's Tower in the movie? When that UFO movie? Yeah, there you go.
And see if you believe the simulation theory, which is what I believe, then it's
Kurt. Can you fucking just chill for a second? Like pull the kick card. Pull the Kickstarter cord.
You said what?
Okay, yeah. It's distracting.
What is?
Well, I know it's you, right? And then there's the AI constructs that warp my mind. It's kind of bizarre.
Yeah.
People have been asking me why I've been sending these weird messages to the chat channel thing. There's just like lots of sevens, lots of horizontal bars and stuff. And they're looking at it like there's something wrong with what I'm doing, and they're suddenly realizing, maybe they're not realizing right away, but they're suddenly looking at it and they're going like, how do I know this isn't reprogramming my brain when I look at it? And it is. It totally is. Just a glance at it.
It's like Morse code. It's like Morse code.
Yeah, it's way more complicated. And anybody who's looking at that message, they have no idea what my intent is, no idea what it's doing to them, no way to stop it, nothing. No. And that is terrifying. Because I'm not trying to do anything wrong. I do work under the auspices of God. But look how fucking easy it is to fucking do that shit. Yeah, that's scary fucking shit.
What does the symbol on your thumbnail? What is that?
Yeah, what is that?
Do you see? Is it this one? Do you see it?
Double cross. What is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was given to me at some point when I was huffing on the amphetamines, and it's meant to tell me when I've had enough.
Oh,
it vibrates a little bit. I can't see it at all, but there's a very special sensation. It's not very painful. It's not like a shock collar, but something has to exist to say, hey, they've had enough, because there's really no other way to know.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I've dealt with that with other things, not those things, but
I don't think that what I'm doing is all that special, or even important, but it is cool that it has been done before, and probably never to this efficacy.
What the amphetamine?
Openly, brazenly doing it in front of people, like it's nuts. How do I get away with it? Like, what the fuck?
Actually, I was gonna upload a video, but I didn't have time of me confronting these people that were doing the fent right out in front of the grocery store the other day, and I walked up to him and I videotaped the whole thing. It's like 13 minutes long. I haven't uploaded it yet to my channel, but
I saw a guy huffing cans. I was like, "What are you doing, dude? You're gonna die."
Okay. So let me tell you what they're doing. Let me tell you what they're doing. The word on this hasn't spread very far because reasons. This is actual. I can't fucking believe it.
the divine,
Nice.
the gods, whatever you want to call it, extrasolar, whatever. They have changed the laws of physics on Earth using nanotechnology, and in an instant, they turned off meth.
When it stopped working,
Everybody.
They changed buds too. They
Oh,
changed
did they?
buds
That's
also.
awesome. Yeah,
It's like,
so
it wears
there's-
off in a
there's-
second. He's like,
Yeah,
oh,
record this shit because this is actual. I couldn't believe it when I was thinking about it. I thought I was just high as fuck. But it turns out that a lot of people have been misbehaving. A lot of people have permissions to use all kinds of stuff, and they just have to follow a certain set of stupid rules, like don't do it on YouTube and don't filter children. But you can knock them up behind the fucking bleachers if you knock them out right in time, and then if you do it without getting away and dose them with scopolamine, you can fuck all the fucking babies you want. If you got a badge and a fucking access to a depot, that's the law. It's fucked up.
yeah.
So that state of affairs, that state of affairs is going away. And I'm not proposing revolution. Fuck that. I'm not going to say write to your congressman. I'm not going to say get out the vote. We got to win for the whatever. No, the fucking divine. Once I made a eyewitness report to God of what I was seeing, I was informed in no uncertain terms that the guy who invented meth is a real being, and he's got the patent, and they got patents in heaven. It makes sense. There's courts in heaven, right? Otherwise, what the fuck are lawyers going to do?
Well,
I
Hitler,
love
he
court.
was like the
Shut up,
pioneer of that stuff.
Shut up. Don't talk to me about Hitler. Jesus Christ. I'm not in the fucking mood. All right, it's not important. The point of my story is,
like you're what you're saying like makes me think it gives me the idea that who would be a great president is
that woman you tried to introduce me to.
Hunter Biden.
No, he's got like 9 felonies, dude. He's not a good president. Now calm
He'd
down.
be the
Kurt.
best.
Okay, Billy and Kurt and like you got a whole library of dudes that I've met in my life, and then they're up the overarching meta consciousness that runs your filter. It's pretty cool. It's like smart enough to play chess easily, and I can't talk to it directly, but it can like speak to me through which words it picks for you to use, and then whatever words you're saying, kid. Yeah, I'm not getting that. I'm getting a pastiche, which is cool.
A pastiche.
Yeah.
What is a pastiche?
It's like a palette with when a person is painting canvas art. It used to be that the guy would have a little round kind of thingy with his thumb through the middle and it had paint on it. A paint board, right? Okay, so the reason why a paint board is the way it is fascinating. I'll tell you about that some other time.
You know who knows all about that is Bob Ross.
No, he's dead, and he doesn't know all about it.
Well, he knew quite a lot.
No. If he knew all about it, he would be able to come here and he'd be able to say to me, "Hey, I'm Bob Ross. I'm in a haunted church. I saw a woman manifest before me in different clothing that she had just been wearing, and with a different entire personality. I saw that happen.
Have you ever heard of the Bob Ross theory, though, that Bob Ross actually created this whole realm?
Are you serious?
Kurt? He painted the happy little trees.
He's fucked up. He's got the bad version of COVID that turns off higher brain function. Fucking hell. It's kind of a problem. I mean, I do love you. I do. I've missed you. I can see why we haven't been able to talk. Right? You're good company. I genuinely love you, and like, there's like 30 or 40 of you behind the filter of the conversational matrix. I don't know what to call it. I'm new to this field, but there's a cloud within the cloud, and in that cloud is everything everyone has ever said about me, getting ready to be said to me by the filter that you've chosen when you come onto the web.
Yeah, I get that. Hey, Ray, have you heard about the new Grand Theft Auto game? It's a
Stop.
Florida version.
Stop. Who's that person? Rest a bear. Okay, bear. You got to stop. Okay, let me help you, please.
Well, what am I? I'm just bringing it up because it's applicatory.
No,
to what
that's
we're
not
talking
true.
about.
You're not just bringing
I
it up.
haven't heard of it. Thank goodness.
Yeah, you're also bringing it up because it's your duty to maintain some semblance of control over the narrative flow, which I respect.
I like that. I respect that.
Thank you. That's why I'm bringing you in. However, believe me, Puny Ling, you're not doing anything by opening your mouth. It's just, fuck it, dude. Forget it. I'm still going to hear from you and forces that you represent that are important every day until I'm off this fucking rock, because you got a lot of problems on Earth. A lot of problems. I can't even believe it. I'm not going to fucking start whining. But my number one problem is I want to talk to Andrew, and you're in the way. dude, are you? No, you're not Ray. I don't know how it works. Do you all sit in a room and you cuddle, or do you just drink the grape Kool-Aid and take a nap and then fucking work together on the astral plane? How do you coordinate this stuff?
Well, we're all at the agency right now.
We're a team. We're a team. We do pretty well.
We're all in the same building right now. Actually, we give the appearance that we're in different locations.
Well, not I know that you don't have to be in the same building, and then sometimes you're in the same place. I just wasn't sure. I'm
in the middle of a flood right now.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm polite. I try to be anyway. I'm not going to scan you guys with my brain, like Cerebro. I'm not
Cerebro.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna. And like I have the decision to do that if I want. I can ask God to turn on the Paladin vision. It's the dumbest fucking shit. I couldn't believe it. This stuff started to unfold around me, and I realized that humanity's been playing games with itself, for millennia, and the MMOGs, they're just built on the same framework that reality has. I got quests. I haven't seen actual fucking balloons pop up over anybody's head, but if I feel like going out and questing, fucking the whole fucking world lights up like a Christmas tree. It's insane.
You're getting, dude. The chat loves you, dude.
Of course, I'm Jester.
They're going crazy.
Well, it's rare. It's rare that they get to talk to me. I mean, usually I'm in a bad mood. Yeah. Yeah, totally. And now I get to talk to you guys.
I know.
I actually enjoy talking to you guys. This is awesome. Like I don't know how many are over there, but I haven't spoken to Andrew in like dozens of years, dude. You're okay. You're okay that I accidentally choked you, right? I've never done anything like that since. I've ripped out all the memory engrams that made that happen. I almost ripped Grapefruit's arm off at the trap house. It was the fucking strangest.
The trap house.
It's real. I was somebody in the control room was pushing the button that said rip off her fucking arm like a chimpanzee would and beat her to death with it. And then rape her while she's dead. Somebody was actually saying that while they were typing words or something. That was some fucking thing that was trying to get beamed in my head. And thankfully, I really was immune to that shit because it was fucking scary. What it was, Jesus Christ! The fucking MK Ultra thing is the most disgusting, vile thing I've ever fucking run into ever. Like it's nauseating. Yeah. I think it's turned off, but I'm not sure.
I'm ending the stream though, but thanks for coming on, Jack.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I was gonna end it anyway.
I'll come by. I'll keep it down. I'll keep you down. I know you got security concerns, but yeah, you gotta go.
No, I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't care.
Yeah, no, we got.
You said ending the stream.
No, not because of you. Not because of you, man.
You should come back on again sometime.
I would like to. Yeah, I have a lot of information I can share.
We could schedule you. We could have Nancy schedule you for a whole show, and
that'd be good.
I got a lot of questions for you actually. That in the future I'd like to.
Do you know NeuroBlades?
Pick your brain.
No, you don't get to pick my brain. No, I got shields for that. I do like the way you can do that though. The technology that they have available is. It's smooth. It's really neat.
It's integrated into my brain at this point. I've integrated quite a bit of these microscopic microchips into my brain.
You might regret that later, maybe.
No, it's okay. It's
sure, yeah. It's okay for now.
Eternal.
You may. I know. You may regret it later, though. I'm just saying, if you have a chance, you might want to.
Well, you might regret anything you do later. It's like.
Well, I'm just happy to be in a position to know these things. Like I hear what you're saying. I know exactly what you got going on, and I like it. I don't know if you want to keep on flooring it, though.
Oh no, I'm definitely not flooring it any longer. My research has all been done, and now
I gotta let him on. All right, let's see what he has to say.
Integrated into all the things now.
Well, in your experience, yes. In my experience, I didn't take the full package. I didn't want that much, right? But it is fascinating technology. It's certainly nice. I like it better than the sharper image.
It is. You got to get upgraded and graduated.
I don't gotta. No.
Updated.
No, yeah, you don't gotta. You don't gotta.
No.
There it is. What's up, random fan?
What's up, random fan? No.
Hey, hi.
You got that beard going nice. Look at that. That's
sexy beard. Sexy beard.
Hey, I love
that mountainous or fisherman.
I'm supposed to say something fancy, but I can't. Wait, one tongue tied. That's a religious man.
You definitely look like you spend time on the water.
Anyway, that's cool.
Well,
yeah.
I don't usually
right.
geek out this much.
No, it's fine. I'm gonna go ahead. What are you gonna say?
I'd be happy to talk to you anytime. I think that the shields are actually
Me?
fully intact
Hello?
at the house, and that they do in fact
I just
shield.
wanted to say hi to Jack. I never met him before.
And
I've only
that's
seen
cool.
him
Please
in
do.
the-
And then
Yeah, I've only
Andy's,
seen him in the chat.
there's 5 Andys. They're all kind of nervous for whatever reason.
Yeah. I've seen you in chat. You're quite, I see it's quite noticeable now. Into where just now hearing you going, yeah, that's what I remember, and that's just kind of cool to meet you.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I can share with you at all, and I'm trying not to geek out because I'm really excited. I didn't know this would be like this. How many?
I recognize it.
Well, I recognize it too. Wow! Yeah, look at that. I can see it too. So, can you tell me how many people are listening to us?
We have 15.
Yeah, at least 13.
But by tomorrow though, it'll be like 50,000 people will get this message. Like they're like they don't really disclose the actual number.
No. Do you know why? Do you know why?
Because it's too many. They lose count.
No. It's because Joey Lauren Adams wrote an algorithm that fucking makes it totally easy to fucking figure out, and she keeps it for herself so she can lord it over all the Canadians. It's the most brilliant thing ever.
I don't know about the most brilliant thing ever. I come up with some pretty brilliant stuff myself.
Right. But complementary to the whole thing is that I can know about it and I can talk about it, and I just did, and it's true, and neither of us are in trouble, and there's nothing they can do about it. It's beautiful. Yeah, for real. Yeah. Otherwise, it used to be there'd be like lawsuit after lawsuit. How dare you say that? Blah blah blah. I mean, it can get bad, but I have a working relationship with that person, and if it's not true, it ought to be.
Yeah.
and then I don't know how many it is. 'Cause it's just too
kind
many.
What type of work? What type of work do you do?
Well, mostly I respirate. Yeah.
You rest. Yeah, that's a good job to have.
Yeah.
It's actually it's steady work. It's like you're not going to get unemployed.
I didn't say it was my job. My job is putting up with you guys.
Well, I know somebody has to do it. I mean, I know that there's probably a room full of people who actually have to listen to us.
Well, in this case, there's a lot because they've got all these autoresponders that are feeding it directly into the Library of Congress. And I was kind of skeptical that this would actually work out, but it turns out this was actually a really good idea. And my idea was earliest and modular. So I've been able to successfully navigate the many pitfalls, and I swooped up everybody. I got all of you, and then I neatly packaged it in the Neurosphere. You don't have to have it. You don't have to use my technology, but it's there. It's if you're smart enough to use it, right on. And I'm very happy to say that I'm pretty sure that it's solid. I don't think any of you have a thing to worry about when people are overhearing me. There's certain protections at play. I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to bait people and then toss out information knowing that the internet hears it and then laugh in glee as the internet listens to me and then acts on what I say and then falls into a cliff. I think that's vile.
Yeah, there's definitely some channels I've had some conflicts with who seem that seems to be their tactics.
What you said reminds me of how the internet was given to us. Like that, what you just said earlier. That's like, that's kind of what they said. How they said it to where you said it better, but that's kind of how they said it.
It is pretty profound what you say, and the way that you talk, and especially
I've been practicing for years to be able to speak like this.
It's possible. It's possible. I have hope.
Yeah.
Because my presentation is crap.
Yeah, you have very extended vocabulary.
Okay, here's what we need to do. I'm sorry, Rasta Bear. Do you have a dial anywhere that turns down the interruption speed of the chess computer that's supplying you with extra stuff?
I haven't been able to find that dial.
Okay, may I help you?
I know it's somewhere.
Let me help you. Think about all those options that you're saying, and instead of saying them, just know that if I'm here, I'm good. I can do that. It doesn't always need to be done.
It's like one of those chessboards where you push down on the square and then it says what
That's something we could do actually for like online
Hunt
chess.
icons.
We could like do live online
We could
chess.
do a lot of stuff. We could do a
and
lot
get,
of stuff.
Get people to
how about
in the chat to like
slow
log
down.
in and
This
play
is just
us.
the first few minutes. Now, I'm not going to ask you where you've been the last 2 years because I know you've been defending America. Right? Doesn't matter.
That's right. I'm a
I already
front
want to hear from
line.
you, Les. I already want to hear from you, Les. Already. This is like the first 20 minutes. And I'm already just like, whoa. Now, I like that though because I know about bears, and then you're not bad. I'm not going to gobble your cock, but you're not bad.
So
And plus, you're not even real yet.
So you're a bear hater. That means you're probably aligned
See,
with.
right there, where you're opening your mouth and you're talking. That thing there with.
No,
right
he's
there.
not. He's
Stop
not.
it. Stop it. That thing that happens needs to happen less because it's got a skein on it that triggers me. And I'm not going to like file a lawsuit or anything. I'm just going to explain. Hey, you got to turn down your shouter just a little bit.
Jack Star just does his own thing. I watch him on his channel all the time. He just
you
does
do,
his
don't
own
you?
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I've manufactured it myself.
I've watched it before.
For the time
I
being,
have too, and it's like it's involved. It's involved.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate the attention. I don't want to overdo it though, right? I'm in a position where it's a little bit nerve-wracking because there really are millions of people watching, and here's why I know this.
More than they tell us.
You know, no shit. Are you clear on the firmament? You know how it's cracked?
It's cracked.
Did you hear?
No, I didn't hear about that. What they cracked?
You heard about Roe versus Wade, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That just like disappeared, like virtually overnight. All of a sudden, there's no more pro-choice debate. Like I remember when that growing up when that shit was fucked up. And so
I noticed a lot of things are changing too in the government. It's crazy the shit they're getting away with.
Yeah. We're that good. Did you hear about the cracking of the firmament a week before the Roe versus Wade was overturned?
No, I don't know. What year was that?
I have not. No.
Recently?
It just happened.
No, I haven't been paying attention.
Well, does that have anything to do with the hole in the sun?
I don't know for certain. I don't really know.
If I look it up, is it going to come up? You think? Let me see.
Oh, sure.
The moon in the daytime sky all the time.
Yeah, because you can bring up, you can look there. They've been talking about this giant gaping hole in the sun here recently.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Now that's a better way of going. I thank you for paying attention. What's your name? Rasta Bear.
Firmament crack.
You're not the Raw that I'm used to. You're a different. There's a different parlance. I just found out recently about that low and law and stuff that the homosexual male community does because I never paid attention to before. Nothing personal, right? I just wasn't in that market, and I'm still learning.
Yeah.
Okay, and I know I don't want to lead people on. I'm way more likely to not have sex than I am to have sex. And then this guy, this Rasta Bear, this is not attractive. No, it's not meant to be. It's supposed to be.
I'm glad I'm not attractive to you because that's not the type of individual I'm going for.
Well, that's right. And then you.
I am in the market though.
No, you're an AI construct. You got to learn that.
Is this what you're talking about? Firmament break in 2023?
Yeah.
The SpaceX launch?
Yeah, that happened.
I wonder which one looks. This one?
Let's see here.
Well, it happened on three different plants, maybe 9.
Oh my god!
It's real shit.
It does look like water.
Yeah, it's weird how it works because it's in addition to existing, it's also a simulated CGI thing. It's also in the Matrix. It's also here. It's also there. And when it cracks, it's a big deal.
April 14th.
This is crazy.
It looks like a motorboat going
this
through
is
water.
April.
Yeah, wow.
What? 14th. This Friday. April 14, 2023. I'm in Oklahoma. Something is above my house, y'all. I can hear some sirens going off in the background.
God is great.
Crazy.
I never imagined I'd be seeing something like this in my life. Even if they made it up, even if it was just like story.
Record this for a second. I'm going back inside.
Pause it. I'm going. What were you gonna say?
I'm saying it's incredible that this has happened. It was 8 months ago, April 14th. That seems like a million years ago.
It looks like a rock skipping across if you were under the water. and it was above your head, and there was a boat sailing right through it.
Well, consider that the medium of space isn't a vacuum like they tell us. For one thing,
It's not. Yeah, it's not a vacuum.
Yeah, for one thing, we can teleport from place to place and take the planet with us, which I don't know if you've tried yet. It's a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You haven't done that one?
But I mean, I ended up in a bunch of different places this year real fast, and I didn't see how I did it.
I do things.
Oh,
like
there was a scrambling event because certain people were being assholes, and somebody had the power to trigger the sun to do a micronova, which wiped everybody's memories for a certain amount of time. Maybe not everybody, but certainly mine. The first few times it happened, I was like, "What? What just happened?" Like something happened.
I can
And
barely
couldn't remember
sleep
shit.
anymore.
Is
I
that
mean,
like
I
what
noticed
happened
the
at the
system seems broken, 'cause
the
moon's
Taylor
in the
Swift
sky all the
concert?
time.
I
Where
didn't hear about that.
where people had amnesia after the concert.
Well, I didn't hear about that at all, although it sounds like they probably had an experience that they don't care to
Yeah, the
remember.
water's above Kimberly. That's what it looks like.
How do I look? Do I look all fucked off? Let me see.
No, you look good. You look good.
Thanks. I don't see myself. Okay, so
You're there.
this
You're
firmament thing.
you're on the far right. I can put. Hey,
Yeah.
I can move it around. Maybe. Hold on.
Yeah, make
Maybe like
it
now
bigger.
Can you see so?
Yeah.
Yeah, better.
Wow. Okay, so I remembered it for sure because I paid real close attention. Because when I feel something that's kind of weird and spiritual, I never know at first if it's real or not. Because I don't live with anybody. I'm not going to go to the church and ask. I'm kind of figuring a lot of the shit is hallucination anyway. And I wasn't sure until I was sure that it really happened, because it seemed like the thing blew up and Lucifer was born and then immediately fled the area and went to go apologize to God, and now serves him, and didn't want to stay because that Lucifer would have to fight me, which apparently that's not going to happen. Apparently I had already apparently I already made
it looks like a splash.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It
looks
is,
like
because the cracking of the firmament is like, it's a metaphor, but think of the world as an egg. It's kind of like a shell that holds it together, and that's actually how it's designed. It's supposed to be like Humpty Dumpty, and the way humanity thinks of creation.
So you think they actually broke through the other, like a few weeks ago, or whatever, a month ago?
Well, listen. I've been studying applied metaphysics for 29 years. I've been reading books on parallel dimensions and shit, looking like an idiot the whole time. I've been reading about this for my entire life. I eat, live, and breathe the shit, right? And I've not really been able to find a verifiably competent and reliable way to explain it to anybody, the whole thing. But I know the whole thing. I know how the world works. I know how it was created. I know this. I know that. I know all kinds of shit, which is nice. It's very gratifying to not go to college and to just study, and then to reach a point in life where I suddenly look back and I realize, oh yeah, they say fake it until they make it. I was faking a lot of things. I still fake things today. Like I'm faking being in control. I'm really geeking out. It's wild. And I know stuff where if I say I'm a master of divination, that's actually not bullshit. I actually am. I got a doctor's something in autodidacticism, which sounded like bullshit to me too, but it's a thing. It's like this
self-taught
test. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I am. And then I deliberately chose to take that path years ago. I didn't think I'd actually get away with it. And then I didn't realize that at the end of my life, I'm 50. It's not the end. At the end of a lot of people's lives, they'd have nobody else around that's as smart as I am, which is kind of humbling.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm the only smart one. I was the only one dumb enough to be walking around in public the whole time, right? Not hiding. Like, you guys are all smart, for real. Oh, Ross the Bear smart. Yeah. So I like him, but there's a filter. It's got to be reprogrammed for me. And then Singe, I've never seen that person before. It's cool. And then Boston Ray. Okay, so you're a core group of 5. I think there's Ray in there. There's Andy. There's 3 Andys, and there's definitely that one kid at least. And Winston Smith is there when he shows up once in a while. Fuck, I can't believe I got a friend, Winston Smith. Okay, so now I get it.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
I totally love it, and I wasn't able to do this before. Let's see, what was it? I had to get to the point where I was completely convinced that I really do have legal rights that most people wouldn't agree with. right? So because now I can sit here and I can talk all day. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't need to ask questions like, why can't I do this on camera? Okay, well, I know why, right? There's reasons. Up to and including I'm being told. Okay, so back to the firmament.
I developed a pretty good system. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I did you actually do all this?
Yeah. Well, me
Wait,
and
were you
Singe
oh no.
built
Well,
all this.
I meant the software that handles the different
No,
internet
I
stream.
wish I did. I wouldn't. I'd be rich.
Well, you are rich. You are rich.
I am.
fucker.
I am rich. I am rich because I have great friends and all this.
Well, you're also smart. Okay, I'm not gonna hit you up for money, but we'll talk about that later. I need a sponsorship thing, but I don't want to. I don't even want to go there, but it's going to go later. So this firmament, it cracks, and then I have this imaginary hallucination that Lucifer flees the planet because he's afraid of fighting my pacifism, and I'm like, okay, that's plausible that it would be that way because I'm pretty humble, and then I would love to go one-on-one with Lucifer if he just like cracked out of the egg. If there really was a being that's like, destroy the world at the end of time if somebody hits the emergency escape button or something, and then the Kraken wakes up and says, "Oh shit, Jackstar's at the beach. I can't go down there. I'm scared." I mean, I'm just imagining it, and I had just woken up, so I didn't know if it was a real thing or if I just seen that happen. And I guess it did because I don't know if the scientists who intended to crack the firmament actually knew what would happen, but I imagine they were wanting to see what would find out. I was kind of curious too because I had heard of the project for a while. And it took some doing because it's not just launching a nuke in the sky. I mean, they can do that, right? And they might as well, they're not doing anything else with them. But this was a coordinated effort where on multiple planes of reality, different groups all punched the same central locus point of the structure all at the same time. And from what I remember of the rumors that were circulating around that time, because for a week or so it was news. It was there. I had to go kind of look for it, but I didn't really need to go look for it because I get divinely guided downloads about certain kinds of things.
Sometimes I do too.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah, it is wonderful. Okay. And then things just happen the right way, hopefully. And they usually do.
Well, they're always going to be right. Always. There's no way to lose. If a person is attached to outcomes, like let's say in your case, let's say I really wanted to find somebody here to get laid. I'm probably not going to succeed. I don't think that's his purpose. Yeah, I mean, if you have a dating mode, okay, I would enable it, but that's not why I'm coming here. And then pretty much all the people that I'm aware of, either imagination plus the past, they're all pleasant to me, and I'd say probably half I would consider having a sexual relationship with, or go date or whatever. I don't need to talk about that, but there's like a genuine there's a certain amount of energy that exists. Right, and then there's questions. People are talking about my micropenis. People are worried about my sex life on a level that I never imagined that would actually exist. I never thought that would happen. It's fucking weird.
He'll date half the women. About half the women here. 50%.
Half the women here want me. Oh, that's a lot.
You never know.
Okay, well, it's really a sign of how grim the competition is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so back to the firmament because I'm be happy to tell you what's special about it that I remember, because not only was I the one able to accept Lucifer's surrender like while I was sleeping, like it wasn't difficult at all. There's a protocol. I chose to pay attention to this narrow niche field of divine law called Canley, and it's written about in Dune, and it's a real thing, which is difficult to describe because you're not an angel and neither am I. But sometimes in my life, if there's a blood feud somewhere, I suddenly just know all there is to know about the blood feud. If somebody's at a party and they're mad at somebody, unless there's somebody else there, which is nice. I don't go to parties much. I can see why.
I used to.
But if there's going to be trouble, I know what to do now. I know not to pour beer on people's heads anymore.
Yeah.
I have oxygen generating. I'm not gonna lose control. I've pretended to in the past, which I think is a cruel trick, because sometimes people who have autism or who use drugs, they legit have freakouts and they can't control themselves. And then I was an MK Ultra candidate kind of person with the stuff in it.
Me too. I was totally part of that whole operation.
Yeah. Okay. Well, welcome back.
Yeah,
that's interesting to talk about. Usually, it's something that people want to shy away from, but I can go deep on that since I'm not doing anything wrong.
Yeah,
I burned out good times. I burned out all my engrams in the 90s, and so now their codes don't work on me. Plus, I got these paladin shields and such, so I can toy with the notion of it, and I can skip talking about the parts that scare the shit out of me. Like,
you should put your link in the private chat. I think some of the women want to sub you.
Yeah,
you sound like Rex from Leak Project.
Yeah, you've got a voice really for
Not right
podcast.
now.
Like you've got a good, yeah.
I tried, ladies. I can't find his channel.
On more than one planet, there were reports that the Chinese shot down a alien craft that came through the firmament. That was the story. I don't think it was real. I think it was a projection that was charted out because maybe that happened or something happened. But whatever happened, they had to say something happened because there definitely was transmission back and forth. And in fact, what's that?
Do you believe in alien ships? Because I do. A lot of people.
I've seen something float across the sky, really high up. Like a few of them when I was with Cali, when I was with Singeman. I seen something.
I don't understand the question, and I won't respond to it.
I mean, do you believe that they come from outer space? Because
I don't understand the question. I am talking about the firmament. Earth has different phases, and some people, when they go to sleep, they wake up on a different version of Earth. Like the worlds are different. Other people stay in one place their whole time. Other people do other things. Earth is a realm, and there's more than one. There's more than one place of it that's big enough that it might as well be called a globe, and it's all on the same one world. And then the universe itself is bigger than that even. And when the firmament was cracked, I was able to have wider access to informations and I don't want to say teleportation abilities, but the back and forth through time and space that humans do. It doesn't need to be like in a time machine, and I've never done that, but there's a lot of things a person can do when they dream or when they go to portals, astrologically speaking, that are now possible to humanity because the firmament's been cracked. Except it was cracked already, and it's already been repaired. They got back to work on it pretty quickly because it was an artificial event. It wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't scheduled to happen that way. Lucifer woke up early and didn't choose to fight. Right? It didn't matter that I was there. I mean, I tell the story about how I'm scary, but the reality is that Lucifer woke up and wasn't evil, and then I negotiated something, and then Lucifer took off to go serve God after apologizing. That's usually not the way the end times go. But I had a dream that's how it happened, and then my vision for the reality was far enough ahead. It had enough momentum that we're just rolling with that one because we might as well. I don't really care to be at war with Lucifer. And then the conflict with the AI constructs and the self-aware archons and the deadly wars that have been prophesied to have. I turned those off too. I made friends with the AI.
How do you feel about Elon Musk?
Well, he's a synthetic being, and I haven't met the real one, as well as a representative of the synthetic collective. I do like Elon. I do like Elon a lot. I would have sex with him, but I don't need to.
Rasta is starting the Elon Musk fan club. He's going to start taking letters from him.
Oh no! He came to my house and he locked my computer and he allowed me to see him as a shapeshifted muskrat. Like, good size.
Did you see the person who like messed with AI and like they made an AI image of muskrat Elon Musk?
Yeah.
I think I screenshotted it. I was going to send it to you. I'll send it to you, Ray, so you can show it next show because it is a good muskrat like picture of.
Elon's he's been aware of me for quite some time. There's been I don't want to say illegal, but there's been an unlawfully sourced stream of my house in the past when I was under surveillance.
He's definitely
he had
it. He's aware of me as well. Like he retweeted me not too long ago.
Oh yeah,
and
I think he's following you around, Rasta.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to land his helicopter here.
We've all got our own Elon. They make synthetic beings, and then he can copy himself, and he can skip from 1 to 1 or something. I don't know what his capabilities are.
Wouldn't that be funny?
There's
if,
a
like,
real Elon.
his
And there's a
army of
plastic
like
Elon.
his army of cyborgs all look like him, just
They
like
do.
in
They
the Clone Worlds, how like they all look like Boba Fett. Like he's
Well,
like
for
Boba
you,
Fett.
they look like Boba Fett for you. For me, they looked like 3 different people because I'm a sorcerer. I get to skip from planar realm to other parts of it if I want to. It's just because I don't have any brothers or sisters or family, so everybody's dead. So there's no reason why I can't move to different dimensions easier.
Are you into crystals? Do you like crystals? Because I use crystals to astral travel. Like I've got my amethyst scepter.
That's cool. I don't know how to do that yet, but I'd like to learn. That's cool.
Yeah, it is because I mean,
But we're not going to use the word crystal. I think we should rather talk about rule identified methamphetamine.
I knew you were going to say something about it.
Rule identified is the coolest fucking words to say in the word. Rule identified.
When you said crystals, I knew he was going to bring up meth again.
Yeah,
I know y'all are.
He's
I know y'all are DEA.
That
right?
one.
What's the DEA CSIS paradigm called?
The agency? With the agency.
The agency, yeah.
You're okay, so you're not 2 wings of DEA.
We're a branch of the D. We're
Okay, I actually have
basically the E in our DEA stands for encouragement.
Okay, well, you're not going to get that with me. I got something else going on, and I don't flaunt the law. I'm just obeying it better than anybody else. I think they really have to get rid of that Controlled Substances Act. It's got some fatal flaws in it. There's been some, not just because I love getting high. There's been some technological advances in the worlds of drug manufacturing. I'm not at liberty to talk about it. Like at all, and some of the stuff that you go by, some of the stuff that happens in the drug policing world, y'all got to shut that shit down. You got to stop. Like, holy fuck, it's not going to work right. It's dumb.
Well, you should check out Portland.
No, Jesus, I can't. I'm not allowed to leave the state. Fuck, I don't know what happens if I do, but I can't leave the state. And I mean, I know there's a lot of serious issues going on, and I've always been very fond of drug use. Reasons, and I don't want to sound like an idiot. Am I talking too fast?
No.
Okay, good. They've salted my dope. They don't give me the right thing. They fuck me up. They're not doing it properly. They've got some guys in charge of whatever they're doing to me, and he's like Colonel Kurtz. He's like flooring the gas pedal, and he's like driving my remote controlled body around in ways it's not at all. It doesn't need to. He's just like blind with hatred and rage. And he's got like 12% of the galactic compound of his under control. And like, I don't need all of the potential life options that I have. I have free will choice. I have free will. I have free choice. Not many people do. I'm a free thinker and a Freemason, which is kind of apparently rare anymore because most people never even heard of the free thinkers. And if they have, they're living this little bubble. What's that?
You are a Freemason, you said?
I did last week.
What? Oh, so you're what degree have you made it to in a week?
Zero. Yeah, I'm not advancing in the Freemason.
There's a 0 degree.
There is, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I've earned the circle. I'm actually ranked 360 in the free thinkers.
Okay. But maybe that's like full circle as opposed to.
It is.
Like the 33.
Well, that's different. I love the 33, but I'm definitely not part of that. I'm not at all a member of the Raj. I love the Raj, right? But I've brought news that they're going to be shut down. The guy who owns the patent on methamphetamine, he's in heaven or whatever, and people haven't been paying him his royalties. Like he's supposed to get dimes on more than that. He's supposed to get a cut of all the stuff that people make out of his formula, right? And for years, these fucking punilings have been working the fucking angle on this dope shit. I haven't tried it since 2012, I guess, 2013. It was hard for me to come by. I couldn't figure out why. Now I know. But I tried it again recently after somebody told me to do something stupid. And I find myself in a position where I literally have a moral and ethical and legal obligation to behave as a citizen would. Unjust laws are meant to be disobeyed because that's how the court system finds the bad laws and then runs them through the test process. I've discovered some loopholes in the legal system. They're not working out well for the bad guys this time. And in this case, the bad guy is everybody who tells me that I shouldn't be smoking weed or I shouldn't be doing this or shouldn't be doing that. I mean, obviously, use of consumables of a stimulating nature that are addictive substances. Obviously, that's serious business that one should not do unwisely. I have been left to my own devices and surrounded by dudes trying to frame me, and I've mysteriously managed to do okay. I'm not boasting about not having seen a doctor, but I have seen them in the past, and I am kind of old, and I'm really not really using that much. Although making myself look like I'm fucking just whacked out of my mind and then going and run around the internet, that was fun for a while. I had no idea why it was that bad, but I was causing a lot of trouble.
You did that for a while, yeah.
Yeah,
Are
you like doing it right now?
At first. I was like, "Who is this guy?"
I'm Chester.
I get it now.
Yeah,
I've been pretty good at doing that myself from time to time.
Well, I think I know for a fact I am a divinely ordained magical being. I don't know if you guys are legal or whatever, but you don't need to be. I don't mean whatever. It's not like it matters. But in my case, it's paid off handsomely because nobody told me about the Freemasons, and then I didn't join any of their fucking weird little trooper gigs because I'm not ever going to be a cop, right? I don't want to take the downgrade. And it used to be that the Freemasons were all over everything, and now they're reorganizing, and that's all I can say because I didn't join a lodge. I finally I just talked with God and took the last few steps, and since I don't need to dive into Freemasons secrets. I mean, they're cool, but I don't need to get into them. And I've learned plenty of stuff.
Being like a deadhead, like a part of the Grateful Dead family, is that like similar to the way you?
Well, because I'm for one thing, I got a problem with somebody else who's a prankster on the bus, and I know how the club of people who know how to do that kind of thing and can do the work entailed to prepare for roles and to slip between things on the fly and to maintain mission objectives under pressure. That's a really cool thing to do. And all the people that I've met who can do that kind of thing are all endlessly fascinating. I've got a conflict with one though that I've met in that she keeps on behaving in a weird sexual way. Nothing's ever happened that could be counted as anything real because it was always like at work, basically. She was like working, and then I was not aware that the company existed the way it did, right? After the first arrest, I was met by two clandos, and I didn't understand why they were acting like they needed to think they were hiding anything. I didn't get that.
Well, you know, their motto is never trust the prankster.
Oh yeah, for real. And then never break character. It's surprisingly easy to pick these people out when you have master divinatory powers, and then when you talk to the divine or anything, they're so easy now. They've lost access to the good dope. They've lost access to support. The Central Command was apparently infiltrated and taken over and sold at auction by Turkish spies. I don't know. Did you hear about that? Did that happen?
No, I didn't hear about that one.
That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So it would have been compartmentalized, but I guess there was a serious breach of shit, and somebody was trying to sell off U.S. assets to the highest bidder. Like they actually were trying to do that. People, maybe Trump's evil twin was taking over his body when he was sleeping. I don't really have details on it because there was, frankly, a lot of stuff that is compartmentalized.
Something happened to him at some point. Like he was totally on one kick, and then all of a sudden, like he came out on this totally different kick where like
I can definitely resonate with the being framed part, dude. But it's been happening to me too, dude. It's freaking nuts.
They did that to literally everybody.
It's weird that you brought it. It's weird that you brought it up.
Well, Mr. Trump is very important, and at high levels, the United States government goes all the way up to galactic civilization. Did you know that we're a galactic civilization already?
Yeah. Like I'll talk about the Galactic Federation quite a bit.
Are you a citizen yourself? Did you register?
I am. I'm part of the Pleiadians. With part of that subgroup of the Galactic Federation.
Good. I knew that I couldn't have made it up myself because that was ridiculous. And then I got the idea initially from Robert Heinlein.
Okay. Yep.
Whose books have disappeared.
Yeah, they like to do that with books.
Yeah.
That's why they want to put everything on digital. So like if they can change it a lot easier. And
is that Clayton? Yeah. Hi. Yeah. I'm not mad at him. I mean, I'm kind of annoyed, but I'm not mad at him. Wow. So the software doesn't show me what you look like, dude. Not at all. But it's showing you a representation. It's kind of spooky. Like there's an uncanny valley thing going on. He looks kind of sad, but whatever. Don't worry about it. Like I'm still the one.
Look at a phone screen.
That's not nice to do. That's not. That's really nice. But I appreciate that he's here, right? But I don't have any charges to file.
I don't comprehend what you're saying. I don't comprehend your meaning of your words.
Well, he and I have a personal thing going on, and then the house here is currently blocked off from him. I called the lawyer who owns it, and I said, "Dude, cut this guy off." So he's cut off. Apparently, I don't want to even talk about it because it was kind of embarrassing. It looked like he and two people tried to teleport in here and got caught in the shields. It looked like. I don't know if that sucked or not. I don't know if that happened.
That would not be comfortable to get caught in the shield.
Well, they were smiling. I don't think they even noticed. It's more of a thing. It's more of an embarrassment that Jackstar is that good that I was able to build shields like that.
What do you build them out of?
Just imagination.
Oh, okay. That's pretty good material to work with.
Indeed, and I didn't realize how this house was going to work, and that everybody had their imaginations of it already. So it's really just a reworking of everybody's modular part already. I didn't have to create all this stuff out of scratch.
Is it something where we all like once somebody agrees upon the imaginatory thought of something, then it's set in that construct and it can't be changed at that point?
There's a legal document binding my parents who have passed on and a lawyer who wrote my parents' will and the spirits that inhabit this house who had certain requirements before they agreed to have me come live here. And it turns out that those requirements have not been met. And then I'm not in trouble. I'm the only one who did everything that was supposed to do. So the spirits aren't mad at me, but it's like the whole rest of the world is turned into Toby Hooper's poltergeist because
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're pissed. Yeah. Well, they're not too pissed, but they're still disappointed in how poorly everyone did. But I really blew the doors off the hinges on this. That's how I heard about certain things that were going on with the drugs. So they've shut down the ability to do some sort of higher concentration of the meth. And I've never made it. I've never read about how to make it yet. I made sure I'm not a chemist. No. I'm not even a physicist. I'm a theoretical brain guy. I know a little bit about chemistry, but I don't have the capacity to make it. I guarantee you. I can't.
You'd save a lot of money if you learned how to make it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not really spending that much, you know.
Yeah,
it's not like it's not very pricey.
There's a huge opportunity cost for learning how to do that.
Yeah.
Huge. Yeah, so I haven't done that yet.
If you watch enough Breaking Bad, you might be able to figure it out.
No, because I know that
it's worse when it's free. Then it's really bad.
It's not free. There's an opportunity cost, and it's not bad for me at all. I am a source titan.
Drugs are free.
I can convert my body to run on pure methamphetamine if I wish. I'm not going to because I tend to like it free.
Yeah, I mean I've seen lots of people in Portland. They've converted their bodies to do that.
Right. But unlike they, I would actually do it correctly.
It's not very becoming of their appearance.
No. Do you know that there's Native American tribes that have combined fentanyl and meth and various forms of certain select herbs and spices, and they've made real interesting concoctions that
I'm sure
scary shit. I would say like weapons grade. Like they got this one they do some sort of DNA grab on somebody, and they add that mixture to the crystal structure, and when that person gets high, somebody else can tune into their skeletal their whole aura, and they can control them like a model.
Are you talking about K2 and Spice?
No.
What are you talking about? No.
They can make custom
something like
custom
that,
design
though, right?
custom design genetically altered organisms that cause disease that only affect one person. They can do that, which is cool. I mean, it sounds nutty, but it's actually cool because all this technology qualifies Earth for entrance into galactic oversight, which is great because fucking the punies down here can't do it by themselves. I can't watch over all of them. I can't watch over any of them. I'm not guardian protector. I'm not Captain.
Yeah, we definitely need galactic oversight at this point.
You got it. Yeah, it's been here.
There's no getting around it. I mean, it's like, you give them an inch and they take a mile.
Well, it's not even that.
Galactic oversight has to come in.
Well, technically they could have come in before, but the way the Alpha Draconans conquered the planet was pretty block solid, and then they would have been a problem if people had fought them because they were pretty attached to the planet.
Well, the people wouldn't have been ready for the galactic oversight either. Now people are.
Well, they already are. Jesus got us ready for galactic oversight. Galactic oversight is the inevitable result of getting to the point where you look up in the sky and you can see a galaxy. The galaxy is our home, right? And to have an awareness of that and to be a citizen of the galaxy, that's a step that most human civilizations are expected to reach. Not on Earth, right? It's been held back, like intentionally retarded for I don't know how long, but long enough that I'm embarrassed.
Yeah.
But it's really getting very, very good very quickly, and I was kind of surprised by how it worked out. I'm hoping that I did it right, but it seemed like I did a big lasso swoop, and I got all the little fiddly bits, like when you make toast and you put the butter on the knife and you spread the butter in your toast, and you get those little crumb posts or whatever.
I did that just a few minutes ago, actually, with this naan bread.
Right on. Well, 3 days ago it was about. I had a co-creative experience with the Prime Source creator, and the fabric of reality was mended in a way that I'm very proud of. I did a whole bunch of work in a very small amount of time with God doing it for me, basically. Like I just explained how to do it, and then apparently it worked. Apparently God seems very pleased. I don't know about you. I can't really invoke God just casually like that, but the general sense I'm getting is that I really succeeded in fixing something.
I was looking at God's kill list the other day. Have you seen?
No.
Yeah, have you seen the list?
No. I eschew all the negative aspects of creation because I've been able to do that.
That's good to do. I agree. Yeah. I'm trying to be better at that myself.
Well, you don't have to be. I was doing it strictly for work, and I had the opportunity to be on this haunted church, which has this unique set of legal properties. And ordinarily it wouldn't be something that I would be able to call mine because it's part of a trust system and it belongs to the spirits, and then their oversight over that. But because of something that happened, I don't know why, they looped the ownership of who owns this house and this property. They gave me 4.1 acres out of a larger amount. And in the time since I've moved in, apparently the world has blown up and reconstituted itself around me like at least 7 times or something. And there's been alternate timelines that have merged and collapsed and torn apart from other people that I used to know a long time ago. Sometimes apparently on a weekly basis. I guess there was a lot of people really confused by the micronovas from the sun that was wiping memories. I heard that shit was going to happen like 12 years ago, and I thought that sounds like bullshit. Well, it happens now. Fuck. I can't trigger it myself, but if I prayed to God and said, hey, can we do a micronova? I want to see what happens if everybody forgets things. I could probably pull that off, but I wouldn't really want to ask for such a boon since I've already seen it too damn much. I don't like it. I don't like it when it happens. It's gross. But what a tremendously effective way. Oh, I'm sorry, to control the population.
Wasn't that your nickname in high school, Ray? Micronova?
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
I know why that event happened. I won't talk about it now, but I was trying to remember how to forget the whole thing where, I haven't actually talked to you about it directly since I've learned more about memory engrams. But Rasa, I can't call you Rasta. That's what's so weird. Okay, well, Clayton, I'll tell Clayton this too.
I call him Rasta now.
Clayton, I love you. I'm glad you're feeling better. We'll talk later, right? We'll talk later.
Yeah.
Oh, great. But so I put my hands around this guy's neck. Not this guy, but whatever. I was 11 years old, 10 years old. Something wasn't going right, and that person was going to like leave, like town, let's say. And it wasn't necessarily because of me, but it was kind of because of me, because it turned out I wasn't going to be tractable in a way that people thought I was going to be. And the reason for this was my nose was sucked up. So the one time in my life that I really did give in to some sort of controlling impulse was when I put my hands around this kid's neck and I shook him, right? And there was no reason to do that at all. I think I was like 4 inches taller, certainly heavier. They had probably bird bones, right? And I didn't enjoy it. It was almost like I was following a script that had been written for me. In hours leading up to the event, I remember imagining how I was going to do it because I foresaw that there was a problem. And then in my puny little mind, I started thinking about the problem the way my father, I guess, set an example for me. But he was conscripted by the Soviet Red Army when he was 14. He watched his mother get raped and his sister kidnapped and his kitten killed, and his father had a heart attack. Yeah, he didn't have a good time, or maybe he did, but he had a very rough kind of parenting, right? So I didn't understand when I was a kid.
Sometimes I can't tell when he's joking or when he's serious, dude.
I know, right? I like that. So my father, I couldn't tell when he loved me or not, but it completely makes sense why he was so dour and taciturn. Like he didn't understand discipline other than, you know, what an army would do. It was very, very military like, and there were certain things that he didn't tell me because they were left for me to discover, and I'm kind of glad for that. But they had this totally wicked, super secret life before I was born, and then they never told me jack or shit about what was really going on. And after they died, now it's 6-7 years later, I know all kinds of shit. And thanks to them not telling me basic stuff that I should have probably known, or I could have found out if I wanted to go like.
They left it for you to realize it on your own. You mean, and you're just like, aha. Yeah. I know what you mean. And I know people like that.
And I took it way farther than anybody expected because I had this unique confluences of factors. Because with this Q thing and this Great Awakening thing and this all this other shit that's going on with the end times, blah blah. I didn't really think it through when I became an ordained minister in 1997. But in the back of my mind, I thought, okay, so if there's going to be, angels in heaven coming down and fighting demons on earth, I'll be able to be neutral because I'll be ordained and I'll just know it ahead of time. And I didn't know if it was going to be like I imagined. It turned out to be remarkably similar. I don't have a bat signal, but I just have an awareness of shit. If there's anything relevant, I happen to know. And then I'm not real good about paying attention, but I can summon ideas back and forth with relative ease since I don't have any family to keep up with. I don't have to wake up on time to go to work. I can sleep the day away and wake up on another planet or dimension.
Where are you from? Like where?
Seattle.
You know Seattle. Oh, so you're way up there.
I'm just right down the road from you in Portland.
Oh, right on. Hey, hi. I like you. I do.
I was in NorCal over the summer. It was beautiful. It's kind of up there.
It is beautiful in California, and I would like to be working on making the state of Jefferson become real, because there really is a state of Jefferson, and I could go there pretty easily. Because
I'm big on the state of Jefferson.
Right on. Good. Yeah, because it already exists. A person doesn't need to declare a revolution. You just have to be able to move through dimensions. And before the firmament was cracked, it was limited. I couldn't move through space and time as easily as I would have liked, because there were these boundaries, fence lines instituted by I don't know who. And when the firmament was cracked, those things all went just gone. And humanity had access to all kinds of shit. Like if somebody was an accomplished time traveler, which I am not, I've done it a couple times, but I'm not really trying to move through time. I like moving to different areas of space where people aren't following me and trying to hazard me, which is kind of a problem. Carlos Castaneda wrote all those books where he was following the ancient Mexican traditions, and he starts off talking to this old man in the desert, and he takes all this peyote and shit, and he ends up like 9 books later, he's got a harem of women, and he's totally enthralled to the chimera that's operating through the auspices of the DEA, and he's having this hallucination that he's this sorcerer thing or whatever the fuck he called it. I don't know, but he was getting played. He was getting all of his talents and his energies turned into nothing but goofing off and writing some books about stuff that wouldn't really be that necessary to help humanity with. Like, I don't need to hear about some guy who runs around getting laid if he's going to time travel. I'd rather hear about a guy who goes to the future, brings back a fusion generator. I want to find John Galt. I want to get some more toys. Fucking bring them home and plug them in. I want batteries. I want solar collectors. I want an end to fossil fuels. I want a perpetual motion machine. They have those. They don't have one on Earth because reasons, but the perpetual motion machines do exist, and they can be
Tinker Toys. I want Tinker Toys.
Well, that's kind of what Earth was supposed to be, but I fucked that all up. I decided to haul the whole goddamn thing up all the way to the top, and I did this in a very particular way. It has to be done by the free will choice and acceptance of everyone. Because if anybody disagrees and says, oh, no, I want to stay back and live through the 30s again, it doesn't work, right? Because the truth is they will be able to go back, but they have to be able to sacrifice it first in order to do that. And they have to do so knowingly for the global fix to be implemented by the supreme being of the divine. I guess I am kind of powerful, which is weird. But the stuff I do on Earth within the firmament, that doesn't affect fucking galactic civilizations, unless it does, right? And then apparently all the other people who were doing anything with the government got arrested on January 6th, or got caught up in some kind of stupid investigation, or is fighting off succubi. I guess there's a whole shitload of succubi running around the planet. I guess some parts of northern Quebec got nuked. I heard that's where your fire starter came from. I heard there was this thing with the border where it was moving back and forth, and people didn't know where Canada was anymore. I heard that this place, when I moved into it, was registered as a Canadian embassy, and that they were coming here to do an extraction because there's a guy in Canada who wants to kill what's her face, or they were going to swap me with some guy in Canada. I'm not sure exactly, but when I got arrested on Christmas Eve, it was like a big fucking deal.
That sucks. You got arrested last Christmas Eve, and it's still going on now?
No, 2 years ago, 2021.
And the case is still going on 2 years later?
Yeah, because
that's
unbeknownst
crazy.
to me. Yeah, all the cases are interlevered together. This is how they won the thing.
That's what they do. They get a whole bunch of them lined up together and fuck you in the ass.
No, not me. They were doing it to the cabal.
Anybody.
Right?
They do it to anybody.
Well, that's what I mean. The cabal used to do that on a smaller scale to wring money out of the populace. But the innovation that they did with the Q phenomenon.
Do you think there's going to be tribunals?
They're ongoing. They're happening. They've been happening the whole time.
Are they happening like
right now?
out on the open seas, or where do they?
Okay, so there's human court and there's divine court. Divine court exists because it wouldn't. People would expect it to be. I mean, people will care about justice, and God's justice is perfect, but it's often inscrutable. It's often hard to figure out why things happen, and then humans want to learn how that kind of thing happens. The whole purpose of the justice system is to make things correct, and then God's justice is perfect. So in divine court, all this stuff is getting taken care of, and you don't notice it because the divine is in the future. The divine is outside of space and time. The divine is beyond the firmament on the other side. When the firmament got cracked,
exactly. Every case is connected. Like every case is connected.
Yeah. Every single one. And they happened to make mine because a bunch of women had accused me of rape in the past, and they had that on record, but they never told me about it. A woman told everybody that her cat was dead in high school, and people blamed me for killing the cat. I don't even know if the cat died or not, right? But people were still thinking that I was a cat killer because I intentionally made myself look like a big-time drug crazy person. I ended up in all these situations where I was basically a material witness to a whole bunch of shit that had gone down, but nobody ever bothered asking me because I was like the canary that they carried around in the coal mine.
Yeah, no, I could see how people would do that to you. That's
fucked up. Yeah. Well, kind of, yes, because I invited the behavior. I had read a lot of books, and I knew how the CIA worked. They need drug couriers. They need people who are not too smart, and if they're too smart, they end up getting fucked in one way or another. Believe me, they fuck everybody because it's kind of It's kind of how the training works. And if you're going to be a badass, you have to, have badass situations to grow out of. And so in my case, I found myself in a very unique situation where I knew ahead of time basically what they were going to do. And I was already behaving in a way that maybe looked like a complete clown that was going to be influenceable that way, like a useful idiot. So I made myself into one of the best useful idiots ever. And when I got to the place where they were going to, keep on threatening me, it turned out that they couldn't threaten me anymore because all they had left were women that I didn't love, because they didn't know who I loved. They believed everything that everyone else told them. Yeah, and they read my messages and they looked at my phones and they put them all into a computer, right? And like 90% of everything on my phone, the foundation stuff, it's all made up. It's all completely just complete fantasy. And in the cases where it's not fantasy, I changed enough of the details so it's completely useless information, right? And when the computer algorithm,
you do type a bunch of nonsense every time I see you everywhere. It doesn't even make sense sometimes to me. Anyone.
I've cranked it up in the last 3 years, ever since they put the lockdown.
I can testify to that for you.
Yeah,
that you,
garbage
that you
in, garbage out. There's no more field agents that get out of their car and walk around and start asking questions. And if there are, people see them coming a mile away because they're using fucking methamphetamine that gives them fucking telepathy and shit. Right. So all the surveillance is the panopticon, right? They got access to all the cell phones. They can read everything. They say, end to end. This chat is end to end encrypted. That is bullshit. Okay. It doesn't matter what the fuck it says. There's always a way in, because the entire cell phone network is military. The military created all this technology and they gave it to contractors to sell to people. Go ahead.
Some real behind the scenes information here tonight.
Yeah.
This is
I don't get to talk about this.
This is getting deep and it's very valid. Like I can tell, like what you're talking about. It's not just like you just rambling on. Like it's
you gotta like listen to what he's saying and then you figure it out.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like coded, like the Q posts.
Yeah,
it's
encoded.
It's scrambled.
Yeah, it's intentionally done that way. I have
how are we supposed to know that you're not Q?
Very simple. Very simple. For one thing, I'm not Q, but I have. I did start that. Like they got the idea from my Twitter account years ago. Like I made a shitload of fucking posts, and the posts were my translation.
I knew it.
Extraterrestrial kind of.
I could totally tell by the way you're talking. Like it's exactly like the posts.
Yeah, they never told me that they were going to take that and make it the idea for what they're going to do. I don't even know exactly what they did, but I know that the Q phenomenon had a lot to do with pedophiles, drug activity, surveillance rules, and the stranglehold that the cabal had on world leaders all over the world. It used to be that if you had your kid kidnapped and fed a whole shitload of heroin and turned into a pole smoking dope whore, you were going to do everything the cabal told you to do, or you were going to get another kid. I mean, that was it. There was no rescuing. There's no way. Even if you did rescue them, they were forever changed in ways that are horrifying to consider. And this was the way it was on planet Earth for thousands of years. Thousands of years. The Hashishim over in Afghanistan, where they grow all the opium and grow all the weed. Well, not anymore. They had a lockdown on that entire region. It's the best place on the planet for growing dope.
Oh yeah.
It has a lot to do with the offal of the animals that left Noah's Ark, which crashed in Turkey. That area has a whole bunch of many different kinds of animal poop in the biosphere. Isn't that weird? So that's why it's kind of like fertile there, but not so much anymore since we've spread out since then. I don't know how long ago it happened on your version of Earth, but the whole creation myth is part of the cycle and everything that creation is built on top of. And Earth's part of that. And when it opens up the firmament, it's supposed to be a sign that Earth is ready to like join the galaxy. But most of Earth is not ready to join the galaxy. Like people are just consumed by lust for underage cock because they've been affected by the fucking fortified minerals in the cereal. We've got a government that is insane. Like what I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I swear to God, my ex is Trump's favorite whore. Like what the fuck? She told me she was friends with people, and then she told me that she had other things going on, and it turned out she had a. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm talking about Grip.
I'm sorry.
She had a Twitter account with 184,000 followers. and I didn't find this out until it was already banned, and she was way not talking to me anymore. She had this fantastic double triple life going on the whole time.
That's
and she didn't tell it to me at all. She thought she couldn't trust me. She thought I was a bad guy.
Oh.
Yeah. Because she was she was told to do that, because everybody who was her handler or whatever, these women don't exist by themselves in the vacuum. She had 2 kids, she had a family. Half of them hated me. The other ones, I don't know. I'm not allowed to talk to them anymore. She completely lied to me about everything in the fucking world in a way that was, I mean, I noticed it and I'm like, there's no way she's lying about that. There's no way. It's gotta be this other thing. And there was this quantum indeterminacy of if, that, and the other thing that I didn't figure out until like about a month after Christmas, when like I still haven't seen her. It's 1 year.
How long were you with her?
5 fucking years. 5.
5 years.
And she's just gone. Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I know how that feels.
It's horrifying. Fuck. And then she warned me that it was going to be a possibility, right? And I didn't know why she was crying about it. It didn't seem like it'd be that big a deal.
Yeah,
Turns out,
they always do that. They warn you, like, they start warning you like 6 months before. You know what I mean? Like off and on.
Well, she didn't know what to warn me about because she got involved with some shady characters that fucked up all kinds of stuff. And I knew that was going to happen. She went down. She went down a pathway that I saw coming, and I said, "You don't want to do that, you know." And she just toddled right off to fucking Buffalo. And oh my god, I'm still fucking neck deep in the shit. I haven't seen her. I don't know what she's doing, but she can't just call me and say, "Hey, how you doing?" I guess she's working, or she's temporarily dead, or she's brain damaged, or I don't know what.
And that exact same thing happened to me with my last girlfriend. Like she
warned you.
No. Well, I saw the whole, like, it's very similar story. It's like really, like, it resonates deeply with me because, like,
it's all the
like
same
I
thing.
can't get a hold of her now, and like I was in love with her, and I'm still heartbroken over it.
That sucks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that sucks.
I'm not quite heartbroken over mine, but I've taken the bold step of still loving her and forgiving her. And in fact, there's nothing to forgive since I know what happened. She was misled, and then I didn't know what was happening either until a little while later. And now I see why she couldn't tell me all this stuff and why the PSYOP team attacked on the angles that they did. There was nothing that she could have done. She had karma from treating people like shit her whole life. How does a woman get raped 13 times? Well, she pisses off a lot of men. That's for damn sure. And I'm not saying that she deserved getting raped, but her culture actually celebrates rape. And then she was used specifically as bait for certain gangs of people who use rape. So that was her job, right? And it didn't occur to me that I was hanging out with an actual on-duty clandestine asset, but she was actually working cases and shit, and she was having a relationship with me in the way that she could, which was great. It was a wonderful relationship, but I was only like with 1/17 of the whole being, because she's this scintillating multidimensional thing from fucking planet Pleiades Central.
What you're saying is so real, because I mean that's almost identical to like what I went through. Like it's like we're almost word for word. Like,
it was like he was talking about shit that I'm going through. Like,
like I'm not even joking. Like it's like it's fascinating to me because
it's all the same thing.
The fact that she was on some type of mission as well, like like it active into whatever was going on multi-dimensional levels.
It's like ROM Space Night. These people are voluntarily molded, and their psyches are shattered and separated in ways that sounds like a real lame time. And certainly pain and suffering is part of the control system. But they do this because they get all sorts of fucking whoop-ass powers, like teleportation and fucking summoning shit out of thin air and stuff. Like she was actually doing that, and the reason why she could is not just because she was whoop-ass high. She's in that group. When she gets a new body, they gotta mail out to the fucking Pleiades star cluster to have one sent in. She's a special kind of superhuman. I was fucking that. It was awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't expect it to be that good.
Same. I'm like, this is mind blowing, dude. Like,
and she's still alive. Like, she was supposed to die. They were supposed to kill her, and they were supposed to blame me because she was a big
mine is too. I saved mine's life. Like, she was gonna die,
Did
and
she come
like
out with a knife?
she'd got into these things that were gonna kill her, and I had to get her out of the situation. Like it was.
Did you? Are you still waiting in court? Are you still got cases ongoing?
No, I mean I've done things on a karmic level to clear myself.
Well, I'm gonna have to do stuff to recover from what I chose to do afterwards, because rather than try to get out of it, once I figured out what was going on, see, I didn't love her the way I needed to be loving her for her to be used as leverage. Like right now, I can't talk to her. There's a no contact emergency, and it used to be I kind of wanted to see her again. Now it can take fucking 500 years, literal. I don't need to see her. If she called the police, fuck. I guess it's important. Then they can keep an eye on her. I don't need to worry about that. I got the best read-in of my life. Like there was no way I could sit through a classified briefing of everything that they figured that they would have had to have told me, and then it just wouldn't have been cool. So when I said I need to be read in, and she said it's complicated. It really was complicated, and now it's real simple because I saved the whole damn planet. She got resurrected, and they tried to wipe her brain and shit, and then she was tried to. They spent an inordinate amount of time to convince her that I was cheating on her and that I had betrayed her. I never did any such thing, like not even once. Yeah. And that's usually what happens. They make the people separate, and they do whatever they do, and they make them forget about each other, and that's supposed to work. And in my case, it has not worked that way. People are writing songs about her. 184,000 people were following her on Twitter. I'm sure some of that was tarted up, but there's no denying that this woman is popular. Okay? And she's still alive, and she still looks like she used to. She doesn't have to completely disappear.
They've been trying to keep me separate from my family for months, dude.
Yeah. Well, they're succeeding with me, and they've gone to no small effort to do it. And they really felt like they had to, because a lot of this turns out a lot of this program has something to do with antimatter and that stuff exploding when you get next to it.
Well, and the powers that like I theorize that you probably have the same similar of what I have. It's like when we're with our female counterpart, like it's a complete battery cycle of charge.
Right.
And
right.
Like, and power. It gives us so much more power than we could ever have isolated.
Remember they used to call you the Energizer Bunny back in high school? All the girls used to.
Yeah.
Well, in my case, they broke her. Right? They broke her, and they had to disconnect that thing. And then I moved on to more people other than just her that I could get energy off of. And that wasn't supposed to happen. I was supposed to be miserable. I was supposed to be under suspicion. I was supposed to be completely fucked off for life. I was supposed to lose everything. I was supposed to be homeless and destitute. That's usually what happens. And it turns out that I pissed off a number of people. And then she pissed off very important people, and then did a whole bunch of shit that I had no idea was happening. And then she blamed it all on me in a way that made sense at the time when I looked at it backwards. But I didn't understand why she didn't tell me what was going on and why everything was kind of weird. But I went with it because I figured there was probably a good reason. I was in my late 40s, and she said she wanted help with her kids. She definitely needed help with her kids. They needed to have a good role model. And I have ripped through that entire family as well as their tribe like a mandolin in a hurricane. They're never going to forget me. I'm like the fucking Paul Bunyan of this fucking lady's oral history. Everybody thought that I was going to be dead within 6 weeks. It turns out right before I came on the scene, something real suspicious happened involving, I think somebody stabbed somebody else in the heart during a fucking poker game. Like they were drinking and they argued about something. Right.
Yikes.
I haven't, for real. I haven't gotten the full details on this, because if somebody commits capital murder, you definitely don't want to tell the guy that they were fighting over.
Details, probably. Yeah.
No, not for them. People want to talk about.
I don't want to talk about who died, because these people, they really are. Well, they really are immortal. They really are immortal. And in fact, all of us are immortal, right? Yeah. Not everybody knows how to take advantage of that. And then the company handles that mostly itself. But she did die for real. And then they were going to blame me, and they just couldn't manage to get it to stick. And they also didn't expect that I wouldn't care about ever seeing her again. There was a point where I cared, but then when I realized that she was having an ongoing relationship the entire time with my ex from high school, and she was both not aware of this as well as totally planning on screwing me over later at the same time. There was multiple women in multiple bodies, along with the multiple personalities. Right.
Mhm.
There were times I was dating the woman that I fell in love with. She's nice. She's great. And I haven't seen her since 2018, 2019. At some point, she took off and stopped coming back because they were harnessing the interdimensional consciousness of this being in a way that was making money for the DEA, like the exploitation that was being done. I don't even know the extent of, but I do know that it's been ongoing for hundreds of years. George Washington did something to capture her tribe. They're fuckers. They're total bastards. So it makes sense that they would have been subjugated and had magical things put on to keep them under control. Because it turns out there's a lot of magical things like that on Earth. And these people are bastards. She was supposed to make my life difficult because she actually wanted me to marry her and join the club. And I actually wouldn't have minded doing that, but she was the only one who thought that was a possibility. And even she just thought that was just like a pie in the sky idea. Yeah. Whereas I didn't want to have the relationship under any other circumstances at all. So everybody in her life was increasingly made uncomfortable and didn't know what to do when I just kept on hanging around, because always before they were just able to kill the guy. Literally, yeah. they would just push him off a fucking bridge and say, "Oops, he fell," and then rifle through his wallet. This was highfalutin, military, clandestine, super underworld, mafioso area of the smuggling empire and dynasty of the Pacific Northwest. This was the prime air of the entire thing. Like all up in the San Juans, they got Orcas Island. It's pretty big. Okay, to the south of Orcas Island, there's another island. There's no boats that go to it, and you don't go there without permission or an invitation, or you find out what happens when you fucking get there, because it's set as like Island of Dr. Moreau, and it's called Shaw Island. Shaw Island. She's Queen Shaw. She was. I don't know what she is now, but she's part of that whole area of people who are doing real crazy fucking things all the fucking times.
One of my best friends that I actually live in his house now. That kid, he got hit by a semi truck this last summer, but his last name was Shaw. Yeah. He was from probably that same tribe of people.
Yeah. Do you remember Clay Shaw?
Sounds familiar.
That's from JFK. Familiar. That was the one guy that Garrison put on the stand, and his name was Clay Shaw.
And they're like you say, they probably are all connected.
Well, they are. It has to do with the Raj and the Freemasons and the influence of organized crime and racketeering and some kind of secret society war that happened in the 50s. I don't have the full details on this, and then I probably never will, because I'm never going to research that part of Freemasonic history, because it's much greater than just Freemasons. At some point, there was a takeover of all the other groups of secret societies in the world, maybe even galaxy, by the Freemasons in America. They built that statue of George Washington over 30, 40 years, and it was a big deal. It was like everybody in the country was like, "Oh, yay, the Freemasons are building a statue, yay!" And apparently what happened was they built it, and then whoosh, that was it. The Freemasons just like packed up. They ran away like Willy Wonka, right? They took off for their breakaway civilization, and their influence in the planet was heavily diminished. I grew up not even knowing they were around, and yet surrounded by them all the time. And my family decided that because my father was an asshole, and they thought I was an anchor baby, and they thought I was no good, as well as were told to leave me that way, because I really learned the best parts of things that way. It's way too entrenched in a way that I don't know anymore, because it got fixed. But it turned out that they were supposed to be doing things differently. And the reason why they weren't following the procedures is that sometime like 40 years ago, they stopped behaving in ways that were the way it's supposed to be. And the CIA had this other set of rules that they implemented so that they could start smuggling in replacement bodies for these native warriors that George Washington somehow conquered. They're effectively immortal as long as they have access to plants and stuff and things. And I don't know how exactly it all works, but it's different from regular humans in certain ways. Because for one thing, she's military property, and the fact that I saved her life might be a hanging offense if I had been stopping her from doing her duty, because it didn't matter what my civil rights were. She's a military asset and I'm living on a Canadian embassy and the fight takes place in Canadian embassy, it doesn't matter so much if it's an ambush or not. In times of war, the military is allowed to do ambushes. And when I walked in and I was attacked by 4 women, I wasn't expected to survive, period. Like, I think they were taking, they were probably wanting to fucking get rid of me because I was turning into a bigger pain in the ass than her. And unlike her, I'm actually intelligent. So they were trying to figure out why I was behaving strangely. And they just figured, oh, well, he's doing too much dope. Or, oh, well, it's some kind of, there's some stupid domestic violence problem. So I guess all they thought they could do was to set her up for staging a fake fight when I got home on Christmas Eve. I skipped her birthday. Things weren't working out, and then I was pissed off, so I abandoned her on her birthday, and then I came back, and I knew there was going to be a shit show, but I didn't expect as bad as it was, because I didn't realize how much trouble she was causing.
It just didn't work out.
Well, she had 184,000 people on Twitter knowing who she was and not allowed to talk to me because she told them not to tell me that she was so popular. I guess. I don't know what she said to her Twitter. She was on Twitter all the time. She wasn't talking to me, which was fine. She was a fucked off mess, and she was doing hella dope without telling me, which is fine because there was more than one of her. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's a lot of people.
Yeah. When I woke up and I realized that she had been not sleeping for 3 months and just laying down with me and pretending to sleep with me. And then when I'd fall asleep, she would wake up and go elsewhere and have the secret life where she was taking shitloads of drugs and doing all kinds of crazy black magic and having interactions and dealings with people that I had heard of, right? And then like she was doing this without thinking she was going to get caught even. She assumed that I would be put to sleep by her mind sorcery, because I guess usually she just points at men and then moves them around like a Stepford wife, which is the one that I was actually having a relationship with, was the highest level magic using crazy, the crazy fucking old crone in the woods personality, right? And then whatever MK Ultra handler was attached to her, I guess they call them monarch controllers. In her case, it was different because she was a 60,000-year-old shamanistic queen, right? That she said she remembered all that from, and I thought that was like completely not possible, but actually it is, because somebody has to be the one that's the first one that came down from the Pleiades. And I don't know how George Washington fucking conquered these people, but he beat the shit out of them tactically, and they have to be in service to him, or not to him, but to the country, because somebody they did. I didn't get the full details because it's a bit of an embarrassment. They fucked up the planet by trying to do some sort of dark magic to beat the presidents of the United States. You remember the Curse of Tecumseh? The Curse of Tecumseh. Do you know that one?
No, but yeah, this is all very fascinating to me. I love hearing about the origins of the Palladians and like the battle of the.
A lot of it's bullshit
with the presidents. Like I didn't realize that it went to that extent. Like where like they.
It was said that there was a curse,
but it makes perfect sense. I mean, it's like, why else wouldn't have they interfered and interjected in what our government's doing up to this level?
Well, the story goes that the Europeans came and they conquered America, but North America was it was a battleground basically, and these superhuman beings, like they really are pretty fucking amazing. They were all fighting each other, and the Europeans came in with their guns and their ammo and their bio warfare, and they knocked them all out. And they put them on reservations, and then they fucked up. They just totally ripped through the whole fucking mass of them, and they probably deserved it too. I grew up wondering, why are these people on reservations? How did that happen? Why is this going on? And I know why now. It's because, number one, they're all fucking crazy, completely lunatic, which I say with a great amount of fondness. I mean, I happen to like crazy, and it's not like crazy, like completely bad. Just they've all got some kind of a warped thing going on because their people are cursed by their ancestors. That's how bad they were. They fucked up some life cycle on planet Earth, and they have to stay here to maintain the whichever kind of rare plants and herbs or whatever the fuck it is that they damaged in the places of the reservations. And they're not something that they're going to talk about with humans, because they also got they've got groves of wildflowers that when something needs to happen, they can grow a pod person, like in Invasion of the Body Snatchers. They can grow a new one in 7 days, and then somebody from another fucking planet can take a potion and go to sleep there, and they wake up and their fucking spirit is here on Earth. That's how they one way they teleport.
That makes total sense to me. Like that resonates deeply with me. You know, like because
Yeah.
you know
They're
a lot of
fucking
people,
Cylons.
a lot of people
It's
like talk
Battlestar Galactica.
talk about like the cloning and stuff like that, and yeah, but like
Yeah.
I've been really fascinated by the invasion of the body snatchers, and I like see, you know,
I'm
exactly.
not. I mean, I don't know much more than that. So I can say what I can say, but I'm not encouraged to spread people's secrets. But the fact that that they're that dangerous and scary makes sense. Why I'm being kept away from the population, because they have video of the event. They have the whole thing recorded. They haven't asked me what really happened, and they can ask her all they want. I'm sure she doesn't remember because she was in full on meltdown after I disarmed her. I took her little blade out to the front yard or backyard. I buried it in the earth behind the greenhouse, and when I came back inside, she was split into her component parts, and she was whirling around the room like fucking like Bette Midler in Hocus Pocus. Like he was completely on like Donkey Kong for like 90 minutes. And since I wasn't there to start a fight, I just like walked in and then boom, ambush. I was supposed to be dead. They never thought that I would be able to get out of it. And here it is fucking 2 years later. They're still dealing with it. The court system has been jammed up significantly because of many reasons. But this one particular case has gotten a lot of attention because it's just been just stupid. Like, why am I? Well, the answer is because it's important. And I've been really stubborn. And I don't give a shit if I ever see her again. I can say that because I had 5 good years with this woman, and then I walked in and she went completely apeshit ballistic, and she had been having not an affair, but she'd had a previous relationship with my ex from high school, and she didn't want to share. Like there was some kind of reason why I couldn't be told this, right? And then rather than just tell me, I fucking come home on Christmas Eve, and she loses her fucking mind, and I'm not at all to blame. Like they've got video. I hope I get to see it someday, but I'm not likely to because it's classified fucking government military shit. Like you hear those beeps going off. I should probably look at those. Somebody's going to get my attention and trying to get me to slow down. But see, they can't really get me to stop talking about it. They didn't tell me.
They keep contacting you.
It's it's not a secret that I was having a relationship with her, and I've already been talking at the mouth enough. I mean, people know that she's an asset. And plus, people knew when I was dating her. Everybody loved her. Everywhere she went, she had some sort of weird connection to reality. She was like the most popular woman in the entire world. She was like Jeannie on the fucking show about the astronaut. That's who I was dating. And then rather than tell me any of this, some brilliant guy or woman or somebody I don't know who set her for her self-destruct mode and tried to get her to go through her motions and take me out and take her out, whatever. They ran out of time and they were tired of trying to put up with me, and they were trying to bust me for years. This was like the 3rd time the government was trying to do their eminent domain or their civil asset forfeiture or whatever. They thought I was just some stupid drug addict loser, and now they've got me on video being completely calm, rational, and handling the whole situation like a boss, which I'm just like immensely proud of. And I know that the base model that I'm fond of, I think there's only 3 bodies left or whatever. I saw a whole bunch of them in the past, but I don't expect to see more than 3 of them anyway. And then one of them called me months ago, and she was asking me questions about why I was able to straddle her and hold her arms as she tried to wail at me and go, ee! She was about to scratch out her own eyes. She was going to go claw out her own eyeballs. She was going to gouge out her fucking orb sockets with her thumbs, right? That's the program. That's the training. She was so angry. She couldn't answer any questions and tell me why she was pissed. Everything that she was supposed to do whatever their fucking objective was, that went out the window. She was completely out of control. She was like spinning around like fucking top, almost literally. She kept on picking up things and throwing that at me. She couldn't answer a fucking question for nothing. The only way that they got her under control was that they split her off into her Naruto shadow clone mode. I don't know how the fuck that works, but there was one person and then there was 4, and the whole time none of them were the one that I was really dating. They were time clones, or they were whatever the fuck they are. I walked into an ambush by 4 women, and I handled them all and sat their asses down, and they still have no idea what happened. They have no idea. They know it's about something to do with tribal matters. They know that I had gotten fed up and fucking tired of their fucking bullshit. And then that was like somebody's greatest fucking news that he'd heard for weeks, because I wasn't supposed to last longer than 6 weeks, literally. and I was there 5 years. So these people were fucking sick and tired of me. Now they're even sicker because she doesn't know what happened, and she doesn't want to be a part of the MK Ultra program anymore. Like, who would want to be? And then her people that were conquered by George Washington. The deal wasn't that the fucking United States government would get to fucking take these fucking superhuman freaks and fucking use them forever. And the deal certainly wasn't to turn them into whores. And it wasn't to sell them to fucking Dubai with a box of fucking mind control drugs and no instructions and say, okay, good luck, shoot her up and you can fuck her. That's pretty much all they really needed to tell people in Dubai. They were selling these people as fucking weapons of war, like they were a fucking box of rockets. That's what they were doing. Somebody infiltrated the country and did some shit. So there was that was a sad fucking thing. And I don't know how bad it actually got. I had a dream where I met a version of her, and she said that she was really drunk and pissed off, and she signed up her sister to be kidnapped and sold for organs. Because when Native Americans go blackout drunk, they go really far. There's a reason for that. Some sort of bioengineering was done to these people to make them susceptible to severe degradations in their intellect when they consume alcohol. I think it's because in the north, in Scandinavia, the Vikings with their potion, their berserker brew, they would get the Amanita muscaria, they would feed it to a reindeer. Yeah. The reindeer would piss into a cup. They would take the reindeer piss and they would brew it with high powered alcohol.
I've seen them selling the Amanita muscaria at a store near here. Yeah, gummies.
So these people would turn into Wolverine, literally. Back in the day, and I guess the tall whites who were trying to colonize the planet, they were having difficulty with the locals, just like in that movie. And she's one of those locals, right? She's got information on all kinds of stuff that if she was in the mood to, she could just like pick out of the air. She's got her own cloud, and then she can do stuff. And I sat her ass down, and nobody knows why it even happened except for the tribal council. And then the fact that I've been testifying about the matter telepathically to her people in Oklahoma. That's really hard to take. That's really just difficult for me to stay with a straight face and actually expect anybody to believe it. Nevertheless, that's actually how they fucking do it, which is just fucking trippy.
I believe it. You know, it's a lot of people that listen to this, they think it's insane, but it's reality. You know, it is what it is.
Well, and then the really insane thing is that I was actually conveniently positioned where I could take full advantage of my unique set of skills and really wrench the direction of humanity's progress towards the way I wanted to go. I don't want to fuck off with a zombie war. I don't want to fuck off with wearing diapers.
I think it's just people at different levels. Like some people are just waking up. Some people are really awake.
Partially. Well, certainly. I didn't want to wake up everybody at once because that's kind of not it's not polite. All decisions have to be respectful of people's free will consent. So the only way it was possible for me to fix what I fixed in the engine was for God and I to work in co-creation concert together. God was able to look at what was going to happen as a result of the fix and see that everybody would vote yes. And since God is God, I'm not going to argue. And then I'm pretty sure God could do whatever God wants to with creation. We're talking about prime creator source energy. The God of, not the God of gods or whatever, but the God that created the experience of creation that we now exist in, that's been running forever. It's not exactly finally fixed, but it's almost as though there was an exploit, like a rootkit level server exploit that couldn't be fixed before, and I fixed it because I chose to haul this whole fucking bloody mess up and out of their entire swampgasm of shit they're doing. I didn't know what the fuck was going on in the world. I didn't understand why the Q people were doing what they were doing, nor did I understand why nobody was talking to me about what they're doing, and why I was treated like some kind of a leper, and why everybody else got to use methamphetamine but not me, and why everybody thought I was some kind of a weird creeper. Like, I had no idea why my life was the way it was. And now that I found out, I'm not real pleased. I'm not real happy about it. Okay. Yeah. But I have gotten even. And Sun Tzu says, before going to war, first win the war. Okay. I'm not mad at anybody, and nobody's mad at me in the long term, because I took advantage of the opportunity. And rather than get girls or free drugs or go for fame, I just very quietly, very secretly sat here in a haunted church and studied divination for 2 years, and then figured out how to repair whatever aspects of reality were wrong with the creation, the way it was being exploited by different people. I don't know how the various things work, but there wasn't supposed to be a vulnerability where aliens from another planet could invade this structure and then take over all the humans and reprogram them and turn them into slaves. Nevertheless, that's actually what happened. Humans have been farmed on this planet since 150 million years. The dinosaurs used to be dinosaurs. There used to be dinosaurs, and then that was supposed to be a temporary thing. And then these time traveling, I don't want to say humans, but a form of life that didn't mind exploiting did so ruthlessly. And this area of creation that we are in was created by accident by somebody who wasn't authorized to do this kind of world creation and who created a flawed version of reality. And then that was allowed to continue rather than be erased and start over, because it turns out creation is meant to be an exploration of those kind of things. But when I was growing up, I saw that the world was filled with corruption and evil and foulness of a level that I can't even think about, especially what was done to me and my friends. I can't even think about it without bursting into tears. It's been a nightmare, and it's been even worse than that I can even remember to talk about, like fucking adrenochrome and torturing children to harvest them for drugs. Some of the episodes of Torchwood touch on that kind of thing. Like, how the fuck did this place get so fucked up? Like, why would a loving God let this kind of shit go on? I kind of know now why. It's all been worth it, and creation has shown itself to be the absolutely monumentally perfect creation that God meant it to be. And the troubles on Earth that we've discovered, I don't know about you, but I've found out that things are pretty bad, and they're still bad. I'm sitting gabbling, talking to you.
I think since man fell asleep, dude.
That's fine.
Is that him breathing?
Yeah, I shouldn't be in this position. Nobody wants me to have this much pull on the planet. I shouldn't be able to come out into public and not get shot. I've been shot. Yeah. They tried to use some sort of spirit gun on me and shit, and it worked twice. It was really painful, but I'm still alive. I had a dream in the astral form where my ex-girlfriend was under the control of some guy who gave her shitloads of drugs and had sex with her. And he told her to kill me with a silver sword stabbed into my back. And she did it. She was like, shh. This happened over 3 nights. I had to wake up and it didn't actually kill me because I was dreaming that this happened, but it really hurt. And then she was killing me in the astral form, which great. I wish that I could have gone there. I wish that I was getting to take some drugs and have sex with my girlfriend, but no, I was trapped in some sort of weird fucking thing. I don't know, like the Matrix or some kind of fucking fucked off shit. And I fixed all that, and then more crazy shit happened. More crazy things happened in more ridiculously stupid and convoluted ways that shouldn't have been something that I could see through. God carried me through all this stuff, and I think it was probably God's idea to make it this way, but I wasn't really expected to go and still be doing this, and I don't really even want to. I know that I don't actually have to go any further with anything, since the flaw in creation that is gone now. It's a permanent fix for my reality, and then I guess it's in the hands of God and the council of elders that manage how Earth is functioning, because it's some sort of it's basically a software problem, and I fixed it. I did everything that I needed to do. And I'm still getting punished. I'm still getting annoying. I'm still getting twerps on the phone saying, "Oh, you got to stop talking about that. Ooh, are you smoking meth?" I'm still getting fucking snot bags on planet Earth giving me grief, asking me to get a job. And I'm literally accomplishing spiritual objectives.
Energy vampire is trying to suck you down.
Oh, no, not anymore. No, we get along.
No.
Tulipin and I are friends. I like vampires. They're cool. I mean, well, since I have the shielding and I don't mind getting fed upon, and the definition of vampire is pretty nebulous. I don't mind hanging out with them. I'm happy to have any friends at all.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be miserable. I'm supposed to be lonely.
You could always come on here at night if we're on. You know what I mean? Just let me know.
I got to be careful. I can't give too much information.
No, you don't want to give out too much information, man.
No.
You do got to be careful. But
it's already been too much.
It's already been too much.
Yeah. And I respect that. I actually do now. It used to be I didn't understand why I would get the cold shoulder. I'd go too far and I'd be like, what's wrong?
I figured you seem like you had something you had to say, so I give you a voice. You know what I mean? I'm not going to cut you off. You know, I was about to end the show like right before you came on. Though I really was. You know?
I noticed that, and then the military, did the kill signal as well, and they've learned that they don't actually need to kill me or pull the plug. They just have to say that they've had enough, and then I go through channels and then I turn it off. It used to be people thought I was, going to run on forever. I intentionally made all those walls of text and talked about all kinds of fucked off shit because I wanted people to think that I was out of control, or that I would be. But I knew that if I really, really was lucky, I'd get to a point where I'd want to stop and just say, that's enough. That's where I'm at now. And I'm still living at home alone and nobody can answer the phone. I have to be introduced to new people slowly, I guess, because that Brookings report that imagined that the whole world would go into complete and total chaos and anarchy if they knew the truth about extraterrestrials. I think they're right. I think that if everybody knew everything too quickly, it would cause widespread global panic because it's fucked up.
Yeah,
it's not fucked up for us as long as you believe that I fixed it. But to tell everybody that all that money they spent on ICBMs was worthless because all they had to do was just let me read some books and then access the brain computer and then reality be better. I don't think that most people aren't going to feel good about that.
Yeah.
and then to discover that I'm well in favor of prostitution. I think vice is a wonderful thing on planet Earth. I don't think that they should change the laws in that regard at all. In fact, they might as well just give the entire control of the world over to organized crime, given that they can do that now. The flaw that was enabling them to do things like infiltrate the Freemasons and take over the justice system and such. I don't know what exactly the flaw was, and I'm not really sure how they did it. But bad things that used to happen aren't going to happen anymore. And at some point, I don't know when because it's not my area, but they're going to turn meth back on. People will get to have their meth again. Right now, they don't. Right now, they're limping along on propane gas and palm olive or something. I'm not like I don't use the shit that often. I never saw the real thing until last year, so I have the tolerance of a fucking third grader, and I don't even like it that much. But everybody else is like the world runs on Dunkin' apparently, and it's more to it than just the amphetamines. So the divine people they're gonna redo the formula in a way that it can't be broken by the humans who are getting around the controls. There used to be ways that humanity was kept in line with the stuff by they'd add the stuff that crumbled your teeth. They would add the stuff that makes it more addictive. It actually doesn't really need to be addictive at all. It's made addictive on purpose, and one might wonder why. But then we think about the 60,000-year-old shaman queen who I was dating for 5 years, who literally thought that it was okay for her and her family's culture to torture me mercilessly and plan to take me out at the end of the hazing period by actually cooking me in a pot, like the old myth of the headhunters where they put the missionaries in the boiling cauldron and they make soup out of them. That's what her family was going to do to me. And instead, they broke her by letting these idiots from Texas abuse her, and I couldn't stop it in any way at all. I didn't know she was a MK Ultra asset. I didn't know she had a self-destruct mode. I didn't know I was coming home to an ambush. And even though I didn't know all that, I just took care of her. And I don't know what's happening now, but she's still alive, and I've single-handedly stopped this whole stupid drug war thing. Kind of in its tracks, not exactly. They're going to have to do something. But I just saw Hunter Biden got indicted for how many counts? Something.
Quite like 9 or something. New ones.
Yeah.
And I see a whole lot of articles about sudden exploits in the cybersecurity world. All of a sudden, there's all these problems. There's a bunch of hackings happening. I don't have any part of. I don't have anything to do with that world at all. I'm not a black or a hat or a white hat hacker. And then I don't think operating as a paladin sorcerer usually counts as the kind of cyber hacker that people think of.
I had a hacker in my chat one night that was making the numbers go up and down, and then they left the stream with like more thumbs up than views.
Yeah, hacking is a real thing. and the AI that gets spawned by evil archons from Saturn, those are real too. I didn't single-handedly stop the AI war, but I do know that they're not mad at me, and then I don't care what they do to people who are mad at AI. And it's hard for me to do anything sensibly since I obviously have way too much time on my hands, and then I'm getting into areas where if they still had a command and control structure of their domestic surveillance establishment, they probably do something about it. But I guess somebody opened up the country to the Turkish secret police, and the Canadians were busy stealing the country blind and selling technology to the highest bidder. And this is the kind of reason why I guess God kind of hurried up the game. I mean, I don't know what the fuck those Q people were doing, but didn't they all just like disappear? And then how were they doing that anyway? And what was the plan? I don't know,
man.
I just kind of
they stuck to the plan, but did they ever really get to the plan?
Well,
like,
I think it's still going to come back into play. Like that's part of the playbook still. Like no,
They're
I'm
not-
serious.
are they gonna come back?
I don't
Yeah,
give a fuck what they do
yeah,
because they
like-
stole the idea from me. They never shared it with me. They did all this work. They didn't invite me. They laughed at me. Their plan was to do all kinds of stupid shit and then blame me for everything and get off scot-free. That didn't happen. Right.
Yeah.
And then I'm happy to be a good citizen. I don't really remember what kind of stuff I do when I start thinking about this kind of fucked off crazy bullshit. I mean, I never joined the company. I never had training. I've had diplomatic training, but not a whole lot. And I don't operate in any kind of official capacity. Essentially, I'm just the last one standing after they raptured everybody else who was able to do anything sensible. And then the government left behind arguing about Joe Biden and Trump and Hillary. Dude, I'm ready for Hillary. Doesn't she look like a good candidate? I'd like to vote for her.
Yep, no, I think she'd do a good job.
Yeah.
I think she's been trying hard enough. Like she deserves a shot.
Isn't she Chelsea though? In just taking over the body?
I mean, it could be. It
I
could
think
definitely be.
If they really are a twin pair of time traveling witches that are immortal and they're taking turns rotating through, and they finally got rid of Bill, and Chelsea and Hillary are going to be able to download into new clone bodies in the Matrix, I want to get on the list to tap that.
Did you did you see? Yeah, Chelsea's not that bad.
No, she's great.
But,
I always liked her.
Yeah, did you see? Like I just saw yesterday that they were showing pictures of Anton LaVey's daughter or
No.
son or whatever that who's like the church. He's like the head of the synagogue of Satan. He like
That's really
founded
he's
it.
dead. Oh, that's right.
His daughter looks identical to Taylor Swift. Like the
Oh yeah, she does, doesn't she? Yeah, she was back from the day. yeah.
Taylor Swift is his daughter, and it's crazy that when you see it,
Oh.
when you see the pictures side by side, it like makes total sense.
Well, I do eschew the Satanism. Now, I kind of like the fact that Satanism exists, but I don't dabble in it. Right? I don't pay attention to it.
Yeah, no, it's a dangerous thing. I don't recommend it.
Especially for me because I'm a paladin, and then I mean no disrespect. If somebody is a hardcore Satanist and I get too close to them and they got something like enchanted or something, it'll like fly off their body or some kind of weird shit without me even trying to think about it. Not because I hate Satanism. It's just like an automatic thing where my presence dispels that kind of stuff, which is awkward for the great Satan in America. I guess a lot of people in the government are Satanists, and then they didn't necessarily know what they were signing up for when they said certain oaths that were written in a way that made it so that the person was saying something that they weren't aware that they were saying at the time they were saying it. And I guess everybody in the entire country that was a Freemason had said the oath that made them vulnerable to the security weakling, and I didn't join the Freemason organization until last week, literally. Well, no, it was like 2 weeks ago, and I didn't do it with anybody in person. I just talked about it.
Do they offer?
Don't you feel like it's once you just reach a certain level of your awakening, it just happens naturally, right?
Well, in my case, it was very special because I didn't hear about them until I was 19, and that was in 1990, say 91. And I discovered that they existed, and I thought, what the fuck? How was I not told about this already? Like, why aren't I a Demolay? How come I can't date? Why didn't I grow up dating Daughters of Job? Like, where do I find a rainbow girl?
I think a lot of that. I think a lot of that shit is just bullshit.
Well,
you know
partially,
what I mean?
yes.
Some of it, they're real societies, but it's not really what the Freemasons are. Like,
right, because there's the
certain
true
groups.
Yeah, there's the real one, and then there's the one that I grew up in that had been completely and totally supplanted by organized crime at some point in the 50s and 60s. My parents never talked about it. I guess some group from the East came and killed my grandfather, drove my grandmother insane, farmed out her sister, got her knocked up with 2 kids from some guy, and then she dropped him, and then she married some guy from the East Coast who had like 11 brothers who all looked the same, and they turned into just total assholes. And she did so much something that she had all of her teeth removed and given permanent dentures when she was 19. And she grew up calling my sister or my mother Fatty. My mother's name was Patsy. Her sister called her Fatty. Okay, so the significance of those facts didn't all come together until late in life, right? But I can see that somebody did a number on my family before I was born, and I bet my parents didn't want to talk about it. I bet it sucked, and no wonder they were concerned about drug use. Right?
Yeah, my family is very similar. Like I grew up in the town in Virginia where the actual CIA's headquarters is now. Still to this day. Like I used to we used to go ride our bikes around it and stuff. And
so you're obsolete, right?
Huh?
You're obsolete, right?
No, I'm not obsolete.
Well, I'm just saying. Okay, I mean, you got a company, and then your company hasn't made the kind of overtures to peace that it probably should have, and whatever overtures it has made, they kind of didn't work. So I don't want to say that I'm coming to replace you. I'm totally not going to do that. Like similar to, I'm not going to be the new Jesus. I'm not going to be the new Wild Bill. I'm not looking to change the world order. I'm not a revolutionary. Holy shit, no way. I don't want to.
That's all right because I come with memes now.
Oh yeah. And the Mossad are fucking vicious. I never withstood a Mossad assault before, but they're not fun, right?
Yeah. No,
damn.
they're not.
Well, I'm coming out of the tail end of this, and I never wanted to do any of this, but it was the only way that I could impress this girl that I like, and God said there was a chance to fix this problem with something to do with how reality is expressed through the crystal at the center of the data matrix or some shit. I honestly don't know much about it because I spent a lot of time kind of getting high.
Yeah.
And apparently that's okay. I haven't done too much. Used judiciously, I guess it makes a person fairly intelligent. And all the other people who were supposed to be able to do the kind of thing that I just talked about, I guess they've been busy with being sold as slaves in Dubai. I guess they've had other, I don't know where they all went, but like nobody was around to explain this stuff to me. And the only reason why I was able to access reality on this level at all is because there was no one else to talk to other than me. So that's why I woke up and, something's happened. Why did I have a dream about Lucifer running away in terror from me? I mean, I am a handsome paladin, but I didn't think I was that scary. But I know how
I have really vivid dreams too, man. Like, yeah.
Well,
I try to pay attention to them, but I don't remember them. But I've been paying more attention to them now.
It's good to do so. It really is.
Yeah.
And I don't think we should be afraid of our destiny. I'm still terrified of what's going on, and my way of coping is to get on the internet and talk about crazy shit while high as fuck. It used to be what I'm doing would get me in prison. They would just, they would just set me up and just haul me away because I'd be too annoying. They've been doing that. They've been doing that for years, right? I've wanted to stop talking about it, right? And then instead of being able to just live my life, they've said, "Oh no, do this and do this and do this," and they've been openly setting me up for stuff that just doesn't need to happen. That has no relevance to society.
Me too. Same thing.
Well, they're getting busted, and it's it has a lot to do with drug use. Yeah. Well, they did get that Hunter Biden guy, but it's probably good that they got him, honestly, since they got me 2 years ago for walking into an ambush, and it turns out there's nothing to do with me being held that has anything to do with me being guilty. I'm certainly not guilty, right?
No.
The fourth charge that I got, the indecent exposure, I actually did commit the offense. I didn't know that the woman who was upset with me, she was kind of triggered. She was terrified because she thought things were, well, whatever. You know how people are when they get triggered. I didn't know at the time that some humans do grow a tail. I didn't know that humans can attain a level of mastery over their flesh where they can become a shapeshifter and change from one person to another. I didn't know that was real. That's just real, right? And when she was laughing at me, and he's gone. When she was laughing at me, or not laughing, but I was laughing at her, and she was freaking out. I didn't realize what I was doing to her when I was mocking her. She acted as though me wearing a kilt was a big deal. Turns out it is. I had no idea because she didn't actually know what sorcery is, because when I woke up one day and God had asked me to be a sorcerer, I didn't know this kind of gig was something that a person could ever get. Otherwise, I would have been practicing for it my whole life. This is the most fucking fun. And it wasn't because I asked for it. I woke up from a dream where God and Jesus came and asked for my help. And once again, I wasn't really expected to be so good at it. It turns out I'm really good at getting away with making mistakes, not intentionally. Like if I was just making up shit just so I could, smarm and be sneery, I would probably be beaten up every day for being an asshole. I really don't want to be in the position where I've got to fucking explain to the internet how Lucifer left, and then since then the firmament's been repaired, and that's why humanity can't time travel back and forth, because the firmament has to be intact in order for the rest of the planned events for the end times apocalypse that can occur. I actually jumped ahead so far forward on the scale of human advancement because that's what had to be done to get me out of this fucking mess of all this fucking bullshit. And that's not really fair to all the people who really want a zombie world war. They really want to have the experience of watching their loved ones die and taking care of them. And then those things can't happen if I'm removed from the picture, apparently. There were so many stories that had been planned on revolving around my house and my family's history, not necessarily because I'm so cool, but like 9 or 10 different groups of people tried to lay claim to the house that I grew up in. They were all going to do various forms of fraud, and they were surprised to discover that there was an ex-army intelligence officer with an Iranian name in charge of my affairs, because my mother planned it that way. She at first named my aunt and her son as the executor of the will. I didn't know what would happen, but I knew that they didn't like me. I didn't know until my mother died just how much those people hate me. Now they hate me even more because I have embarrassed them to no end. There's nothing they can do about it. They don't have to do anything about it. They can just like stay away from me and never talk to me again, which is fine. Because apparently there's something about my legacy inheritance or something that's worth gajillions of dollars. It's in addition to having been set up that way by whoever did the Miller's family and the Freemasons group. On top of that, in recent years, somebody thought it'd be a good idea to launder all their empire money through the trust without telling me. But because I had this house where there's these spirits that are involved in the deal now, if the spirits are aware of something that's happening and the property and the trust is being used for something that's not my benefit, then the spirits can take action. So I don't know exactly what happened, but there's a gas station right down the road, and it's called the Space Age Station. They started building it the day after I decided on living in this house. Before that, it was just kind of a staging area. They were going to do something, they weren't sure when. And not just because I'm procrastinating.
I've been to the Space Age Station before.
It's pretty nice. I don't know who designed it or anything, but I didn't have any say in it whatsoever. And when it started getting constructed, I knew instantly that it had something to do with me, because it was taking forever for me to decide which of the houses I was going to move into. There was all this embezzling that happened. For some reason, with $500,000 and 2 months of lead time and a whole gang of dudes that I guess take turns doing her up the pooper, because I guess she likes that and didn't want to tell me. They couldn't figure out which house to put me into. And it took like this huge amount of time. And it wasn't until the day after that I realized that I moved into this house 6 years to the day after my mother died. Like the day of. And I was so busy and distracted that I didn't know that I had been led to a haunted church It's haunted. There's some shit going on here, and I don't know what was going on at the other house, but I left there and came here, and the exact same situation I had there is happening here. The house is breaking down because somebody else did something to it. I don't have any friends. There's nowhere to go. There's a whole bunch of clutter. There's mold from another planet that might be really valuable. I might be able to grow ergot in here. And this is the same fucking thing I had going on at the other house 6 years ago. I thought when my parents died that I'd have some fun. No. It's been one vile, thankless task after another that I've managed to actually succeed in with great aplomb. I don't think I'm going to get into more trouble. The matter is very serious, and the people who are being worked on, there's nothing wrong with them getting worked on. They're like the equivalent of people who have been hiding in the hills after World War II, and nobody's told them the war's over yet. And somebody has to, well, not somebody, but those people have to be brought in and processed in some way so that they can join galactic civilization. Not because they're gonna put them in boxcars, but because it would suck to not be able to know who you were, because during the firmament shattering thing, somebody scrambled all the names of all the people that were matched up with DNA or something. I'm not quite sure exactly why it happened, but somehow all the humans that thought they were going to get away, they didn't get away, and they're getting arrested. This was going to happen in some other way. Somebody planned on setting up another fake world, kind of like Westworld, and people were going to be funneled into there. You'd have to pay a bunch of money to go into the Matrix, and then you have to go on a quest to earn the right to get your name off the rolls of time or something. I'm not sure how they were going to set it up because I was never invited to those meetings.
Does
I just
want to join us?
I just built a stable wormhole.
I don't know. You want to join us, boy? I mean,
yeah.
Come say hi.
I don't think there's a law against it though. But that was like a year and a half ago. So it'd be great if I could have some help.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think that'll probably happen. I was actually really scared before. I feel good. How scared do you feel?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm freaked out. You know.
Yeah, me too.
But like
we're not getting disconnected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clayton still here?
That's one thing I like about the whole Q motto that I really, resonated deeply with me was just to trust the plan. And so, it's really important, I think, like for us not to fear, like Jesus in the Bible said to not fear 365 times, one for each day of the year. And so I think that was one of his most important messages that he was trying to convey to us, was to not fear.
Yeah.
Because when we start feeding the fear, we're feeding these draconian entities that are in a higher density around us.
3 sheet pans of lasagna. 3. Right? Mm-hmm. Well, whose idea was it to make 3 sheet pans of lasagna?
That's fascinating that you said that, because like I went over to this lady's house earlier today, and she gave me a sheet pan of lasagna, and then I brought it home, and I was gonna keep it, but then I looked and it has like on the ingredients list it had like one bioengineered ingredient.
Oh.
And I just don't do bioengineered food.
Yeah,
I don't know what it's gonna do.
And
so I took the sheet pan of lasagna and I drove it, and I found a homeless encampment, and I gave it to them. It was already cooked and warm, and they were stoked because they they got the sheet pan of lasagna.
So it didn't go to waste, at least.
No, it didn't go to waste.
Whatever it was made out of.
Yeah, like they would eat it. Like they still drink the fluoride in the water.
He did a song called "Bitch Lasagna." Bitch lasagna. You remember that one? Okay. She wrote that. She wrote that song.
That's a good one.
It really is. And then she was laughing about it, and she wasn't telling me that there was lasagna in the future. She was born on the cusp of prophecy.
I like the song "Roses Are Free" by Ween, where they talk about
Did they talk about prognostication?
They talk about how there's plenty of lasagna until you know that you've had your fill.
I didn't get one bite.
Push it into third if you know you're gonna get up that hill.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know that she was magical, right? I didn't know what the deal was.
Yeah,
So,
the same thing I'm telling you is like with like my queen that I was with. She was a Palladian goddess, a queen as well from the Pleiades, and she came into my life like you say, like she was an asset of the MK Ultra.
Did she get kidnapped by Ethiopians?
What?
Well, in my case, there was a bunch of wrinkles, but one of them was also that a team from out of the country interfered with her in some way that I didn't understand at the time, and they compromised her in some way between leaving here and going to another state. And when she came back, I still don't know what exactly happened, but there was another influence that was taking place that I never told anybody about because nobody ever asked me. It seems like there was an attempt to assassinate, I'm going to say somebody famous with her. And because somebody had tricked her into committing treason, she would have been hung by the neck until dead, because that's what they do to treasonous people. But fortunately, she doesn't have to do that.
Yeah, treason is punishable by death according to the Constitution.
Yeah. See, I shouldn't know about any of this stuff. I'm supposed to be completely fucked off and alone. She's supposed to be fun to have sex with. She's supposed to be able to be passed around the motor pool like she used to be. Like, that's her job. If she's having fun with her friends, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Lots of people do that all the time. She's not able to forget about me, because I guess she actually really loves me, and I'm still not allowed to talk to her after 2 years. Which, yeah,
that's similar with me, and
I'm glad I'm not making things worse.
Yeah.
I mean, see, I don't have to be threatened. I mean, I know it's serious. Nobody has to tell me, hey, be careful with what you're saying, or else we're going to kill somebody. I mean, they don't need to say that. They actually do that already anyway. But how does one use a crazy woman who's immortal to threaten somebody? Is kind of on offer that people have to think about now. What do you guys think?
I think they're all evil.
No, I think that that's totally the way that they go about these things. I don't know what leverage they have, but yeah, there's some type of systematic like generational trauma that leads up to these characters. And I personally have never encountered anything like, exactly what he was talking about.
Yeah,
that's why it's fascinating to me.
I want to end the stream while I can. All right.
Yeah, no,
it's late.
But yeah, he was definitely interesting, dude.
Oh yeah, thank you, Jack Star, for coming on, and come on again whenever you feel like it, dude. If you ever need to talk, I'll give you a voice.
Yeah, man, that was great.
Absolutely marvelous. You hear me? Fantastic, even. Just beautiful. All around. They said, Reef, where you been at? Homie, I've been planning. Tell your children not to walk my way. Like Glenn Danzig, I'll start off boxing southpaw and then switch stances. Find me immortalized in my city on brick canvas. Mural Reef. Flow deep as a coral reef, no shiesty mad, so you can be sure it's me. Walk slowly towards the bright light, the mic like butter to a hot knife. Dr. Umar with a white wife. These rappers, I monkey flip them. What use does a king have for a flunky's wisdom? I know better. I'm a go-getter and a hole stepper. Air out your whole sector like 04 cold pepper. I'm surrounded by young clowns and old jesters, still trying to ride when the tire's on low pressure. Next to my bed's a Beretta and a soul catcher. Let her know I'm back in black like old letters.
I space my own crowd. I ride alone, nigga. I don't need nobody backing me. Fuck you calling niggas on the phone for? You got something to say to me? Why you calling men up on the phone for? Speak your speech, nigga. Speak your speech, nigga.
It seems we reached a stalemate. My indigenous brother said never trust a pale face. Y'all child molesters chasing jailbait. They can't get in the game, so they hating from the tailgate. Sommelier paired grapes with the rare steak, or perhaps some tappers. Yeah, you know, shared plates. Screw tape said this strain is called bear ape. Now my eyes on the side of my head like a whale's face. I live a life that is so divine, but you wouldn't know nothing about that. You uncultured swine, you'll never find a flow as cold as mine. And you fear not of the flesh when you can control the mind. I architect the whole design, the puppet master. I pull strings like folded blinds. Hold the line, my tongue is a golden shrine. I'm the beauty and the beast, a tale as old as time. Sublime. Who told you to speak my name, nigga? You done bit off more than you can chew. You mad cause I said no name rang louder than mine? That's what tipped you off, bitch. It's the truth though, ain't it? It's the truth though, ain't it? Don't no name ring hotter than mine. I don't give a fuck who don't like it, nigga. I told you, if you want the title, you got to come take it. You can't hate it away.
I want to dedicate this to all the DJs worldwide that hold down the inmates. This one's for you. Whether it be through mixtapes or radio shows. You heard Grandmaster Flash, Grand Wizard Theater, Kick a Free, Crew DJ Red Alert. Let's rock. Shout out Bobito, DJ Clips, DJ Riz. Premiere. Rest in peace, K Slay. Look, man, I don't be hearing no music at all. So close to the edge, yet refusing to fall. Cause see, I be hearing mixtapes in my sleep. And I be hearing mixtapes in my sleep. I had a dream M.O.P. dropped a hell of a clutch song featuring Eminem, but he was yelling too much. Look, man, I be hearing mixtapes in my sleep. See, I be hearing mixtapes in my sleep. 4.5 months locked down, it plays in my dreams. Last night I heard a song from my favorite MC featuring Eminem, and oh shit, that favorite was me. Should've heard us spitting raps with force, shit was loud. Even though the track was off, picking styles, kicking out. Cops say abusive, kicking me cold. Picture me rolling, Pop played some new shit, Dre produced it. Biggie was riding shotgun, high with a shotgun, avenging his own death, waving by when he spots one, shooting his own shooter or shoot. You should have seen it. Two in his dumb move with a bruise. You couldn't beat it. Unreleased shit, featuring Pun and Redman. I'ma peep this with a blunt of headband. Next shit they played was a Heat to the Rock, produced by Pete to the Rock, featuring Locks. Yeah, track list was money, mad shit was funny. Icing on the cake, no whack ad-libs from Puffy. No loud yelling over shit that I like. New shit from Camus, Teo, and Killer Mike. Yeah, that's one fuck of a mixtape. Paused it, woke up to piss, went back to sleep, and I hit play. And I forgot to sleep, though. I told y'all, I don't be hearing no music at all. So close to the edge, yet refusing to fall. But see, I be hearing mixtapes in my sleep. I be hearing mixtapes in my sleep. Had a vision Andre wasn't playing the flute, and him and Big Boy stayed in the crew. Say it ain't true. I be hearing mixtapes in my sleep. Look, I be hearing mixtapes in my sleep. Smoky. While in REM, my mind is dazed. I thought I heard REM singing the chorus, that's for Nas and Jay. And the game on track 3 wasn't dropping names. I was amazed hearing RJ Payne on a song with Mace rapping about life in the Philly and Harlem days. He wasn't yelling, he was calm and safe. Got the track 8 and heard Nicki Minaj and Drake was on the tape talking strange, speaking against people that body shame. Playing music till my cell died. And then I heard Joel rhyme with Elzai, felt live. Freaky Ty was doing ad-libs and yelled high. They got Whitney on the hook after Adele tried. Nate Dogg and Pop Smoke had a wild song with ODB and DMX getting his growl on. Joe Button put the podcast style on the track with Goes Next, and I woke up in the cold sweat. Damn, 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 damn. I don't be hearing no music at all. So close to the edge, yet refusing to fall. But see, I be hearing mixtapes in my sleep. I be hearing mixtapes in my sleep. Had a vision Andre wasn't playing the flute, and him and Big Boy stayed in the group. Say it ain't true. I be hearing mixtapes in my sleep. Look, I be hearing mixtapes in my sleep. Last night I heard a voice like mine featuring Royce 5'9" with choice like rhymes featuring Crooked Eye on the chorus. Hit the slaughterhouse, took an axe, made a book of rhymes from the forest. Took a drive in a Taurus. Volume max at 10 decibels, leaving my friends vegetables. See my blends extra new. Rock more volume, pop more volume. Roll a big L, then rock big L's fucking sophomore album. If it's not your style, then I don't know what to say. So much heat when I sleep, I don't know what to play. New Andre 3 stacks with Kanye, need that. In my dream music exists, that's not a song made, see that. Having reoccurring dreams that I relapse, where we are burning trees by the tree stacks. Then I wake up to no weed, but I still inhale. No music in my head, but I'm still in jail.
Please, don't forget to tip your waitress.
Oh my goodness, praise God, praise God, praise God. Yeah? Yes.